Lately, I've been trying to send you stories every day, but I feel like a large number of people who have signed up almost never come back to listen to the stories. I don't know where that is. Make you unhappy? I hope to receive comments and suggestions from you, and if you find the video good, please give me a like to give me more motivation. For those who have not yet subscribed, don't forget to click the subscribe button and press notification bell to wait for the next story. Now let's get into the story. Story 1. Back when I was in high school, my best friend and I would basically hang out at school together because her dad was the warden of the local prison and his house was even a half a mile from it. Her mom was judgmental and, well, a bit hostile. It was the attitude more than anything that kept me from hanging out over at her house. She was a woman you didn't mess with. One day, my friend said her mother came home white as a ghost the night before because when she and her friends had come out of the grocery store, halfway to her car, they stopped and noticed someone in the back seat. She was thinking it was my friend, her daughter, but as she stepped closer, she saw that it was an elderly woman. Well, she started to go to the car, but her friend stopped her and said that she probably got off the bus from the assisted living center and she had better call the police and let them handle it. Well, she did, and within minutes, because they were practically around the block, the police car pulled up and she pointed to her car. The officer walked up to the window and she watched as the officer snatched the door open and literally yanked the old woman out and pushed her up against the car and frisked her. My friend's mom was horrified until the officer pulled the wig off of her head, or should I say, his head. Yes, it was not an elderly woman. It was a middle-aged man. Story 2. This happened just yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think of it because it was just so bizarre and unbelievable. I might have just been sleep deprived. So last night at maybe 11 o'clock I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel any danger, plus it was a pretty night. I had been walking for around 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair and a white dress caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height and looked to be around my age too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. While I circled the block again, she was on the same street, a couple feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb staring at the cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late people were still driving on it. I said hello to her, and she turned her gaze to me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I think I saw, she had no pupils or color in her eyes. She just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She didn't respond again and simply pointed at the road. I was really confused and didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the road, she stepped into the road. The car slammed into her, and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaking out. He called the police and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. Once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead, gone as in she just wasn't there. The blood on the road was gone too, but not gone from his car. After the police arrived, they concluded that it was some big hoax of a kid who didn't know what they were talking about and some guy who went along with it. The blood on the truck was brought to investigation, only to be found as paint. Nothing else happened with it. I'm still not sure if what happened was real. It felt so real, but I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was, if it was just a dream or if it was real. I remember it like it was real. I feel like I can't leave the house now. I don't understand anything now, and I kind of feel like I'm going crazy. Story 3. When I was 18, I was on my way to my friend's house for a party. We met up there and then decided to go to the local Walmart for some beer and liquor. Between being the ages of 18 and 17, we all called our hookups and pooled money together. Eventually, I got a hold of a guy and we met up with him at Wally World. Fast forward past the 20 or so minutes of the four of us waiting in the parking lot, and we are on our way back to town. I should mention that I come from a small town and we don't have a Walmart or anything, so we all had to go one town over. So we are headed back when this big rain just sort of appears out of nowhere. It is incredibly intense rain, and I lose my friend's car pretty quick. I was able to find it, and I start following again. At first, the car was headed to my friend's house, and so I just kind of followed, absent-mindedly. But the car started turning down side streets and looping around neighborhoods, at one point passing their house entirely. At this point, I'm starting to get confused, but figure they are just messing with me in the most stupid way imaginable. I follow the car all throughout town, and eventually the car takes a sudden turn down a back road. I don't know how many of you live in rural areas or around rural areas, but I don't think I've seen country dark like this before. This was all made even creepier by a healthy fog that kicked up just after the rain ended. It was like a legitimate horror movie setting. Now I should mention that I have been on this road before. It was a popular road for teenagers to drift on, or take booze or smoke cruises. It was secluded with no houses around for miles and miles, just vacant, grazing lands. But it was literal miles away from my friend's house, and now I was getting mad. I called up my friend and asked her, "Hey, what do you think you're doing, making me follow you all through town like this? This is bullshit. I'm wasting gas." Then she drops the bomb. They've been at the house for the past hour, and they were just about to go and look for me. That car that I was following wasn't them. I tell them I followed the wrong car back to town and turned down another road and headed to their house. Honestly, what scared me the most about this is that I had been following these random people. They were probably way more scared than I was, and if you're listening right now, I'm sorry for randomly following you all around town that night. Story 4. Let me first preface this by saying that terrible things don't just happen in the movies, but in fact, they happen in everyday normal life. Most people are lucky enough to go through life without any major encounters. I had an experience that I would like to share to see what people think. Was I rational in my choices? Did I overreact? What would you have done? I think hearing responses will be therapeutic and perhaps help me get past the events of this story. Last year I attended college at a major university on the southeastern coast of the United States. I loved it so much, mainly because I didn't have to deal with snow or the cold weather. I basically had hot or warm weather every day, which was a huge change from the climate I grew up in. On this particular spring break from school, I decided to go home and visit my parents back in Maine. I decided that I was going to try to drive the over 20-hour drive straight through, perhaps stopping for brief naps or food along the way. At first, this seemed like an awesome idea. I could get there relatively quickly and spend most of my time at home, rather than traveling. I spent most of the drive listening to music and catching up on some of my favorite podcasts. Unfortunately, the trip would take a terrible turn in Pennsylvania. I was driving through Pennsylvania shortly after midnight, and well, my eyes started to get a little heavy. and I was having a lot of trouble focusing on the road. And anybody who has driven through Pennsylvania knows that it's a hard drive even when you have complete focus. It's always foggy and very mountainous with many twists and turns. I decided that at the next rest area, I would pull over and at least rest my eyes for an hour or two, just to be safe. Well, I never made it to the rest area. I dozed off for a second, and I lost control of my car, and went right off the side of the road through a guardrail and down to a small drop-off. Miraculously, I wasn't injured too badly, but my car was destroyed, and I was completely surrounded by trees, not sure how to get back up and onto the highway. Of course, it was pitch black outside, and the trees consumed the entire area, blocking out most of the natural starlight. I tried to remain calm and ignore the terrible pain I was experiencing to try and call and get help. One problem, I couldn't find my phone. It was in my cup holder, but after the crash, it was so dark, I couldn't find it anywhere, inside or outside of my car. No luck. I didn't think I was injured badly as previously mentioned, but I wanted to use the flashlight out of my phone to make sure I didn't have any major cuts or anything. I then decided my best course of action at this point would be to see if it was possible to climb back up the slight decline that my car had fallen off of. It seemed impossible in my condition, and with the limited visibility, it just wasn't a height that I could reach at the moment. And truth be told, I was lucky that I wasn't injured further after my car dropped down. Thankfully, the guardrail slowed my car down enough, realizing that climbing, driving, or calling anybody wasn't an option. I began to yell and scream for help, but as you can imagine, it didn't work. I slouched to the side of my car, and finally started to feel real emotion. I was scared, and cold, and now the real fear finally started to make my eyes fill up with tears. I had no survival skills. What was I going to do until morning? Just sit in a ball in the fetal position? I decided that walking through the wooded area until I can find an area to climb where maybe there was a slight hill instead of the drop-off where my car was. Of course, now in hindsight, my best bet would probably have been to just stay put, because somebody in the morning would have noticed the accident and phoned it in, maybe even someone passing by in the night and noticing the damage at the side of the road. As I grabbed some items from my car, I heard a noise. It sounded like ruffling of tree branches and footsteps. I hid on the other side of my car, paralyzed in fear. What kind of animals did they have in Pennsylvania? My first thought was a bear or something like that. Is that how it was going to end? Mauled by a bear? However, what actually presented itself in front of me was even more shocking. It was 3 men coming out of the trees. I couldn't make too much of it, but all 3 of them had huge beards, looking like their clothes were completely dirty and were carrying hunting rifles. I wasn't sure if to yell for help or to stay hidden from these men. For some crazy reason, my instincts were telling me to stay hidden, which seems like the exact opposite thing you should do in a situation like this. One guy who looked like the tallest of the 3 yelled out in a raspy, rugged voice, "Is anybody there?" They didn't have any flashlights or anything, so I decided to quietly sneak around the other side of my car and make a run for it into the woods. As I slowly and very quietly made my way around the car, I was wrestling with the idea in my head that these people probably just wanted to help, and I was probably putting myself in more danger by running into the woods. But the demeanor and possibility of getting shot was a chance that I did not want to take. I was about 5 feet cleared from the car when I started to sprint, and of course, in no time at all, I brought noise and attention to myself. The same man as before caught a glimpse of me as I ran into the woods and yelled, "Hey, get back here." I swear I heard the loud boom of a gunshot. I didn't hear it hit a tree or anything. I just remember hearing a loud boom. I don't know what else it could have been. I was terrified. I heard them following me from what seemed like several directions. I heard one of them yelling something about private property or restricted land, or something of that nature. I just kept running and running for about an hour until I finally saw a faint light shining through the trees. It was a road that looked like it led to a small town or at least a few stores with lights. I walked into the gas station, feeling and looking bloody, battered, and bruised. The worker inside looked baffled and disgusted. I told him to please call the police. The police showed up in no time and my parents were notified. They were going to drive down and pick me up as soon as they could. The police insisted that I go to a local hospital so my injuries could be assessed. When talking to the police, I told them everything about the 3 guys that came to the scene of the accident and chased me with weapons into the woods. The police said they would locate my car and take a look to see if they could find anything or anyone. My car was empty. Everything had been stolen out of it. Even some of the interior car parts had been removed. Nothing else really came from this incident. I didn't have any major injuries and my insurance took care of the car. I now live back home with my parents and attend school locally. I try not to drive at night if I don't have to. I guess I have a phobia or something now. I am thankful to be alive and well, but still have anxiety and terrible thoughts pertaining to that night. I don't know what was more damaging to my psyche, having a major accident or being chased through the woods by 3 random guys. Story 5. For some background, I am a gal from Kansas, and every summer since I was 12, I have gone backpacking in Colorado. I love to hike, and getting into the mountains is my favorite part of the year. Along with the beauty, however, every year I have a moment or two that makes me question coming back out into the wilderness. The summer I turned 15, however, has been the worst of them all. My day started the same with my friends and I waking up late and putting our packs on to hike. This was going to be a fairly difficult day as we were going up and over Georgia Pass on the Colorado Trail, which required some difficult elevation gain. At about noon, we had reached the top of the pass and knew we were in for some needed downhill. Our group decided to stop and make lunch before finishing up the day, seeing as we were all exhausted. As my group of about 11 fellow backpackers ate, we noticed 2 men sitting a little lower on the ridge. They were smoking weed, which wasn't uncommon in Colorado, but with my group, comprised of mostly teenagers, we were giggling and joking about asking them for some. However, our trail guides obviously weren't going to let that happen, so we sat and watched them smoke while we snacked. Now I don't want to seem crazy, but at this point, all of the boys in my hiking group had gone exploring along this gorgeous mountain line, and the 2 men seemed to watch me and my 3 other girlfriends. I wasn't at all creeped out at first, but I did make eye contact at one point and could tell they were both either in college or a little older. I didn't think much of it, and once the boys came back, we started down the mountain into the valley we would be camping in. The men were pretty far ahead of us, seeing as it took a while to get our big caravan moving. After about 45 minutes of hiking, we took a break, and this is when the first of many weird occurrences happened. I was leaning against the side of the trail, looking down into a thick forest of trees, when I noticed a bright orange hat, one that I had seen the smoking men wearing. I squinted a little and quickly turned away when I noticed it was indeed one of the men. He was staring right at me, and I asked one of my guy friends if he saw it too, just to make sure my bad vision wasn't deceiving me. It was the weirdest thing. The man was lying down on the steep hillside, staring back at us. The weirdest part was that he didn't have his other friend with him, which I thought was very odd as the two seemed to be close when they were up on the ridge. I was weirded out but didn't say anything to my trail guides, seeing as I didn't want to be deemed as the overly paranoid girl. We kept trekking down the hill until we reached what seemed to be the ideal camping spot. There was a nice river, plenty of room for the 4 tents we occupied, and it wasn't far from the trail. The only downside was our neighbors, who seemed to be a somewhat large group of college boys. I thought maybe that this is where the weed guys were camping, and for some reason the large group calmed my nerves. I guess it made me realize that the guys probably weren't permit weirdos. Fast forward a few hours, and I headed down the trail to fill up my water. Now, normally I would do this with a friend, but almost everyone was taking a nap, and most people didn't want to walk anymore after our nearly 16-mile day. I wanted to be nice, so I grabbed about 4 or 5 extra Nalgene's and decided to do a full water run. The path to the river walked right by the college campsite. I made it to the river, filled up all the water bottles, and was about to stand up from my kneeling position when I saw the orange hat again. He was on the other side of the river and was once again staring at me. This weirded me out, because this took place almost 4 hours after I saw him watching our group, and I thought there could be no way it took him 4 hours to hike an all-downhill 6-mile section of the trail. Neither of us said anything, and I quickly began to walk back to my campsite and past the college boys. Story 6. I worked in a toy shop for a couple of years, and as you can imagine, Christmas was a pretty intense time for all of us who worked the holiday shifts. It was impossible to get that job without being an intensely enthusiastic, happy, smiley kind of person. Like, 80% of the staff were entertainers, or had come from some kind of performance background, and we were living the dream, so to speak. We were actually getting paid to play with toys, joke with kids, and above all, Christmas was the best time of the year for that. A toy shop at Christmas time has such a magical feeling about it, especially if all of the staff have Christmas spirit about them. Now our store was hugely into Christmas, to the point where our smart casual uniforms even had assistants to Santa Claus, or Santa's little helpers, or other variations written in big writing over the back. This of course led to some fantastic interactions with kids, asking about if we had met them, and things like that. Being the only staff member who had actually worked with children for years, these questions were normally sent my way to be answered, because I always had one ready. So that's the backstory out of the way. One weekday, at an oddly quiet moment, I was on my own on the shop floor, while the other staff members restocked, after the afternoon rush. A boy comes in, unaccompanied. Must have been about 9 or 10. Smiles briefly at me, and then starts walking around. I give him a couple of minutes to take a look at things, before asking him if he wants to play with this new air-powered rocket launcher that we had. No, thanks. I know Santa. I don't need your help, he replies flatly. This was mildly unusual, but hey, he seemed to be a pretty sweet kid otherwise. Unfortunately, I don't know much in there that would have been good for a kid his age. I figure it'll probably be his dad or someone paying for it, so I start showing him some kind of limited stuff that would be suitable for some of the older kids. I show him a few things, and he sees something he likes. This big massage slipper. It's one big slipper that you put both feet into, and it has various massage settings. Not the kind of thing I'd have imagined him to pick out, but a fairly cool gift nonetheless. So he asks how much it is, and I tell him it's like $20 or whatever the price was. He then instantly looks angry and frustrated. Is that a bit too expensive, bud? I'm asked, keeping the tone friendly. I don't want this kid to be upset, and he nods. So I show him some other things, and he starts getting more and more difficult to deal with. He's frowning, breathing all heavy through his nose, like he's building up to some kind of temper tantrum. He starts telling me again how he knows Santa. How Santa gives toys away to good kids, and doesn't ask for money in return. I just calmly explain that I can't just give stuff away for free, and then politely leave him to browse the rest of the toys. A couple more minutes go by. I'm just sitting by the cash register reading a book, since the store is so quiet. It's only me and the kid, with my manager up in the office. I remember looking up from my book, and the kid is at the register just staring up at me with this angry look on his face. Story 6. I worked in a toy shop for a couple of years, and as you can imagine, Christmas was a pretty intense time for all of us who worked the holiday shifts. It was impossible to get that job without being an intensely enthusiastic, happy, smiley kind of person. Like, 80% of the staff were entertainers, or had come from some kind of performance background, and we were living the dream, so to speak. We were actually getting paid to play with toys, joke with kids, and above all, Christmas was the best time of the year for that. A toy shop at Christmas time has such a magical feeling about it, especially if all of the staff have Christmas spirit about them. Now our store was hugely into Christmas, to the point where our smart casual uniforms even had assistants to Santa Claus, or Santa's little helpers, or other variations written in big writing over the back. This of course led to some fantastic interactions with kids, asking about if we had met them, and things like that. Being the only staff member who had actually worked with children for years, these questions were normally sent my way to be answered, because I always had one ready. So that's the backstory out of the way. One weekday, at an oddly quiet moment, I was on my own on the shop floor, while the other staff members restocked, after the afternoon rush. A boy comes in, unaccompanied. Must have been about 9 or 10. Smiles briefly at me, and then starts walking around. I give him a couple of minutes to take a look at things, before asking him if he wants to play with this new air-powered rocket launcher that we had. No, thanks. I know Santa. I don't need your help, he replies flatly. This was mildly unusual, but hey, he seemed to be a pretty sweet kid otherwise. Unfortunately, I don't know much in there that would have been good for a kid his age. I figure it'll probably be his dad or someone paying for it, so I start showing him some kind of limited stuff that would be suitable for some of the older kids. I show him a few things, and he sees something he likes. This big massage slipper. It's one big slipper that you put both feet into, and it has various massage settings. Not the kind of thing I'd have imagined him to pick out, but a fairly cool gift nonetheless. So he asks how much it is, and I tell him it's like $20 or whatever the price was. He then instantly looks angry and frustrated. Is that a bit too expensive, bud? I'm asked, keeping the tone friendly. I don't want this kid to be upset, and he nods. So I show him some other things, and he starts getting more and more difficult to deal with. He's frowning, breathing all heavy through his nose, like he's building up to some kind of temper tantrum. He starts telling me again how he knows Santa. How Santa gives toys away to good kids and doesn't ask for money in return. I just calmly explain that I can't just give stuff away for free, and then politely leave him to browse the rest of the toys. A couple more minutes go by. I'm just sitting by the cash register reading a book, since the store is so quiet. It's only me and the kid, with my manager up in the office. I remember looking up from my book, and the kid is at the register just staring up at me with this angry look on his face. Once again, I apologize and explain to the kid that as much as I'd like to, I can't just give stock away, otherwise I'll get fired. Your boss is mean, the kid says, seething with anger at this point. Now, this probably was the best thing to do, but since the kid was so on the money with his little statement, my boss was indeed an asshole. I just laughed. Like not hysterically, just like this little involuntary giggle. The kid does not take this well. He thinks I'm laughing at him. Why are you laughing at me? He asks, practically shaking with rage. I begin to explain that I'm not actually laughing at him, but I soon realize it's not getting through to him. He just storms out of the store, disappearing among the crowds of middle-aged women that are clogging up the mall. As the afternoon draws on, the store gets a little busier, and I get to actually do some work. Like I said, the work was fun, so it was never a problem. Being busy meant the hours go quicker, which means I get to go home quicker. Win-win. So I make a few sales, get to test out some of the fancy new Nerf guns we had in store, and the weird kid eventually just slips from my mind. Nothing remotely eventful happens for the rest of the day, right up until closing time, when I'm starting to close the store down. Someone is standing at the register. I look up from my worksheet, and it's the kid. I give him a cheery enough greeting, hoping the kid's mood has improved. But it hasn't. Instead, it's gotten worse. You're mean too, he hisses. Look, I'm sorry, kid, but where are your parents? I'm asked, but the kid refuses to answer. He just glares at me again. Kid, where are your parents? I don't want to have to call mall security, but you can't be wandering around on your own, okay? He knows when you are sleeping, the kid mutters. I roll my eyes, but the way he says it has me really creeped out. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been really bad. Where are your parents, kid? I'm asked again, trying to remain calm. The North Pole. Very funny, but seriously, you gotta go. The store is closing. He's gonna climb down your chimney covered in soot all while you're asleep, the kid said. I didn't say a word in reply. He'll know when you're asleep, and he'll be able to creep right up next to your bed. I reach for the store's phone, dialing the mall security short number. I try not to listen to the kid, but I can't help but hear his words over the phone's dial tone. He's gonna stuff your mouth with coal until you choke and die. I turn, ready to scream at this creepy little brat. It's one thing to be a spoiled kid. It's another to say such creepy, threatening things to someone who's only trying to help. But when I turn around, the kid is gone. Not a sign of him, even outside the store in the empty mall. I've only told this story a handful of times, but it never fails to creep me out. The idea of a kid having such a skewed idea of Santa as some weird avenging angel, having such a warped view of the holiday season, never, ever fails to make my skin crawl. Story 7. Back when it was originally released, I really wanted to get my hands on the new Xbox One. You know the one. It was 4K, ready with a considerably faster processor. So naturally, I tried absolutely everything in my power to get one, as immediately as I could. My local Walmart was having one of those Black Friday sales, and like so many others, I stood patiently in line, waiting to try and beat the rush to grab one. But I was nowhere near sprightly or fortunate enough to actually get one that way. So after failing to get one in person, I then tried getting one online. But, as rapidly as I wanted one to own, the users who were reselling them were asking way too much money, and I simply couldn't afford the shell out double, or sometimes triple the price. After weeks of trying to find a way to get a hold of one, I had come to the conclusion that it just wasn't to be. It was then that I had something of a stroke of luck. Although I had resorted to Craigslist in my desperation, I did actually find someone that was selling their Xbox One at no more than the original buying price of the console. Naturally, I was skeptical as hell. For the life of me, I simply couldn't fathom why they would do something like that. But one thought overrode all others. If I didn't put in a bid now, someone else would, and I could kiss my chance at owning an Xbox One goodbye. I immediately emailed the seller and let them know that I was very interested. Not only that, but I had the cash on hand and ready to go. I also offered to pay for gas or whatever it would take to get the console delivered to my door. I figured that would be a pretty appealing offer to someone who I guessed was just strapped for cash around the holidays. I was stunned to get an almost instantaneous response, stating that they did still have the Xbox, and were in fact still waiting for a proper bid from a serious buyer. They politely asked for a delivery address, so they could bring it over as soon as possible. I was sort of hesitant to divulge such personal information, and asked if it would be a better idea to first meet in public, since it was much safer that way. I'll be honest, I wasn't too pleased with the idea of a total stranger coming to my house. But he informed me that he was going to be very busy running holiday errands all day, and that there would only be some pretty specific windows of opportunity to drop it off. It would be much more convenient for him if he was able to come to my house. I was still not particularly ecstatic about the idea, but oh man, I really wanted that Xbox. So, in the end, I agreed and texted the dude my home address. I figured it was safer than me going over to his place. At least this way, I'd be on my home turf. I was so happy and eager to get my hands on that new console, that excitement only grew as I began waiting for the guy to turn up. But he took his sweet goddamn time. I mean, hours and hours passed by before I began to suspect that he wasn't going to actually show up. Around 1 in the afternoon, 4 hours after he was due, I was seriously losing my cool, thinking it was a prank or something. I tried texting the guy back, asking him where he was. Previously, I had gotten pretty timely responses from the guy. But this time, I didn't hear a single thing from him. By 6 that evening, I just lost all hope. I assumed that he had gotten a better offer from someone else, and didn't have the heart to tell me that he'd picked a new buyer. I was disappointed, more than words can possibly describe. I had gotten myself so psyched, and I can't even tell you how deflated I was. It's one thing to not have gotten the item from the store, I could come to terms with that. But I was so close to having one in my hands. It sucked having my hopes dashed so cruelly like that. But that didn't mean I'd given up entirely. So, for the rest of the night, I kept looking around on Craigslist and other sites to find an Xbox One that was within my price range. But as I was getting ready to wind down for bed, I heard something. At first, I dismissed it as the wind or something. but it was maybe just my imagination. But then, I heard it again. Someone was knocking, not at my front door, but lightly on the TV room window. I walked up to the bedroom window and peered out into the driveway, seeing this strange-looking dude at my front door, looking around as if checking if the coast was clear. I'm suspicious, but I go downstairs to see what he wants. He'd identified himself as the guy who had the Xbox, apologized for being so late, and explained that he had gotten backtracked with errands during his day. Then, he casually asked if I still had the money. I opened the door all the way, but still kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Something just didn't feel right. Like, at all. I told him that yeah, I still had the cash on me, but I didn't see that he had anything with him. So I calmly asked if he brought the Xbox with him, like if it's still in his car or something. As I expected, he told me it was out in his van. He told me to get the money and come out to the van with him, and he would get it for me. I let him know I wasn't really comfortable walking out to his van, but he seems to understand, and tells me that it was all good. I briefly look over the guy's shoulder and see that there is in fact someone else sitting there in the van. Not only that, but the dude at my door had been keeping his hands concealed in the little front pouch of his hoodie the whole time while talking to me, and there was definitely something more than just his hands in there. Don't ask me how I could tell. I just could. You know when you just get a gut feeling about something. Yeah. That. I tried to stay as chill as possible, as I lied to him that I was just going to go fetch my wallet and return in a minute. His mood immediately changed as I closed the door in his face before locking it. I then make this split-second decision, better to be safe than sorry, so I pull my phone out of my shorts and dial 911. But as I do, I heard a loud thud on my front door, then the sound of the van's engine revving before it zooms off into the night. When I went to check and see if he damaged my door, I nearly pissed my pants when I saw a rusty old hatchet buried in the wood. I was right that he had something in his sweatshirt, and that I shouldn't go out to the van with him. Be careful who you're buying from, folks. You never know who's behind the username. Story 8. Before I get started, I want to inform everyone that I will be changing the names of the people involved for privacy reasons. And I can say that this is 100% true. Let me tell you a little background about my house setup. This will come in handy further in the story. I live in a small trailer with my parents and 5 siblings. I am the oldest, being 16, and I'm a female. The trailer I live in, if you walk in from the front door, you're straight in the living room, then going left through the large French doors, you're in the kitchen. Furthermore, off the small kitchen, a tiny hallway is located there, which has 2 doors. The door at the end of the hallway was my brother's room, and the room on the left was mine and my sister's. And in the front of the house past the living room is another hallway that leads to a small bedroom. That's my parents' room. This happened in the summer about 2 years ago. I have always been around the paranormal, and my parents have always believed that I'm the cause of it. When I was born, a lot of unexplainable things started happening, and it has followed me everywhere. I came home from going out with some friends, and my sister, for this story I will call her Anna, was only 6 at the time, and was deep asleep. We had a bunk bed. I was on the bottom bunk, as I had to wake up in the morning for school. I opened my door around 11 p.m. After taking a shower, checked on Nana, who was sleeping with her eyes open. I was used to it, and I got onto my bed and grabbed my phone to watch some videos. I must have been on the phone for some time, as when I went to lay down for bed, as I had school tomorrow, the time read 2 a.m. Now, for everyone to know, I have really bad tinnitus, so I needed white noise before going to sleep. Tonight, I decided on some music. After 10 minutes of searching, I found some tunes that I liked. I then shut my eyes, but then started hearing small footsteps running down towards my room. It sounded like it came from the living room. I don't know if it is normal, but I can tell who is coming near by the sound of footsteps. But these were weird. They were small, so I knew they were children's, but very light and definitely running. I keep my eyes closed, trying to think of who could potentially be approaching my room, but I couldn't tell like I normally could. I then heard my door open. I heard a child giggle, and I froze, my eyes still shut, and I knew that this was no one in my family. After a few seconds, I slowly opened my eyes to find a small girl, maybe around the age of 6, looking like she was closing an invisible door. She put her hands on the door, the real one, and laughed. I froze again, watching this girl, who had a very old dress on, which was a faded yellow with white lace on the bottom, and the style of the dress reminded me of the Little House on the Prairie. She then turned around and rested her back on the door, and slid down, putting her butt on the floor, her knees up, and the dress ruffled. She put her head onto her knees and giggled like she was hiding from someone, playing a game. I finally shifted my blankets, making a small noise, which made the small girl look over at me, gasping, like she didn't know I was in the room. She had very long dark hair, I want to say brown hair. We locked eyes, and then like mist in the sun, she vanished. I freaked, grabbed my phone and messaged my close friend so I could remember what happened, and to calm myself down. My heartbeat pounded, and I counted sheep trying to calm down, which must have worked, as I woke up in the morning. I went to school and told my close friend, who was very concerned, as she read my message. After busting on me for smoking the devil's lettuce, marijuana, which I did not, and she did actually believe me, I came home and told my mom, who looked at me eyes wide and told me I was lying and that I was trying to scare her. I spoke up and told her no, that this happened. I have a message sent to my friend to prove it. She then told me that around the same time, she heard 2 kids playing out in the living room. She got up, very angry, thinking it was Anna and my younger brother playing, but she opened her door to find the living room empty. Confused, she went to check on my brother and sister to see if they were asleep, and they were. This is only a small amount of what has happened to me and my family in this house. Story 9. I am writing this story in my apartment the day after this event occurred, and I cannot feel at ease no matter how hard I try. Some context: I am a 24-year-old female, 5'4" and 115 pounds. I recently moved into a crappy apartment in a large city in Texas with my boyfriend. We ended up in this place because we owed another apartment money at the time, and in order to get a nicer place, we needed to pay off that debt. So we signed a short 6-month lease, and though we paid off the debt already, we have to finish the remaining months regardless as to not break another lease. This current place is cheap, very old, as we unfortunately discovered, not surrounded by the most trustworthy characters. The layout of this apartment has a front entrance gate, and as you enter, it goes around in an upside-down U-shape all the way to the exit gate. The parking spots were all along the area in which you drive through the complex. Each apartment door has a semi-private entryway unless facing the street, so it is hard to see exactly which door the person enters if you are in the parking spaces. Mine is one of the semi-private entryways. There are also dumpsters around each corner of turns throughout the U-shape. Our apartment is at the back left corner of this U-shape. The first incident that occurred was rather unnerving to me considering this layout of our apartment. It was 7 a.m., and I groggily opened our apartment door to head to work. I looked down, and my blue backpack that I kept in my car after moving was open and on the ground in front of me. I wasn't starting my next semester of classes until a month from then, so I had no reason to take it out or have much in it. The few contents were thrown outside of the backpack, and it was right on my doorstep. I looked at it, obviously weirded out, and proceeded up and around the corner to see my car in the distance, doors wide open. I was of course pissed that somebody broke into my vehicle, but I was extremely uneasy that they somehow knew whose car that must have belonged to, considering the bag was right in front of my doorway. This bothered me for some time, but as it was the first week, I forgot about it. Now I am in the 4th month of my stay at these apartments, and I'm beyond ready to leave and never come back. Yesterday morning was normal. I got up, got ready, and hopped in my car. As I was passing the dumpster a mere 30 feet away from where our cars are usually parked, I rolled down my passenger window and chucked some crumpled up trash through it into the dumpster, something I do often to keep trash from piling up in my car, and then I drove on my way. My day was tiring due to having 3 finals and an appointment, so once I got home, I was relieved. As I connected to Wi-Fi, I saw my boyfriend had sent me a Snapchat at 1:30 p.m., as he was heading to work at the time. I opened the Snapchat to find a picture of 4 police cars blocking off the turn near the dumpster. Weird, I messaged to him. It must have been a homeless guy or someone breaking into stuff. He replied, "Yeah, I guess. Maybe it'll be on the news later or something." I sat down thinking nothing of it, which considering my normally overactive imagination was unlike me. I went on to YouTube and was getting ready to chill for the remainder of the evening, when my phone buzzed again. I opened it to see a text from my boyfriend. A link was attached, showing a helicopter view picture of the corner of our apartments where the dumpster was sitting. The title read, "Body found in apartment complex dumpster on northwest side." I stared for a moment, and then felt my face go numb and the slight feeling of nausea creep into my gut. I immediately called my boyfriend, and he seemed surprisingly unconcerned about the entire thing. I, on the other hand, could only think of the decaying corpse of a person who I tossed trash onto, unsuspectingly, that morning. Apparently the body found was a woman, 35-40 years old, with blunt trauma to the head. They don't know if she was killed in the complex or just dumped there. The complex has its security gate broken and open half the time anyway, so who knows? All I know for sure is that I need to talk to the office about ending my lease right away, because I no longer feel safe in this place. Story 10. I'd like to start this off by saying that I'm a 19-year-old girl about 5', weighing 110 pounds. To many people I'm considered tiny and approachable. To give a little backstory, I have worked at a pharmacy for the last year and a half, mainly doing grunt work, garbage runs, filing, masking boxes, and the like, along with my normal prescription filing duties. My office is located in a pretty sketchy part of downtown, in a major city. It is on the 3rd floor of a 4-story building that faces a busy road in the front, and an older, run-down residential area to the back, where the garbage bins are fenced in next to the underground parking entrance. Directly across the alley that the bins are in is a worn-down yellow house that rarely sees the light through the overgrown trees and vegetation in the yard behind the gate. I had never seen anyone in or around that house during my daily garbage runs, though I did notice two very large cane corso dogs that were caged on the rickety deck. I kept getting that feeling of being watched during one of my more recent trips to the bins, and I hesitantly glanced towards the creepy yellow house to find nothing out of the ordinary. Now, I'm an avid horror fan, used to being a little bit spooked by cliches, like creepy houses, and spend my days being paranoid over everyday circumstances. Constantly looking behind my shoulder and being suspicious of everyone that moves around me, so I chalked it up to me being paranoid. The feeling never subsided, so as I rushed to finish the job, I took one last peek behind me and saw a very tall, slender man with unkempt shaggy gray hair, wearing a tattered white tank top with holes and stains, peering out the bay window over the deck and straight at me. At this point, I had never known someone live there, as I had never seen anyone, and my customer service instinct kicked in, and I gave him the best polite smile that I could form. He did not return it, and continued to burn his eyes into my being, and after what seemed like hours, he slowly retreated back out of sight, never breaking eye contact. This was just my first encounter with this man, but oh, do I wish it was my only one. The next few times were normal, with me glancing every now and then to see nothing but the pitch black inside of the house, and a few birds fluttering around his yard, until the day that is burned into my brain forever. It was a hot and sunny Tuesday, and I had worn a navy dress to keep me cool during the day. The time comes for me to do my garbage trip, and I grabbed my X-Acto knife that I used to break down cardboard and slipped it into my dress pocket. Pulling my small cart of cardboard and garbage around the fence and into the partially enclosed area of bins, I look across the alleyway and see the man standing on his deck. He walks over to the cages and lets the dogs out, and they sprint down the stairs of the deck and up to the chain link fence surrounding the yard and begin barking furiously in my direction. After getting refocused on my job at hand, I periodically peered over my shoulder and out of the corner of my eye to keep tabs on this man, until the last time I did so, when I could no longer see him standing on his deck, but rather he was slinking along the sidewalk out of his fence, and in the shadows of the trees from his yard. He paced back and forth, about 30 feet in each direction, before spinning back and going the other way. I began panicking and rushing, catapulting the cardboard into the bin. And that's when I heard this sound. Rocks from the gravel alley being scuffed under heavy footsteps. I mustered up all the courage I could, and turned my entire body to face the man, my hand in my pocket gripping the knife tightly, ready to defend myself. To my horror, the man was less than 10 feet in front of me, head down staring at the ground with one hand behind his back, and the other in his pocket. As he closed the gap between us, I heard a voice from behind me, to my left. I turned to investigate the voice, and it was a young man, a tall, gawky man, probably around 23 or 24, that I had recognized from the cafe on the first floor, with a garbage bag in his hands. He asked me, "Is that your cart?" I glanced towards the cart, and dumbfounded, I responded with, "Yes." He struck up a conversation with me, and came close and rested his hand on my shoulder, and looked me in the eyes and whispered, "Come with me." He grabbed my cart, and began walking towards the building, and this is when I turned back to look at the man, who had scurried back across the alley to his fence, scrambling to open the latch, while shoving something into his pocket, and cursing under his breath, shooting daggers at the cafe man. When we made it back into the parking lot adjacent to our building, he stopped and said, "I was on my way to the bins when I noticed that man coming towards you. I hoped asking about your card and being near you would deter him from whatever he was thinking of doing. Now you be safe and bring a partner every time you go down here, or you can come grab me if no one else can." We said our goodbyes and I thanked him profusely. I never went down alone again after telling my coworkers what had happened. To the young man in the cafe, at the time your small talk seemed meaningless and forced, but it very well could have been the reason that I am still alive. Story 11. I'd like to start off by saying my parents live on a plantation in the middle of nowhere, in Mississippi. I won't say specifically where, due to privacy. Growing up it was me and my brother, who is 4 years older than me, and he's still my best friend to this day. My dad was a farmer, so me and my brother both grew up with a love for outdoors and adventure. We have over 7,000 acres and a total of 6 barns. My grandparents owned this land before my father inherited it. I was 6 years old at the time of this encounter and my brother was 10. My mother had just passed and it was just us 3 left. We were out one day exploring the barn. My dad was out in the fields tilling to prepare for the crops we had coming in. We ended up down in the community, which was about 2 miles or so from our house, which consisted of 7 houses that were out in the woods. By this time they were overgrown and underkept due to their lack of tenants who were in charge of the upkeep. To give you a bit of insight into how these looked, I will try my best to give a brief explanation. They were all wooden houses, 1 story of course, with a small porch and a large wooden door. They had 2 windows on each side of the front door and windows all along the sides, all broken. The grass was waist high and the tree limbs had broken into the windows and some had even grown into the side of one of the houses. My brother was carrying a machete to chop away some of the undergrowth so that we could get to them. We entered the front house that was a bit bigger than the rest, with tin on the roof and a brick chimney. The steps broke under our feet and my brother had to help me climb up. The porch had almost completely rotted by this point. I'm not a tall girl and my legs are especially short, making high cabinets and big steps difficult for me. Even now, my brother went first, opening the door with a heavy kick from the wood, being warped and disfigured. He shut the door the best he could behind us. We entered the house to see most of the floor was missing, revealing grass and even small trees growing through the floor. Rodents scattered every direction, making me yelp, but my brother just laughed. There was a mattress to the left, and the springs were the only thing remaining. All of a sudden, we heard a loud crack right outside the door, causing both of us to freeze where we were. My brother whispered that it was probably a deer and to be super quiet so that we had a chance to see him. We both slowly crept over to one of the windows to try to see outside, and to see the deer. We both had a love for animals and enjoyed watching them. As we reached the window, we heard very hushed voices, and I very distinctly remember the deep growl of one of the voices telling the other, "Shut up. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they went, but I swear when we find them, I will kill all of them. I don't care. I'll kill them all before I go to jail." Then he erupted into manic laughter that echoed through the woods. I remember the look on my brother's face. I knew he was terrified. My brother was only 10 at the time, but he was almost 6 feet, and almost nothing scared him. If he was scared, I definitely knew that I should be too. He whispered for me to crouch down so we couldn't be seen through the window. I crept down next to a rotten couch that reeked of decay. The smell alone made me gag. Tears were spilling out of my eyes, and I kept my hands over my mouth to keep my sobs quiet. I bit down so hard on my hand, I remember tasting blood. My brother was peering over the side of the window, his face white. I heard limbs breaking as the trespassers were making their way toward every house to find us. I remember thanking God that my brother had shut the door. My brother motioned me to come towards him, and I slowly crept to where he was, trying to make as little noise as possible. He told me that he was going to open the door, and that when he did, I needed to run all the way back to the house and try to find Dad. He kept nudging me towards the door, and he was getting frustrated when I wouldn't move. I heard one of the men tell the other one to check the big building, and my heart froze. The house we were in was significantly bigger than all the rest, and I knew that they were coming for us. We heard sticks snapping from every direction, and in my child's mind, I knew we were going to die. Nothing is scarier than thinking you're going to die at such a young age. I was absolutely terrified. I was behind my brother against the wall, and he was holding my hand. I remember how sweaty his shaking hand was, and how fast his heart was beating. He had the machete brandished like some sword in a sci-fi movie, and I almost chuckled at the sight, as scared as I was. The door to the house was kicked open, and there stood 4 men standing about 6 feet or so in height. They all looked like they hadn't bathed in years, and I could smell them from where they were standing. They smelled of rotten meat and body odor. Their teeth were yellowing, some missing, and they looked like they had been beat up, covered in bruises and blood. The blonde guy in the front was the first to speak. His voice still terrorizes me to this day. "Well, look what we have here, a knight in shining armor, and a princess." He laughed. My brother spoke in the deepest voice he could manage. "This is my dad's land. You better get out of here. He's got guns, and he'll shoot you. He knows where we are." The blonde guy chuckled, shaking his head, and took a step towards us. The next thing he said chilled me to my core. "Your daddy can't save you, no one can." And he took another step towards us. He looked over at me, and my blood went cold. He smiled, and I could see that he only had one front tooth, and only a few were left in his menacing smile. "I love pretty blonde girls. I'd love to take you with me. My own pretty little girl." Story 13. I've always wanted a little girl. I cried out and buried my face into my brother's back as I wept, screaming for my dad. "Daddy can't save you now," he screamed, and my brother lunged towards the guy and swung the machete as hard as he could, almost knocking himself over from its weight. All of the men started laughing maniacally. My brother stepped closer to the men, swinging the machete again, coming inches from the blonde guy's face. He leaned back to avoid the blow, and started laughing louder. The sound was like something out of the most awful horror movie. I could hear the cracking in their voices. Their smiles made it even worse. All of the men were in the house with us now, and the lanky black-haired guys shut the door behind him. They kept inching closer to us, and my brother was telling me to stay behind him as he kept the machete pointed towards them. Then, the most heavenly sound. Out of nowhere, we heard a truck horn, and my heart jumped into my throat. The road leading to the community was maybe 200 yards from the house, with few trees between it. The guys went stock straight and bolted out the door. One of their legs fell through the floor, and he quickly yanked it out and bolted. We looked out to see my dad and cousins jumping out of his truck, with their guns in hand. They fired a few shots, missing the guys by inches. My dad ran into the house and scooped me up. My brother was crying. and my dad was too. He hugged me and my brother so tight that day. My dad never let us go near the community again, and only let us go into the barns if he was with us. He told me recently that he had thought we were dead already, and he will never be happier than the day he found us alive. As for the guys, after my dad and cousins arrived, they bolted deeper into the woods, and my cousins pursued them, but gave up after a mile or so. My cousin still swears that he shot one of them in the leg, but it was never confirmed. My dad told my brother that he was coming to the barn for a drink and to rest for a minute, and heard my screams, and they immediately followed them to us. My brother and I both received intense counseling for the next few months afterwards. I'm 22 years old, and I still wake up in a panic, reliving the worst day of my life with those awful men. I am so thankful for my brother for doing his best to keep me alive. I'm even more thankful for my dad and cousins, and that they had given the fields a rest, even if just for a moment. God only knows what would have happened to us if they had not shown up. It scares me to this day to think about it. Story 14. In high school, some friends and I really enjoyed exploring abandoned buildings in the small city I was in, and climbing occupied buildings. We generally went as a group of 3 to 5. 2 people didn't feel safe enough, and 6 felt like made too much noise and would get caught. These 2 experiences happened when I decided to go with only one other person. The first experience was my junior year of high school, when a close friend and I decided to go to a 5-story warehouse and cotton mill compound at around 9 p.m. in the late fall. The majority of the night was uneventful, and I really liked this place because it was big and open, and you could generally see to the other side of the warehouse, 300-400 feet on each floor. However, on the 3rd floor, there was an office building, and in the basement, a very damp, dark, and cramped storage area. We wandered the 1st floor for about 45 minutes before going to the basement, because there were generally cool signs that we could snag to decorate our rooms. The entire time we were down there, I felt like there was someone behind us peering out from around the corners and through the fences dividing the storage areas, but every time I turned around, we were very much alone. I never heard anything, just that feeling. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to seem scared for no reason, so we continued without any actual incident and moved to the 2nd and then 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is one I generally steer clear of because of how claustrophobic it made me feel. In the darkness, with only 2 flashlights to reveal the surroundings, the office spaces were laid out with one long hallway running the short side of the building and multiple long hallways running the length of the building. These long hallways had small square rooms on either side, and the white walls were covered in spray paint tags, quotes, and artwork. As my buddy walked into one of these rooms, I once again had this funny feeling, and I turned around, shining my light back down the hallway and looking into the short corridor that we had just come from. As I did this, I saw a shadow at right side of the doorway and watched it quickly dart to the left, across the doorway and deeper into the building, away from the stairs. I immediately called out to my friend and told him what I saw. He thought I was messing around and trying to scare him. I told him no because I had a rule that we don't scare others while exploring because someone could get hurt. Convinced that I had actually seen something, we left as quickly as we could, and I explained the feeling I had when we were in the basement, which he stated he had felt as well, but didn't want to seem scared either. I still do not know what or who that was. It still creeps me out because my flashlight was the only light source there. This floor has no windows, and it was a shadow from my flashlight, though I never saw anything to create the shadow even though it crossed in front of the light. The second experience was at an abandoned grain plant a few miles outside of town. The building is about 18 stories tall, has a small office space connected to the bottom, and is surrounded by massive 10-story cone-shaped buildings, which I think were silos, but we could never really figure out what they were exactly. I was with my girlfriend, and she really wanted to go exploring with me, so we decided to go there that night. When we arrived, the area already felt weird because it was bright and everything had a brownish tint to it, even though it was midnight. We hadn't pulled out the flashlights yet, and there was no moon that night. I just decided that our eyes were adjusted to the darkness, and moved on. As we walked the 2 football field access road to the plant, it became eerily quiet. No wind, or movement of any kind. The only sound we heard was the leaves under our feet. Once we got to the overgrown parking lot and loading docks at the base of the building, we stood and stared up at the tower and hesitated. She turned to me and said that she didn't feel right about this. I told her she wasn't alone, because I had a feeling of dread about going up, even though I only had fun and happy experiences here, even late at night. We decided to go home and watch movies instead, and we both still believe that if we had gone up there that night, something terrible would have happened. I must insist that I am an adrenaline junkie, and normally do not shy away from these experiences, but for some reason that night, I had the urge to turn and run. I don't know if a stair would have given out on the exterior of the tower, 10+ stories off the ground, or if someone or something malicious was waiting up at the top. But I am glad I spent the night watching movies and eating microwave popcorn instead. Story 15. This happened in 2015 when my husband and I were together. We've since separated, and perhaps this story will help you understand why. He and I married that year, and he always was a little off, sometimes more off than on. He served in the military, and was proud of his time served, and I was proud of him too. However, he had a tendency toward visual hallucinations. I'm not sure if it's the PTSD or his familial history of mental illness, but he saw things. Usually it happened while driving. Once he saw an 8-foot spider casing the side of a barn while we were riding along the road. He asked me if I saw it. He was panicking. I didn't see it. Let me paint a picture. My mom lives deep in the rural south. Further down her road are old houses people still live in, and use outhouses to this day. They collect rainwater to drink, etc. Before you get to my mom's road, there's a well-kept farmhouse, pretty close to the main highway. My sister says she's seen a dozen men walking out in the fields behind that house, dressed immaculately in white suits. I promise everything that what I'm saying is true to the best of my knowledge. My husband and I pulled into the highway one night after dusk, and are gaining speed as we pass that house. He's driving, and I'm in the passenger side, head back, and the farmhouse is on the right of the car. Suddenly my husband swerves and screams, my eyes open. In a blur, I see a white human-shaped creature running at the car, pale white, maybe gray skin, crazed, angry eyes. I don't recall that it was wearing clothing. I just remember the flash of white skin, and those eyes, human eyes, unmistakably human, with all the rage and wild contempt that only a human being could be capable of. It was running right for my door, but we passed it right before it made it to the car. My husband screamed and asked if I had seen it. I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but I told him that I didn't. He described it to me, and I reiterated that I had not seen it. Later on I confessed that I didn't actually see it, so I'm not a complete liar. I can't let go of the feeling that it wanted to do harm to one of us. It seemed I had locked eyes with it, but it was only a split second, so I wonder what my mind had filled in to make sense of the situation. Much more strange things happened to my husband and me, but I can't talk about those things. I feel safe enough describing this, however. For some reason, he seemed like a beacon for the unusual and the unexplainable. He and I separated due largely to his decreasing mental health, so I'm not sure what he's been seeing these days. But I know that we both saw something that night. I'm just not sure what it was. Story 16. I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, me, my stepmom, and my stepsister were pretty bored in the house, and decided to take a walk around the trail to our local park. When we got there, it was crowded with people. People playing basketball, playing tennis, playing volleyball, and soccer. Lots of people were having picnics and family barbecues as well. It was nice seeing all the friendly faces and seeing people having a good time. That made me have good vibes, and I was in the mood to start moving around and get to walking. We started making our way to the trail. The trail started right under the shaded part of the park, where everyone was barbecuing and playing music. We started walking, and after about 10 minutes, I realized that we were the only people walking the trail. The trail wasn't that big. If you walked at a normal pace, you would lap around the trail once every 15-20 minutes. We lapped around the trail once, and I noticed a guy that was randomly standing on the side of the trail. I couldn't tell if he was looking at us or not, because I have bad eyesight, and I didn't wear glasses at the time. But as we got closer to him, I realized that he was indeed looking at us as we walked by. I didn't think much of it at all. I just assumed that he was checking out my stepmom, because a lot of men thought that she was very attractive. About 5 minutes after that, we were on this part of the trail where it kind of went into the woods out of sight from anyone. Me and my stepmom were talking about something random when we both heard footsteps behind us. We both looked back. It was the man who was looking at us earlier. My stepmom and I looked at each other, but still thought nothing of it. He was about 600 feet behind us, not close enough for us to suspect anything. So about 2 minutes after that, I looked back again, just to see if he was still there. And he wasn't. What the hell? I slipped up and said. I was really confused. We were too deep in the side of the trail for him to have turned around and walked back so quickly. But I just brushed it off. As we made it out of the wooded part of the trail, we saw the man again. This time, he was walking towards us, smiling. "Hey ladies," he said. He looked at each of us, looking for a response. I shot him a friendly smile. My stepsister was even paying attention, because she was on her phone with her earphones in. My stepmom says, "Hello, how are you doing?" And then he began making small talk with my stepmom, saying things like, "It's such a beautiful day today, isn't it?" Or, "This is just the perfect day." I started to get a little tired of fake smiling, and acting like I cared about how much this man loved the day, and how it made him feel. I guess he caught on to my annoyance by him, and he says, "Well, it was nice talking to you fine young women. Enjoy the rest of your day." We walked off. I glanced behind me, and he was watching us walk away. This is when I started getting weird vibes from him. We wanted to walk around the trail at least 2 more times before we left. So after we walked around the trail for another lap, we saw the man again. This time he walked up to us with his hands on his hips. He says, "I know you guys are probably tired of me talking to you, but I forgot to mention that I was barbecuing and wanted to know if you guys wanted to join me." My stepmom, trying to be nice, says, "Oh, what did you cook?" And he says that he would show us if we just followed him. I started having a funny feeling about this guy. My stepmom wasn't having it though. She asks him where he's barbecuing, and he pointed to another wooded area in the park that was off trail, where a lot of people didn't go because of the simple fact that there was no trail, playgrounds or anything. "Right over there," he says, smiling. I decided to set up over there because my method of cooking uses a propane tank, and the park doesn't allow you to use those. So I hide it. He laughed. My stepmom said no thanks and tried to ease her way out of the conversation. As we were walking away, he ran up behind me and grabbed my mom, pulling me toward him. I yanked my mom away from him and loudly asked what the hell was wrong with him. My stepmom turned around, saw what was happening, and sprung into protection mode. She grabbed her mace out of her pocket that was attached to her keychain. She told him to watch himself or she'd F him up. He said that he didn't mean any harm by it, and then ran away. We made our way out of the park and into the parking lot and made our way home. Fast forward a few weeks later. I was upstairs in my room when I heard my stepmom yell, "What the hell? This can't be real." I ran downstairs and saw that she was watching the news. The man from the park's mugshot was on the screen. I stand there looking at the TV in disbelief. No way. He had been arrested for raping and beating a 20-year-old woman. He left her for dead. When I saw that it happened in the same park that we were at, it clicked. He was trying to lure us into his trap. He was going to seriously hurt us if we had believed him. He would have sexually assaulted us and more. It makes chills run down my spine whenever I think about that man. Don't ever let your guard down. There are some seriously sick people in this world. Story 17. Be prepared, I whispered to myself. Be prepared, I whispered again, and then another time after that. As I whispered this phrase on repeat, I packed my bag full of all the things I was certain I would need. Even then, though, I was certain that I would forget something. I always have. I always did. Anyway, I digress. I'm not very comfortable giving my name, but let me just tell you a bit about myself. In this present time, I am 21 years old, a senior in college, and I was once a Boy Scout. A very proud and active Boy Scout at that. Starting from the age of 5 with the Tiger Cubs, I was constantly involved with everything pertaining to the craft, or crafts in this case, with the number of merit badges there are. Though I loved every bit of scouting activity almost equivalently, the one I loved above all else was probably its most commonly known one, camping. Not only was it great fun being able to hang out with friends around the campfire and sing American Pie, or whatever other song might fit the occasion, but it was also quite unnerving to say the least, just being out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I'm not trying to say that I enjoy being scared or anything, but I certainly enjoyed the rush of adrenaline, the pure excitement of what camping really was. Just being out there in the untamed wilderness, in a place where mankind had not found any sense of true safety or comfort in since the first few centuries of its own existence. It just goes to show why the word bravery is a part of the Scout law. Successfully spending the entire night out in such an unpredictable and potentially hostile environment can make all sense of fear seemingly wash away. One will feel like they can face anything, do anything, or at least that's how I once felt. So back to me packing my bag. It was a Friday afternoon in October, close to Halloween ironically enough. I was only a freshman in high school, 14 years old at the time of this trip, which I would be leaving for the following Saturday morning. I can still remember what forest it was that we were going to. It was somewhere in the middle of Bear Mountain State Park, I think. All I knew was that our troop had never really been there before, not even before I joined. In the Scoutmaster's own words, they were trying to mix things up for a change and give us the sense of real wilderness. My dad, being one of the Scoutmasters, clarified this statement for me later on. He explained that the place was much farther out than our previous campouts, far more isolated away from civilization. My heart raced from pure excitement as he further explained that we would be hiking in order to get to the location, a good 5 miles at that. All we'll have to camp is whatever we can carry on our backs, he concluded with a smile. That was about 2 weeks ago. Now, here we are, packing the car only sparsely and then hugging my mom goodbye. As we turned the corner to leave our tent, I looked behind my seat and into the trunk at what little supplies we had. The 2 tents we had were just about the smallest I had ever seen. They could only fit about 1 person each, lest one be willing to sleep on top of the other. We drove for well over 2 hours, yet with such a long drive, only about a quarter of it was spent in the modern world. In but the first half hour, we had already sped past the last of any building that stood to be more than 2 stories tall, then left the highway about 10 minutes after that. From there, we were consumed in a strange yet familiar world, one that I had frequented many times before. There were still some buildings to be seen amongst the overgrown fields and towering trees, but spotting one was about as infrequent as spotting another car traveling the opposite direction, or even a deer along the side of the road. Even in the daylight during the autumn season, better yet, both the living and inanimate objects one could see about the wild terrain were shrouded over by the ever-thickening layers of twisted branches and browning leaves. At some points I would even find my eyes fooling me into believing that the withered stump of a long-since-fallen tree was actually the shadow of a stranger, a ghost if you will, just hauntingly staring out from the trees to watch the passers-by. The dirt and rock on the road grew constantly rougher upon reaching the last 30 minutes of our journey. The sound of our stock in the back of the van rattled so loudly from the incessant bumping of the vehicle that I'd swear we were carrying a grand load of heavy steel beams, ones used to build the frame of a massive skyscraper. My dad snickered. Well, he called over the commotion, "It's a good thing we didn't take your mother's car, am I right?" I snickered too as I answered back, "Yeah, she'd probably have our heads on spikes." We both laughed. Another hour had passed when I turned around and realized that I couldn't see our van anymore, beyond those few scouts that laundered behind as we hiked. All there was to view was the front line of trees that overshadowed those further back into the scenery. Those other trees were only discernible by the wind's steady movement of their dark outlined branches and the crackling, snapping noises they made on occasion. Then I could see something else moving amongst it. Many things that moved through the foremost tree line. The collection of small black shapes fluttered in multiple directions, some up into the sky and others between the lower and higher branches. Just barely over the other scouts' conversations could I hear the tweeting go back and forth, one of few sounds of nature that one could also listen to back in our suburban neighborhood. I looked back forward, past the other scouts and the leading scoutmasters that my father chatted with, to see up over the hill as we climbed. There was not much to gander at for a few moments, but then we finally crossed over the last bit of the slope, bringing all that was good into view. It was an unspeakably massive work of natural art. The valley that lay at the base of our current high ground was deep and wide, like the aftermath of a deadly asteroid impacting the Earth. But I would be lying if I didn't say it was one of the most incredibly gorgeous things I had ever seen in my life. It was like a physical rainbow, what with the autumnal colors that formed endless lines of red, yellow, and then red again, but then green at the outer edges where the pit finally reached a limit. Such was where the pine trees lay untouched by the seasonal drop in everyday temperature, whilst those that ran down the middle were unable to withstand it. It was still 1.5 hours until midday, yet the sun beamed down almost vertically upon the landscape, the assemblage of color gleaming as though it were a diamond or a coating of snow in late January. Off to the left was a mountain, bare mountain, I assumed, looking down upon this breathtaking piece. It was as though it were the Creator itself, looking down from the heavens to indulge in the splendorous image it had gathered together. I will never forget that moment. That one moment of pure joy where all seemed right with the world. That moment where all hostile things had seemingly melted away from this truly wild land, ceasing to exist. Just that one perfect moment. It lay on my mind as we sat around the fire together some 8 or 9 hours later. We now sat somewhere at the valley center, somewhere between two lines of red and yellow painted trees. We had worked long and hard that day. The hiking was one thing, but the hours of collecting branches and logs were a whole other story. Gathering firewood was, without a doubt, the only activity I truly hated in scouting. The scoutmasters were sticklers when it came to it, always insisting that we never had enough. I've mocked them for it too, joking that we might as well just burn the whole forest down. Then again, it was always an impressive fire, especially that particular night. We had to sit at least 6 feet away from it. It was so hot. The sun was sitting just at the valley's edge, its light creeping over an even more brilliant red than that of the fire, when at the same time Scoutmaster Daniels unimaginably pulled out his guitar. The fact that he would bring it up this far with all the natural obstacles to get through was just maddening to me. The fun that followed, however, made me easily forget. We sang any song we could think of for a seemingly endless amount of time. One person even requested that we sing the ridiculously annoying campfire song from SpongeBob SquarePants, which Scoutmaster Daniels unfortunately accepted. Then again, having grown up watching the show, I did end up singing along just a bit. It was around the time that the fire and our lanterns became the only source of light left in the wood that we began to tell our annual ghost stories. These were nothing new to me. I had heard all the classic ones, like Bigfoot, The Hook, Bloody Mary, and so forth. There was even this one joke story we would tell, where the serial killer turned out to be a simple window wiper looking to offer his service to someone. I believe it was called The Viper. Yes, The Viper was its title. I had become so accustomed to these stories that I, remarkably, began to doze off a bit. I let out a yawn. The long, overspoken tales of the boogeyman became like white noise, minuscule background noises. The boogeyman did not hinder my slumber. I leaned my head back in my little pop-up chair and gazed into the air above me. In the shadows, the branches almost resembled tangled and twisting spider webs that stretched across the small fissure in the forest's canopy. Through it, though, I could make out the night sky. The stars were seemingly of endless numbers in scope, no speck of cloud to be spotted anywhere in between them. The crystal clear nature of it made me think for a minute, then finally declare that I would sleep without my tense rainfly that night. When I finally did turn in, the fun was still at its height around the fire pit. It almost seemed to have grown higher since I had left. The light from the flames gleamed brighter than ever before and cast the blackened outlines of moving persons all along the tent walls. The shadows mingled with those of the swaying trees that rustled and crackled in a way so similar to that of the burning wood. This level of commotion, miraculously, did not hold me from falling unconscious. My eyelids began to flutter ever so slightly until the darkness eventually took me. The sounds of twigs snapping and people laughing then fell to a whisper and then silence. The memory of that rainbow-like valley was the last thing I saw before my eyes popped back open. What greeted them was once again the sight of the star-filled sky that glistened through the hole in the treetops above. I had no idea what hour of the night it was, what with the light of the flame and its embers being totally extinguished, leaving no shadows or outlines upon the tent walls as before. All chatter outside had now ceased. No steps or shoes upon the leaves, grass, or twigs. The tents around my own were now presumably full. Inside one of many lay those now dozing yet lacking any loud breath or snore. The crickets were seemingly absent too, not giving off even the smallest and most quiet chirp. Other steps and calls of the wild were undiscernible by many, especially I. The tent walls did not move or creak with the breeze, nor did any of the trees. There was a heavy lack of branches creaking and snapping from the involuntary movement. No rustling of leaves or small twigs upon the ground. The night was almost unnaturally quiet. Something then broke the silence. A growl. A very low and guttural growl. I felt a pain in my stomach as it wrenched the air once more. I could feel my mouth then begin to fill up slightly more with saliva. I sighed out of pure annoyance. I always ended up eating very little on these trips. Now it was costing me some well-deserved slumber. I sighed once again. The only bit of grub within reach was a large bag tied up in a tree, some 20 yards away from where I lay. The scoutmasters had done that to ensure that no larger animals could get to it. So I decided, what the hell, and sat up while fumbling through my left pocket. It was empty. My heart skipped a beat as I then went for my backpack. I unzipped every pouch, looked through every other cup holder and fold that might contain something. Anything. Damn it, I whispered. My flashlight was nowhere to be found. I was more annoyed than ever before. I just knew I would forget something. I always did. Had the firelight not lent me some illumination as I was preparing for bed, maybe I would have realized my mistake sooner. Well, either way, I was getting to that food bag. It didn't matter what darkness might hinder me. I would never fall asleep on an empty stomach. I again looked up through the roof of the tent. Through the tangled web of branches above me lay the multitudes of stars as always. But off to the right, half hidden by the much thicker layers of brush, a pale yet brilliant glow was shining down. The lunar phase was unclear due to it being partly cut off. Aside from the stars, it seemed to be my only bit of light. I unzipped the front of the tent, slowly and stealthily, as to not disturb any of the other tents. I crept out, and the darkness was, at first, an almost endless and impenetrable black. My eyes then began to adjust to the shadows. What unveiled was the outlines of trees, and some other tents that lay close to mine own. I threw on my boots, and began to make the slow walk through the scantily illuminated land about me. I looked up into the trees, and admittedly felt a chill run through me. In fairy tales, you'd probably find the setting of a haunted wood with blackened and barren trees. A place where only goblins, werewolves, and witches can find a place to call home. In that moment, staring into those sparsely detailed outlines of the forest, It almost gave the feeling of being in that sort of environment. I even half expected to hear a howl somewhere off in the distance. Luckily, I did not, but I did hear my stomach groan again. Another slight pain filled my stomach. I began to watch the forest floor to ensure that I didn't trip on any loose rocks or tree roots as I walked. Thankfully, there weren't many to be mindful of. What I did see, though, was the specks of that dotted the ground. Their dim glow seemed to flicker in and out, with the slight movements of branches. What little movement there was with the lack of wind. The forest was still as silent as ever. It was so quiet that I could even hear my own small breaths creeping over my lips, my stomach growling again. Another slight pain filled my stomach. Then, after a few more steps, I came to the foot of one particularly large object. I looked up and felt my heart almost jump from relief. There was the rope, tied strong around the middle of the trunk. Some 20-odd feet above me was the sack of food. Now, it was a matter of taking it down. As I reached for the rope, my stomach growled again. I felt no significant pain in my stomach. Another growl. No pain. Yet another growl. No pain. My heart jumped again, this time much harder. The growl rang out again, this time much louder. It was coming from off to my left. I shot my head in that direction, and my eyes fell on nothing but shadow. The shrouded figure of trees and some bushes was all there was to make out in between the shapeless open void that lay ahead. I stared into the darkness for about a minute and saw nothing. Just as I was about to turn back to the tree, though, I took notice to one area of the scene. An object that appeared to be somewhat darker than the rest. It almost seemed to be growing the more I looked at it, and after some time, I began to pick up on a collection of new noises. The sounds of dirt, twigs, and leaves reacting to some kind of pressure. It grew louder and louder and louder. Something was coming. What it was, I did not know, but that was all the more reason to get back to my tent. Scouting had taught me enough about the nocturnal beasts that stalk this environment. For all I knew, it could be a bear, or even a mountain lion. I took my hands back from the rope, not loosening the knot, and slowly began to make my escape. As I crept away, I kept my eyes focused on the splotches of scant moonlight, as to ensure that I did not step on any loose objects that could potentially create a loud enough sound. I didn't hear anything else for a while. The journey back to the tent seemed to take longer than it did to find the tree. After what felt like 2 minutes, I passed by the first darkened shape of a tent. When I reached the presumed center of this site, the sounds of that thing's movement kicked up again. It seemed to be quieter now. I walked closer and closer to my tent, and all the while the sounds got quieter and quieter. Realizing this, I spared a moment to think. I was considering maybe just going to one of the leaders' tents, or even my dad's tent. I could wake up the whole site that way, and scare the thing off. I heard it move again. Crack. For a moment, I assumed it had just stepped on a particularly larger, and therefore louder branch. Then, when it came to me, I ran. I ran as though being pursued by hell itself, which may have very well been the case. The sounds of leaves and twigs cracking beneath my quickened steps made me cringe. My heartbeat slammed as I heard the same kinds of sounds still close behind me. Miraculously, I had left my tent door sitting wide open. I jumped inside, zipping the door up, and then began scrambling through my bag. I found my knife sitting at the bottom of the foremost pocket. The one thing that I never forget to bring on any trips. I fell flat onto the top of my sleeping bag and waited. No more sounds. I waited in silence. I waited anxiously. All I did was stare up through the roof. Knife flicked open and clenched tightly against my chest. The stars were all still there, flickering through the leaves. In the middle now stood the full presence of the moon, a waning gibbous. I kept my eyes focused on it, like a pet on its owner while they eat at the dinner table. I waited. I waited for what seemed like more than an hour. There was not even the slightest creak of the tent from any small breeze. My stomach now seemed to stop grumbling, as though it too understood the situation. After some time, I finally heard something. Something low and heavy. Bumps. 2 bumps that pounded steadily in my ears, with so much as half a second's pause in between. Boom, 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 boom. My pulse was racing like this from the moment I had entered the tent, but now it was worse than ever. Boom, 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 boom. The night remained deathly inaudible. I continued to stare at the moon. Boom, 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 boom. The handle of the knife was cold, yet I could feel the sweat breaking out. It soaked my palms, and some even dotted my brow. I continued to stare at the moon. Boom, 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 boom. Crack. It seemed to have been almost 2 hours when I first heard that sound. It was loud, and therefore it was close. It seemed to have come from about 10 feet away, through the right-hand wall of the tent. I did not keep my eyes off the moon. Boom, 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 boom. Crack. I was first confused. The confusion then quickly turned to terror. It had come from beyond the left-hand wall this time, now closer than the previous sound. Whatever this thing was, it was moving fast. Unnaturally fast, in fact, at least for any animal up here in the Northeast. I did not keep my eyes off the moon. As far as I was concerned, its light was my only real sense of protection. My glorified butter knife be damned. Yet all I wanted was for it to become sunlight. All I wanted was for this night to be over. Boom, 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 boom. Crack. It came through the front door that time. The door didn't move or rip. Boom, 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 boom. Crack. Again, it came through the front door. Silence. Then, after about a minute, the growling started back up. It was easier to hear now being that the beast was so close, and it was truly one of the most, if not the most strange and horrifying sound I had ever heard. What it sounded like, at least to me, was a human gargling water, yet deep in pitch, and blended in with it was something of a low-pitched humming noise. I continued to gaze intently at the half-formed orb in the sky. My whole body tensed up. I gripped the handle of the dagger even tighter, though it almost slipped from my hands due to the profuse amount of sweat. I had to cover my mouth with my hand, what with how heavy I was now breathing. I felt my veins run cold as I heard another branch crack to my left, but I did not take my eyes off the moon. Another growl rang through the night. It sounded angry. It was as though it were an animal standing its ground, asserting its dominance. My heart skipped a beat upon realizing this. I began to tremble, as though shivering from a chill in the air. I again almost dropped the knife when I heard the right-hand wall itself almost seem to growl at me. My nervous system kicked in, and for the first time in hours, the moon left my sight. My head darted over to the right-hand wall and remained focused solely upon it. For about 2 minutes or more I stared at it, almost in a trance as I waited for the next crack or growl to resonate from somewhere, anywhere. Silence. For an uncomfortable amount of time, there was nothing but silence. My heartbeat, once again, was all that I could hear. It did not cease its incessant pounding. Boom, 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 boom. There was no crack of a branch. Boom, 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 boom. No growl rang through the night. Boom, 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 boom. I turned my head back to the roof and resumed staring into the pale, rounded light. I was so tired now. My eyelids began to fall. The moon was going dark. No, not now. I couldn't fall asleep now. It was still out there. It had to be. I opened my eyes again. Everything still seemed dark. I took a deep breath and shook my head violently, fighting back the urge to fall unconscious. For a moment, I was somewhat calm, enough so that it seemed my heartbeat was beginning to slow. Boom, 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 boom. I resumed being as I was before, staring into the darkness above. Darkness. My heartbeat quickened up again, almost faster than ever. Boom, 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 boom. The moon was gone. The waning gibbous. My only real sense of protection. My nightlight. Gone. The knife finally fell from my hand as I again began to tremble. It rolled down my stomach and, upon hitting the tent floor, made a metallic thud against a rock somewhere beneath the canvas surface. In almost the same moment this happened, the dark itself seemed to move. As it did, a glow began to quickly form around it. A glow so familiar that it could only be one thing. Moonlight. The creature. The beast. Whatever it was standing over the tent, staring down at me on my sleeping bag. The light of the moon and the stars outlined its ungodly figure. A humanoid creature, it appeared to be, yet its head was almost too perfectly curved. It was almost like a sculpted head, one with no ears or even any hair. Its skin seemed to be a undiscernible color. The most disturbing part of it all, though, was the shape of its body. While its head was somewhat skinny, its body was bloated and completely malformed. Its right arm was so much bigger and distorted than its left arm, as though it had been injected with some kind of super steroid. Beyond this, the facial features were completely unseen, all there to behold being its gargantuan shadow. Then, very slowly, it raised up its much skinnier arm and began running its hand down the netting of the tent. Doing so, revealed its horribly twisted hand, its disturbingly long fingers making something of a scratching sound as they slowly cut through the thin, thread-like netting. I wept. I wept hard. The tears streamed down in droves. I began to hyperventilate. It grew worse and worse as the netting fell more and more into from the creature's claws. I was no longer a scout. No longer a man of courage who had spent the past 12 or more hours on the camping trip of a lifetime. No longer one who could see the civility in an unpredictable, hostile environment. Now, I was nothing more than a child. A child that lay weak and cowardly in his darkened bedroom, shrinking away from the boogeyman that lurked in the shadows. Lurked inside nothing more than old tales that ran through their head. Only now, the old tales were real. The boogeyman was real. There was no method of escape to be found here. I was trapped. Trapped in what was inevitably my final resting place. My tent, I now must say, is comparable to that of a coffin. Above me stood my undertaker. Already dead. I was already dead, and yet I found myself grabbing for the knife. I held the cold blade up to the beast and shut my eyes tightly. Even in the darkness, I could still sense its movement. Its gargantuan figure was reaching down to me. "Hey!" The call came from what seemed to be the back wall. Following it was the sound of movement. What sounded like 2 or 3 things rushing in my direction. The creature snarled in response, but that snarl then quickly morphed into a shrill wail, one that echoed for what seemed like miles into the night. For a moment, I half opened my eyes as it screamed, seemingly in pain. In the blurriness of the scene, I saw very little. I did not see an attacker, or even hear some sort of struggle between 2 entities. Rather, I saw the creature, the boogeyman, in full display, shining in a beam of light for but the briefest of seconds. "Hey! Go! Get out of here!" In those few moments before it had taken off, I could remember only 2 things about it: the pink of its skin, and the pale white of its eyes. The wailing echoed farther and farther away into the distance as I once again made eye contact with the moon. Its pale light was quickly overpowered, though, by many far brighter lights, the lights that truly protected me. I shut my eyes to them, and saw nothing else. When I awoke, the scene had changed. Above me was a pale light, yes, but it was the moon, or even heaven for that matter. It was a lamp. I sat up and found that I was inside now. The walls were painted white, and I saw, hanging on one of them, a picture of a pink-skinned humanoid, a diagram of human muscles. I was laying in a bed at the hospital. The nurse, sitting at my bedside, looked up at me and spoke. "Oh, good. You're finally awake. Wait here for a moment. I'll get the doctor." The doctor came in some 2 minutes later. My parents followed swiftly. He explained what had happened. "Everything's all right. Okay. Nothing serious happened. You simply were in shock." "Shock?" I said, slightly confused. "Yes, shock," he answered. "You're truly a lucky kid, though." "What? Almost getting killed by that thing?" "Your father and the others got there just in time. Scared it away with all their shouting and their flashlights." "What did you say it was again?" "A black bear, right?" My dad nodded. I was flabbergasted. I was completely beside myself. A black bear. A damn black bear, of all things. My dad had to have gotten a good look at it. He had to have seen its colors of pink and white. It's an absolutely grotesque figure. But I looked hard at my dad, frowning. But the face he gave in response was enough to mellow me down. The look one gives, as if to say, "Don't." I guess you're right. Luckiest child in the world. I faked a smile at the doctor. He smiled back as he told my parents to follow him out of the room. As they left, my dad looked back at me, smiling slightly, and nodded. I nodded back. He is right, you know. There are very few who would believe it. I'm sure that even you, listening to this, have your doubts. Now, if you were to ask me what it was that I encountered in the woods that night, I still don't have an answer. I'm still madly searching for one to this day. Hell, I've even considered going back to that trail with a loaded firearm this time around. But even then, I don't think I would find anything. That's probably how it will remain. I mean, no one's ever captured Bigfoot, right? No cop has ever arrested and booked a hooligan for butchering a young couple with his hooked appendage. No real records out there of somebody having been slaughtered by a woman in their mirror. No parent has ever claimed, with dignity, to have seen the boogeyman hiding beneath their child's bed. Thus, My story is nothing more than a simple campfire tale. It is just as much a joke as the story of the viper. With that said, I ask of you these simple requests. If you, too, are a Boy Scout, or even just a simple lover of nature, think twice about what shadows are cast among the trees. Think long and hard about those stories that you hear around the campfire. Most important, above all though, if you plan to spend the night amongst those blackened, twisted shapes, having nothing but the moonlight to stand at your side, remember these two simple words. Be prepared. Story 16. For context, I attend a community college in Northern California. It's an overall great college, but the downside to this campus is the location. The layout of this building in particular has 4 floors total and also has stairs that point directly to the other parts of the campus. Let's just say crimes are the norm here. We have your average creeps, too. Since I work 40 hours a week, I end up taking night classes because of how well they fit my work schedule. Recently at our campus, we had a homeless man expose himself to one of our classmates after class. Evidently, was caught due to the security footage, and obviously, that wasn't a smart move. We also had another unrelated incident where a man was hanging around the women's restroom and was caught as well. Since this specific incident has occurred, I've been checking my email for updates on this recent incident that happened on our campus, with no luck. As I was exiting out of my chemistry class, feeling dazed after taking our 3rd exam of this semester, I called my boyfriend because we planned after class to get groceries. I usually take the stairs that are directly near the street because it's a quicker way to get to the parking lot. My boyfriend mentions that we should meet up at Walmart, and I agreed. As I was going to hang up the phone, I noticed a lone man on the 1st floor with his bike just standing there. I did a double take to see if he was waiting for anyone in particular, but was just standing there with no expression. My boyfriend mentioned that he'll be at the store in 10 minutes, and suddenly, I hear the man laughing maniacally. It had a strange resemblance to the Joker, and thoroughly sent chills down my spine. Stay on the line, please. Don't hang up. There's a man on the 1st floor laughing at what seems to be nothing. He's just standing there. All right, no problem, my boyfriend says. I head across the building to head to the other stair exit, and as I'm doing so, I can still hear the man laughing. My boyfriend told me that it would be wise to find another classmate or a student so that I wouldn't be alone. But due to having an afternoon class, most students have returned home. As I'm heading downstairs and at the corner of my eye, I can see the man is now heading in my direction, so I bolted back up. I ducked into a classroom, and very shortly after, I saw the man go by very fast. I never saw the man on campus again. I have no idea if he was insane or just trying to scare me, but I can still hear the man's mortifying laugh. Story 17. I'm a hunter here in Minnesota, in a town not far north of Mille Lacs Lake. I have a handful of stories detailing freaky incidents that have taken place on hunts. Here is the first. One season in particular, I was fairly deep in the woods on a snowmobile trail. When I hunt, I typically carry my knife and pack. I feel fairly confident in these woods, but this season I had some concern. The deer population seemed lower on our property recently, and we knew that there were wolves around, because you would find their tracks, not to mention being able to hear them howl at night. But luckily, they typically don't mess with people. But as I was scanning for deer tracks in the dirt, I found a different set of tracks that stood out to me. They looked canine, minus the nail marks, and was a bit wider. The paw on it looked like a 150-pound animal. Then it clicked that this was a feline track. A big one, and fairly fresh. I knew that there were bobcats around, but they don't get that big, so the next logical step is to assume that there was a cougar in the area. I decided to double back, so I'm heading back east on the trail when my dad calls and asks me to do a push through the woods towards his stand. So I say sure. At this point, his stand is maybe 500 meters through thick woods from me, and I'm concerned about the large predator nearby. But I also know that I'm 6'4" and about 190 pounds before putting on my gear. Statistically speaking, cougars don't tend to attack healthy adult men. So I push forward. I get about halfway to the other stand when I get concerned because I lost my marker. I stop to regain my bearings, and then it hits me. Something in my gut tells me, you are being watched. Then I notice how still the woods are. Deathly quiet. Then I hear a branch snap behind me, maybe 20 meters. I ready my rifle and scan in a circle, but only see trees and brush. I wait, and it's just way too quiet. So I push forward towards my dad's stand, the whole time hearing something not far behind me that's quietly keeping pace. Eventually I stop hearing it, and the woods went back to normal with the birds singing and whatnot. Then I stepped out onto the trail about 40 meters from my dad's stand. I suspect it was the cougar that made the tracks. My guess is that it thought that I would pick up too much of a fight, or it caught my dad's scent and chose to back off. I never did see it, but something definitely was following me. Story number 2. This happened like 2 years ago now. I decided to take my fiancée hiking after work one evening in a park with some nice bluffs to climb for a great view. If I'm honest, I was hoping to see a nice sunset and earn some boyfriend points so I could drink with my buddies on the weekend without complaint. You should know that this isn't a particularly safe thing to do at this time of night, so I gave her my tactical knife and I carried a .40 caliber pistol. We arrive and park the car before heading up the trail. Then, about 100 meters in, we spook what I'm assumed was a deer, which hauled ass away from us so quickly that I only saw a flash of tan. Honestly, it scared us pretty good too, so I'm on edge and we round a crest in a hill and I see a black mass to my left in my peripheral vision. I unsnapped the retention on my holster and turned to engage what turned out to be nothing but a mound of black dirt. So I calmed down and we continue on our nice little evening hike with birds chirping, bugs making noise, regular forest stuff. Now for the creepy part. Once we're within about 200 meters of the halfway point on the trail, it starts to feel real eerie, almost like we are being watched. This time it clicked right away. The woods are now dead, but I start noticing movement keeping pace with us, so I keep us moving towards the top of the hill, the high ground which is the halfway point on the trail. We reach it and stop, and so does whatever was following us, but the woods are still dead calm and my fiancée tells me she thinks we are being followed. So we decide to move on and take a shortcut back down to the bluff, to the paved trail. We make it and the woods get back to normal sounds again. We considered hiking more, but were a bit too spooked and left the park. Now whatever was following us I suspect was another cougar. It was quiet and we didn't see it. And the strangest part is that the stalking noises it did make sounded elevated, like it was moving from tree to tree, and big cats have been known to do this. Story number 3, perhaps the least explainable of the 3. This one happened around June or July of 2007, I believe. I was around 17 years old and much more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwest Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer and knew the woods well, but at night it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach, because of the bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day the woods always seemed normal, not creepy. That is until this incident. This happened in broad daylight, sometime around noon. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo. He was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters up the trail. We had enough at this point and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail, talking, and he was maybe 10 feet away from me. When I decided to mess with him, I shooshed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze, and then I realized the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right. When I saw it, its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf, as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it was normal. This wolf was on two legs crouching next to the tree, with its arm grasping the tree, grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur. The next thing I know, we're both sprinting back towards our cabin. I look back at the wolf or bear or whatever the hell it was, which was now in the process of full-on charging us, barreling through the brush. But for whatever reason, it stopped following us as we broke out of the tree line. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. The wolf thing had to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright, and that where it should have had front paws, it appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I have heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know, they can't sprint on two legs, nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on their hind legs. I still have no idea to this day exactly what that thing was. Story 18. I used to work at a summer camp in Ontario. While I was technically a camp counselor, I had the added responsibility of performing a lot of the maintenance tasks around the property. This was nice because I could still join in on camp activities if I wanted to, or if the kids were acting up, I could just leave it to everyone else to deal with and go cut grass or hide out in the workshop tinkering with stuff for a bit. I probably had the best job there, to be honest. The camp was located on the shoreline of a massive lake. There were 2 rows of cabins, with a path between them leading down to the water where our dock jutted out into the lake. This is where we kept all our small sailboats, our rescue boat, which was a Boston whaler, and a couple of sea-doos. Behind where the cabins were, was mostly forest except for the 5 km trail that led back out to the main road with a few cottages on it. A little ways up this trail, there was a clearing where the staff all kept their cars, and where the buses would park. There was also a large barn that we used as a workshop to build picnic tables and other things the camp might need. We also kept our 2 ATV, a John Deere Gator, and a Kubota L-Series tractor with a few attachments in here. These were mostly used to move things around the camp and for various maintenance jobs. Changeover was probably the best time to be there. It was when the previous group of kids had all left, but the next group hadn't arrived yet, so we pretty much had the whole place to ourselves for the weekend. We would usually bust our asses all day Saturday to get all the actual work out of the way, so that we could spend the night partying and just sleep most of Sunday. There is one changeover weekend though, that none of us will ever forget. It started out normally. All the kids loaded onto the buses. The cabins were checked and cleaned, while I took the gator and a trailer into the woods to collect more firewood, just like we had done hundreds of times before. When I returned from my expedition, I grabbed an axe from the barn and began splitting the logs I had cut up with a chainsaw, when one of the other staff members came on the radio. "Hey, did anyone else hear that noise out in the lake?" she asked. I admitted that I hadn't, but judging by the responses of the rest of the staff, they had all heard it. I figured it was just a moose calling across the lake, and I didn't hear it because the barn was further back than all of the other buildings. I continued chopping and stacking firewood in the back of the barn, and after I was done, I took my toolbox and got on one of the ATV and drove down to the cabins. By this point, the other staff had finished cleaning, and all I really had to do was make a few minor repairs, and we would be done for the night. At dinner that night, all anyone could talk about was the mysterious noise out in the lake. They described it as sounding like a very distorted elephant call. We all sort of laughed it off though, as the alcohol was starting to take effect, and no one really took it seriously. As the only sober one left, it was my responsibility to start the fire that night. I brought the gator down with a load of wood in the dump box, and began to light the fire while everyone else cleaned up from dinner inside. Slowly, the other staff finished up, and began to trickle out to join me at the fire pit. It was a full moon, and the fire pit was right next to the lake, so you could see all the way across. The lake almost seemed to glow in the moonlight, and the twinkle of the lights from the cottages on the other side made the whole scene quite magical. Everyone sat around the fire drinking and laughing, telling stories of who their favorite kid was, or which kid they hated the most. Basically talking about exactly what you would expect camp counselors to talk about when not on duty. Later that night, one of the girls brought out her guitar and sang for us while the impromptu couples of the night cuddled around the fire. I, of course, always seemed to be left out of the culture around the camp. Maybe it was because of my role that they saw me as more of a senior staff member. I don't know. Either way, none of the girls ever wanted to hook up with me. As a result of not being otherwise engaged in romance, as the music played, I gazed out across the lake. I could see the navigation lights of a small boat coming towards us from across the lake, and as it drew closer I could hear the engines, and it sounded like it was going at full throttle. I ignored it for a while, since it was possible to drive into town by boat through here, so seeing a boat late at night wasn't out of the ordinary. What was out of the ordinary was when the boat got closer to shore, and didn't seem to show any signs of slowing down. I pointed this out to one of the guys sitting next to me, and he stood up to look. A few others joined him, and even the girl playing guitar stopped and turned around. With the music stopped, we could all hear the boat engine running at full RPM as it headed for shore. There was a loud crack as the boat hit the dock of a neighboring cottage, which deflected it back towards us where it missed the beach entirely, and ran up onto the rocks a little ways down the shore and out of sight from us. The engines sounded awful as they were now out of the water and sucking air, but they didn't turn off or even idle down. Because of this, I immediately assumed the driver had to be unconscious, and I grabbed a first aid kit out of the main cabin as well as the keys for the Boston whaler and ran down to our dock. A few of the other staff who were relatively sober came with me as we cast off and drove a little ways down to the shoreline to the runaway boat. When we got there, one of the other staff jumped on board and immediately shut the engine down. Using the searchlight on our boat, we could now get a good look at this mystery boat. It was an older Sea Ray bow rider, and it looked pretty thrashed. The windshield on the driver's side had been smashed, and the back of the driver's seat had been ripped off and was laying on the floor near the back of the boat. There also seemed to be blood splatters toward the rear of the boat and over the top of the engine compartment. The most disturbing part, though, was that no one was on board. From the evidence that we had seen, it appeared as though the driver had been ripped out of the boat by something while driving at full speed. We called 911, and when the police arrived, they determined that the boat should still float, and we helped them to tow it over to our dock where they could get a better look at it. They figured some cottager had been driving recklessly out on the lake and had been thrown from the boat, and we all agreed that that seemed like the most logical explanation. A search was put out for a missing person on the lake that night, and within an hour, a helicopter was hovering over the lake, scanning it with a searchlight. The next day, the police were able to track down the owner of the boat who came to inspect it. Him and his whole family were accounted for, so none of them had been the person driving the boat the previous night. Someone had stolen this poor man's boat and had been ripped out of it while trying to get away. That's when I remembered the distorted elephant noise the other staff had been talking about. The damage to the boat did look an awful lot like some large creature had taken a swipe at the boat and ripped the driver right out. I of course kept my thoughts to myself as I didn't want to look stupid, but later that night, after the police had the boat hauled away, another one of the staff mentioned the same theory, that whatever had made that noise had attacked that stolen boat and killed the driver. Or maybe the driver was trying to get away from the creature and had stolen the boat as a means of escape. We all talked about the incident for weeks after that, speculating on what happened. Given the circumstances and local legends, our running theory is that some unfortunate soul ran across a Wendigo in the woods and in their attempt to escape, had found this boat with the keys in it, but was ripped from the boat as they were taking off from the dock, leaving the boat to continue on with no driver as the person was devoured. Of course, something else more realistic could have happened, disturbs me to this day. Story 19. Winter is long and cold up here, but fun nonetheless. As a child, I would stay outside all day playing in the snow and then have to soak my hands in warm water for 10 minutes just to get the feeling back in them. Those were the best times of my life. However, the winter I was in 5th grade, something horrible would be set in motion in my town. School had just let out for Christmas break when the first body was found. His name was Mike Keller, and he was a 2nd grader from Mount Vernon. The reports on the news said he had been beaten severely, but he also had multiple stab wounds that were determined to be the cause of death. I can't say that the murder caused an uproar. That would come later, but it certainly got folks' attention. It didn't put a dent in my thick head. If my mom mentioned it to me, I don't recall it. My usual life continued unabated. Day after day, I would spend my time playing in the snow, only taking breaks to eat and play Minecraft. Things didn't really ramp up until another kid was found. This one turned out to be from my neck of the woods. The police reports echoed that of the previous murder, although the stab wounds were far more numerous than on the body of Keller. Now was when the parents, countywide, started taking the threat more seriously. I'm sure every kid got the same speech as I did, warning of the dangers of talking to people that you didn't know. When everyone would discover the truth behind the murders, it would be much more horrible than they expected. If any kid paid attention to their parents' warnings, I wasn't one of them. My mom's words went in one ear and out the other. Since the snow had long melted after Christmas Day, I made plans to meet up with my friends at our hand-built fort in the woods. But when I got there, the only people around were two kids I didn't know very well. One was a 7th grader, and the other was a year behind me. He went to the same school as I did, and the rumor was that he had been held back twice. From the looks of him, the rumors were true. Despite only being slightly taller than me, he was already showing signs of a mustache. When it comes to the older kid, I didn't know much about him other than he had a reputation for being mean to younger kids, so the second I saw him, I got very nervous. The two of them, whose names I'm not going to mention here for the reason you will soon see, were acting like they were my best friends, despite never talking to me before. When the older boy asked me if my friends were on their way, I foolishly told the truth. If they weren't already at the fort, they probably wouldn't be coming. This must have been the answer they were hoping for, because as soon as I said it, they began their attack. The older boy sucker punched me to the ground. I came very close to passing out. Now I know if I had, I would have been number 3 on their hit list, but somehow I stayed awake. I used a nearby tree to get to my feet just in time to see the younger kid pull a folding knife from his pocket. The older kid was swinging a wooden bat around. When they saw me stand up, the older boy ran up to me and swung for my head. I ducked, but he was close enough to rip a lock of hair out when the bat hit the tree above me. I figured the kid with the knife was coming after me next, so I booked it out of there. My legs were still a little rubbery, but I knew if I stopped, I was dead. The older kid was right on my heels, and my lungs were burning terribly. However, I was fortunate to live on the edge of the woods and made it inside my house before they caught up with me. I ran into my mom, and I breathlessly tried to explain what had just happened. She understood enough to be upset, and yelled for my dad to call the police. My mom quickly explained the situation to him, and he relayed it to the dispatcher. The police came quick, and I told them what had happened and who did it. They had no problem finding the boys. They must have known it was over for them, and they both went home and waited. The brutality of the murders was taken into consideration, and it was decided to keep them in custody until their trials. Naturally, the DA wanted to try them as adults, but they were just a bit too young, since each boy was blaming the other despite both of them being responsible. They were tried separately. Neither showed any remorse, and as a result they were given life for each murder and 15-25 for the attempt on my life. Had this happened just a few years earlier, they both would have likely been given life without parole for each murder charge. But recent legislation states that an offender cannot be given such a sentence if they committed their crime as a youthful offender. Ultimately, the legislation mattered not. Both boys were transferred to the adult system at 21, and because of crimes they committed inside, they probably won't ever get out. And that's the way I like it. It was glaringly obvious to everyone around at the time that they weren't right in the head. It's just terrible that 2 young boys, and almost myself, had to lose their lives before something was done about them. Story 20. I was just a kid of about 15 or 16 when this happened. This was in the days when just about every kid in school or around the neighborhood had some type of part-time job. It was just a given that once you were old enough to push a lawnmower, shovel a driveway, or rake leaves, you spent a portion of your day working for your own money. As this was decades before the invention of the internet, having a job was something kids just accepted, and some jumped into it with relish. It was a great excuse to get out of the house and make a little pocket money in the process. My first part-time job was typical for that year. I had a newspaper route. That will tell you how long ago it was. I'm in my late 40s now, but can still remember riding my bicycle to the corner to collect the bundle of papers that had been dropped there, counting them out to make sure I hadn't been shorted. Insert whatever flyers or ads were included for that day, and peddling door to door for blocks to deliver them. Right here I can tell you that all of the old movie stuff you see, of the kid on his bike zipping merrily down the street, chucking newspapers blindly in the direction of homes as he passes, is complete bullshit. If a kid back then went meandering around the neighborhood flinging newspapers from his bag all willy-nilly, he'd get his ass fired in a hurry. It was kind of a big deal to be a good paper boy. You knew not to ride on the grass, let your bike drop onto anyone's bushes after hopping off, and to keep clear of the flower beds. This was the suburbs where practically everyone obsessed over how nice their yard looked. So, the better you treated your customers and their yards, the better the tips were when you collected the money each month. And some, even bigger ones, come Christmas. They even had trophies for the best paper boy in the county. I even won a trophy once. The thing was 2 feet tall, made of fake gold and marble, with a figurine of a paper boy on top, delivery bag and all, holding a rolled newspaper raised to the sky. This shit was taken seriously. Monday through Friday the papers were delivered in the afternoon. Saturday and Sunday were the only days back then that the newspaper was delivered in the morning. When I figured out that the bundles were usually dropped as early as 5 a.m., that's when I'd get up to start my route. It wasn't that I was gunning for another trophy. It's just that if you got up that early, it'd still be dark by the time you came home. Then, you could just crash back into bed and wake up at your leisure to a free Saturday or Sunday, as you'd never had to get up in the first place. Paperboy logic. This took place on a Sunday. The Sunday papers sucked to the extent that they were the thickest and required the most inserts, including the comic section, which was still called the funnies. So I often had to take 2 trips, leaving half of my bundle by the street post on the corner to deliver the first part for the route, and then go back for the rest. It could be a pain in the ass, but it was better than getting a hernia dragging a 2-ton newspaper bag along behind you. The first half of my route was almost entirely apartments that made for quick deliveries. I could zip into these small 2-story apartment buildings, set the paper down in front of each door, and zip right back out. 8 deliveries in less than a minute. The second half of my route had houses spread out and around the then sparsely developed area. Right in the middle of my route was what we called the horseshoe. It was a dirt road that formed a U shape, with the upper prongs connecting to the main road. You'd go down the horseshoe on one side to curve around, and go up the other side when on my route. There were only 5 houses spread along the horseshoe, with large gaps between them. There was maybe 1 or 2 street lights along the way, mostly obscured by the branches of overhanging trees, so it was usually pretty dark. If you didn't know the way by heart, you'd be riding into the grove of trees or roll right into a ditch. That was the main reason that I loved nights with a full moon. The light of the moon shone down on the houses along this dirt road, making it easier to see. Sometimes it wouldn't even seem like it was still nighttime, if the moon was really bright and there was any cloud cover. In the winter, with all the fresh snow everywhere, a full moon meant a very well-lit route. What follows is the one time I wasn't all that crazy about there being a full moon. Dead center of the horseshoe's curve was a single house perched on a small hill. It was a nice 2-story house with flowers running the length of the porch, a bench swing at one end near the front door, a 2-car garage, the works. Ideal suburbia. The only thing about this house was that it had the steepest driveway in the neighborhood, so getting up the darn thing was a chore, even if you had good momentum on your bike starting out. Once to the top of Mount Driveway, I would just roll up the paper, slide it into the mail slot in the side door by the garage, give it a quick tap to send it inside, and then turn around and enjoy a fast glide down the driveway at top speed, even without pedaling. It didn't go quite like that this time, as there was a full moon that night. It was pretty bright, even for 5 in the morning. Lots of houses were painted white or light colors, so they reflected the moonlight well. There was also no wind, which was a huge plus. No worry about the wind yanking the paper out of your hand before you could get it rolled up, and no fighting against the wind either going through your route or coming home. When I rounded the curve at the end of the horseshoe, I was making good time. Even with the Sunday supplement doing its best to weigh me down, I had already delivered the first half of the route and was looking forward to finishing quick so I could return home to bed. I pedaled up the steep driveway, only having to stop once to push myself along with my sneakers. I dropped the kickstand and dismounted, already digging into my bag for a paper. At the top of the driveway, the whole front of the house practically glowed in the moonlight. Bright white paint, red shutters, all those flowers. It looked kinda pretty. That's when I heard the creak. I stopped, not certain what I had heard. It was definitely metal, like the hinges on a gate being opened. But there were no gates nearby that I knew of, and none of the houses on the horseshoe had fenced-in yards. Then I heard the creak again, which rose in pitch to a squeak. This time, I recognized the sound immediately. It was the sound of a swing moving. I had been to every playground in town growing up, so I knew the sound that chains make when you use the swing. There was a kid's playground not far from where I was, but I doubted I could hear one of the swings from that distance. Besides, a quick glance confirmed that the playground was deserted, as it would be at 5 in the morning. The moonlight made that view clear. Then I heard the squeak again, lasting a bit longer. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, as I realized that the sound was close. I looked back to the house and saw the bent swing at the end of the porch, suspended from 2 chains. It was rocking back and forth. There was no wind to push it, and there would have to be quite a gust to budge something that heavy anyway. Then the swing picked up speed, as if someone on it was pumping their legs to get it going. My heart started pounding like crazy. There was nobody on the swing, not a soul. It was empty, and there was no place to hide beneath it where someone could reach up to push it, as a prank. The swing was just swinging back and forth on its own. I was completely terrified, but couldn't look away. What the hell was I seeing? There in the light of the full moon, an empty bent swing was rocking higher and higher, back and forth, with nobody sitting in it. That's when I heard it. A giggle. I heard the giggle of a little girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years old at the oldest. My jaw dropped open, and I was physically shaking. Let me emphasize that there was nothing sinister about this giggle at all. This wasn't a menacing laugh or a piercing cackle. This was the mischievous, tittering giggle of a very young girl at play. It was coming right from the empty bent swing. I couldn't breathe. I had never felt so frightened in my life. Anybody else at that point would have just run, or ridden away on their bike, pedaling as fast as they could go. But no. I was a good paperboy, and I had the trophy to prove it. Acting solely on reflex, for want of another way to explain it, I yanked one of the bulky Sunday papers from my bag and fumbled with it, trying desperately to roll it. I needed to get rid of that damn thing as fast as I could, so I could get out of there. The dead air just above the swing let out what sounded like a short chuckle, as if whatever was laughing had tried to cover its mouth. The swing kept swinging. It was gibbering like some kind of lunatic as I thought with the paper. Fold, damn it, fold. Why won't you fold over? I eventually turned with the half-rolled newspaper to push it through the mail slot. It wouldn't fit. It was way too thick. Why did the damn Sunday papers have to be so huge? I pushed, pulled back, and pushed again, doing little more than shredding the front page with failed attempt after failed attempt. Frantically, I kept glancing back at the swing to see if anyone was there. But there was no one. Just the empty swing, still rocking steadily. I gave up and just rammed the stupid paper into the slot as hard as I could. Squashed into a rumpled mess, half in and half out of the slot, I abandoned the newspaper and scrambled for my bike. I couldn't even get on it. I was shaking so badly and freaking out so much that it was like I had forgotten how to ride a bike. I rammed like hell down that steep driveway, dragging the bike behind me by one of the handlebars. Once I reached the dirt road, I finally was able to get onto my bike, but it felt like something had grabbed it, holding it back. I looked down to see the kickstand was still down, digging a thin rut into the dirt beside me. I smashed the thing back with my heel and pedaled for all I was worth. There wasn't another sound of giggling, but the swing rocked a little higher, as if my terror was providing great amusement for whatever sat there. I could still hear the chains on the swing squeak as I took off. At the next house, I didn't give a tinker's damn about paperboy delivery protocol. I just chucked the fat Sunday edition at the door by their garage and was already zooming off before the thing hit the ground. Same for the next house. And the next one. Just like in the movies, right? I think by the time I completed my route that morning, I may have gone back to delivering the newspapers properly. I don't remember now. I didn't remember then. All I could remember was that empty bench swing and that disembodied giggle. When I got home, I did fall back into bed, but I didn't go to sleep. I just stared at the ceiling and felt readily scared until the sun came up. The following week, it was business as usual. Afternoon deliveries, same as normal. And come the weekend, I made sure there were fresh batteries in my Walkman so that I could drown out any unearthly giggling with the songs of Kenny Loggins or Michael Jackson. I never did hear the giggle again, not that I wanted to. The swing only ever rocked when a person was in it or when we were in the midst of a January blizzard. Even then, it only moved a little under the pounding wind. Like I said, it was heavy. Nothing else creepy or unusual ever happened on my paper route again. Even with what had happened, I realized it could have been worse. I mean, that giggle wasn't followed by any sudden footsteps as an invisible ghost child leapt off the swing to come running after me. That would have made for one hell of a story, but most likely one that ended with me suffering heart failure or winding up in a mental institution. To this day, I have no explanation for that giggle. Some say I was being pranked. Others tell me it was a spirit or a sprite of some kind. All I can tell you is, I know what it's like to be scared by a prank or unnerved by a ghost story. Later in life, I even had a panic attack a few times, so I know what it's like to feel scared. But nothing, ever, has left me as I was that Sunday morning, under the full moon, when I heard that giggle. Story 21. A few years back, my friends and I decided to see the country. We had grown up around Sacramento area, and as much as we loved our native collie, we knew damn well that the lower West Coast is hardly a decent representation of the United States. Apparently, there's a huge stretch of land between the coasts called America, or at least that's what some would have you believe. But either way, I didn't want to go off to college and into full-time work without having a story or two to tell my dorm mates. So cut to about 3 days into the journey, and we're on our way to our first real stop in Boise, Idaho. My buddy's hooked his iPhone up to the minivan's speakers via an auxiliary cable, and is in the process of playing every single road trip-related song he can possibly find. It might have been annoying if his music taste wasn't so damn good. Keep your eyes on the road, and your hands upon the wheel. We all roared along with Jim Morrison, Roadhouse Blues blasting so loud I could barely hear the van's engine. It was so much fun. We dreamed up the ultimate road trip, and now we were actually living it. Didn't even need a beer to feel the buzz of it. Just a few miles outside of town, we see someone standing by the side of the road in the distance. It's important to remember the frame of mind we're in, romanticizing the road. I mean, I would never normally stop to pick up a hitchhiker. I've watched way too many horror films. But since there were 4 of us packed into that van, a kind of collective bravado had taken us over. So as we pass the dude, and see that he actually has his thumb out, we collectively flip. I stop the van in the middle of the road, and slowly start reversing up towards where this guy stood. "Hey, do you need a ride, dude?" He instantly looked elated. He obviously had no luck for a good few hours, and a van full of teenagers was like a godsend to him. I can kind of see why people might pass him. He looked a little rough with this weird kind of young old vibe going on. Like his clothes were fairly modern, but his skin was leathery as hell. Like he had spent all day, every day underneath Utah or Nevada sun. "Are y'all going to Boise?" he asked in a gravely voice. "Sure, dude. Hop in." So the guy tells us his name is Jimmy, and that he's actually from Idaho originally, but has spent a lot of time out of state for work. We ask him what he does for a living, and he gave us some half-assed answer about being a contractor. He said his last job was really constrictive, and he was real happy to get away from it, and was just heading back into Boise to see some old friends. He starts telling us stories from his time on the road, and it sounded like he was something of a wild child in the early 80s. How he went to California looking for work, and ended up getting in a few scrapes with the law. At one point, one of my buddies asked Jimmy if he spent any time inside. I really don't know what he expected the answer to be, but all of a sudden, Jimmy's tone changes completely, as he shoots my friend a dagger look. "No, and I don't ever intend to," he replied contemptuously. The atmosphere in the van shifted. It was super awkward for a few miles, but the conversation soon returned to normal, with us swapping stories and sharing laughs. After about an hour or so of continuous driving, we're getting closer and closer to Boise. But it was around then that we hit our first serious speed bump. I look in the rear view mirror and see an Idaho State Police cruiser. As it's speeding up behind us, I move over a little to let it pass. Only it doesn't. Then, Jimmy saw the cop car and ducks down in the back seat. We start laughing and joking about him being a fugitive or something. Only he didn't join in the laughter. He just stayed down in the seat and didn't make a sound. As soon as the cop car's lights turned on and the siren blared across the highway, I knew what was about to happen. It was like I could see the whole thing pan out in my head in slow motion, and I was powerless to do anything to stop it. It was far too late for that. I'd actually start slowing down to pull over, purely wishful thinking on my part. I expected to hear Jimmy say something, and I was right. Only it wasn't him that spoke first. "What the hell? You have a gun?" one of my buddies cries. "You keep this thing moving." Don't stop for nothing. I hear him cock the hammer on his weapon. I didn't even turn around to see what it was. You slow this van down, and I'm gonna kill every single one of you. Do you understand? I've never been so scared in my entire life. I could hear the cop shouting over the loudspeaker, "Driver, pull the vehicle over to the side of the road right now." But I couldn't. We were trapped. It was only about them that I checked the fuel gauge out of habit. It turned out to be a godsend. In our foolish revelry, we had passed numerous gas stations we really should have stopped at to refuel. Now we only had a few miles worth of gas. All we had to do was wait for it to run out. I remember feigning a kind of solidarity with the guy, assuring him that I wouldn't pull over until we passed state lines on the other side of Boise. My buddies must have thought I was nuts. They didn't know that all we had to do was run out the clock. Crap, we're running out of gas. I'm sorry, dude, but I'm gonna have to pull over. Your best chance is to jump out and run. Run like hell and never look back. Jimmy ate it up. It was an Oscar-winning performance, if I do say so myself. He actually patted me on the shoulder as I slowed the van down and edged over to the roadside. "You're a good kid. You'll do all right," he said. I remember his breath smelling rotten. When I finally pulled the car over, one of my buddies slides the van door open and Jimmy just hauls ass into the trees. One of the cops jumps out, securing us in the van, while his partner got this big dog from the backseat of their cruiser and chased Jimmy into the woods. We were there for an hour or two while the cops searched our van, but we didn't have anything illegal on us. Thank God we had finished all the beer we had managed to wrangle the night before, or we might have actually had something to worry about. Once it was established that the guy was basically holding us hostage, they let us go, and one of the cops actually tells me that I did the right thing. They didn't catch him, and as far as I know, they never have. But whatever the case, I know Jimmy can't have been the dude's real name. No one was hurt, nothing was damaged, but still, I have zero intention of ever picking up a hitchhiker ever again. Story 22. Me and my friends are grunge freaks. We started out on Nirvana and Soundgarden, eventually discovering more obscure bands like Mudhoney and Melvins and the Screaming Trees. Anyone who knows anything about grunge will tell you that it all started in Seattle. How this spontaneous new genre sprang out of the ashes of post-punk to take the world by storm. And it all happened within like a few square miles. So naturally, Seattle is like a mecca for grunge fans. And after years of planning and false commitment, we finally got our crap together and went on a road trip to our sacred city. That's how we ended up on the Wyoming interstate. So we're just driving along, singing along to Alice in Chains songs, when the next thing I know, I can see red and blue flashes in my rearview mirror. My buddies in the back seat spin around, seeing the same thing that I did, an unmarked vehicle with one of those attachable emergency lights on the top. As I start to pull over, I'm wondering where in the hell this cop car came from. We were on this long stretch of open road and could see for miles around us. It was pretty unnerving that it had managed to creep up on us like that, but you know how it is. Traffic cops tend to stay out of sight in little rest areas or whatever. Their speedometers at the ready. Now I was well within the speed limit, but I was still worried. I'd be lying if I said we didn't have anything on us that we shouldn't have, but that was all buried in our bags in the trunk, and even then, it wasn't exactly enough to charge us with, so I just got my driver's license ready on my lap and kept my hands at 10 and 2 like a good little citizen. The cop turns off his lights and then gets out of the unmarked car, walking along the dusty roadside towards us. He's wearing civilian clothes, a baseball cap, aviator sunglasses, and a checkered shirt, but I can clearly see the utility belt and badge that he's wearing. When he knocks on my window, I promptly roll it down, smiling, while I give him my cheeriest, "Good afternoon, officer." I'm no bootlicker, but I'm not giving this guy an excuse to ruin our road trip. What follows probably isn't exactly what was said that day, but it's as best as I can remember. "Afternoon, officer. How can I help you?" "Driver's license and registration," he demands curtly. "Sure thing." I take one hand off the steering wheel and hand him my license. He takes a long, careful look, first at my license and then at me. "Detroit, hum." He finally said dismissively, "You're a long way from home, son. What's your business in Wyoming?" "We're actually on a road trip, sir. Headed out towards Washington, Seattle to be specific." "What for?" "Just because, I guess. Always wanted to see the West Coast." "Just because?" The cop mockingly interjected. "Maybe see some of California." My words broke off. I really didn't like where the whole thing was going. "Any weapons in the car?" "No, sir." "Drugs or alcohol?" "No, sir." I replied without hesitation, but the answer didn't satisfy him. I could feel his steely gaze from behind his mirrored sunglasses. They made him seem like more of a machine than a man. "I'm going to need y'all to step out of the vehicle." His voice was cold. "What? What for?" "Don't make me tell you again, son." I turned to my buddies in the back seat, and they looked as worried as I felt. Slowly, we did as we were told and got out of my car, walking over to the side of the road and grouping together near the verge. It was then that I actually got a good look at the unmarked car that the cop was driving. It was an old Dodge pickup. I mean, really old. It looked like it might fall apart if the thing drove faster than 40. "Something interests you about my vehicle, son?" "No, sir." I lied, thinking that their department must have been seriously underfunded. Then eyes front. One of my buddies shot me a look as if to say, "What the hell is this guy's deal?" But I just shook my head, figuring if we just play along, we might get out of there faster. "I'm going to need to see the passengers' IDs, too," the cop said suddenly. "Mine's in the car," one friend said. The other said the same. "You didn't take your IDs out to show a cop at a goddamn traffic stop. Are you mentally disabled?" No." "Then go get him." Then, to my complete shock, the cop takes his revolver out from his hip holster and points it at one of my buddies. One of my friends turns, looks down at the barrel of the revolver, and freezes in place. Pure fear in his eyes. "I'm not going to shoot you, but I need to cover my ass just in case you pull a gun out that back seat," the cop said with a grin. "Now go on. Go get him." It was about this point that I decided to make a formal complaint against the cop. I was scared, sure. But I was really pissed off, too. Whatever backwater county this was, their volunteer sheriff program obviously needed some thorough vetting. I didn't know how much good it would do, but I had to do something. This asshole had to pay. After he gets my buddies' IDs, he takes them back to his truck and starts writing stuff down on a notepad, obviously all of our personal information. Then he starts talking to someone, but not on a radio as you'd expect. All he had was a cell phone in his hand. When he finishes, He gets out and then doesn't even walk all the way over to us before just tossing our IDs into the dirt. "Get the hell out of Wyoming," he spat before getting back into his truck and speeding off into the distance, leaving us choking on a cloud of dirt. Once he's out of sight, we start cursing him out, raging about how we're going to make a formal complaint once we're back home from our trip. So cut to about an hour later, and we're only about 50 miles further into our journey when another set of red and blue lights appears in my rearview mirror. We just straight up panic at this point and actually debate whether or not to just try to outrun this psycho, since there's no way his old truck could keep up with us. But once we work out that it's an actual marked unit this time, and evidently not the same asshole, we pull over and repeat the entire goddamn process. Only, it doesn't go quite the same way. I'll just tell you what you need to know. At some point, I mentioned to this uniformed cop that I've already been stopped like just an hour before. He looks confused and asks where we had been pulled over. I didn't know any place names by heart, but I insisted it was less than 100 miles back the way we just came. When the uniformed cop tells us that this is impossible, it takes all my will not to ask this guy if all Wyoming cops are as incompetent as this. But then he finishes his sentence. "I'm the only highway patrol in this county right now. If it was me who pulled you over, I really don't know who did." We described the guy who pulled us over to the uniformed cop, told him the vehicle type, even the color of this asshole's mustache. But the cop has no clue who we were talking about. Then it hit us. The guy was highway patrol. He was even a volunteer deputy. To this very day, we have no idea who it was that pulled us over on that stretch of interstate. Our complaints to the state police went nowhere, as far as I know. They never found the guy to charge him with impersonating an officer. The lesson being, even though it might piss them off, always ask for ID from cops who pull you over, and be sure to take a damn good look at it too. There are some real psychos out there. Story 23. This story occurred back in October, and I'm still shook by this. I live just outside of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. It takes about 10 minutes to drive from where I live to the city of Red Deer. So my best friend, who I'll call Katie, and her boyfriend, who I'll call Josh, invited me for Thanksgiving dinner. In Canada, we celebrate Thanksgiving in October. So I drove about 20 minutes from my house to hers, and spent the night. We had our dinner and some wine, and some laughs. I spent the night, since I was drinking wine that night. I slept in the guest bed, while they slept in the basement with their 2 dogs, Emmett and Arlo. It was around 4 a.m. I woke up randomly, which was normal. I always wake up randomly in the middle of the night. Except, this specific time, I woke up and instantly felt a sense of dread. My back was facing the door, which I left a crack open that night, so it wasn't closed all the way. I just hid there for a minute, not being able to shake off that uneasy vibe that I had. And something inside of me was telling me not to roll over and look. I wanted to know why I was feeling this gut instinct, but something inside me said that it was a bad idea. So, I just stayed in the same position for a couple more minutes, to see if the feeling would subside. But it didn't. Then, I heard the dogs, Emmett and Arlo, weeping. Feeling concerned, I decided, with all my courage, to roll over and look at the door. What I saw in the doorway to my room, I nearly shit myself. I looked, and there was my best friend, Katie, standing at my doorway, just staring at me, watching me. I just about had a heart attack. She was just standing there, staring at me, with her eyes wide open. She had a straight face at first when I saw her. I then asked, "Katie, what are you doing?" Well, that straight, wide-eyed facial expression turned into a blood-curdling grin. Her eyes remained open, extremely wide. When I saw that, I said, "Katie, what is it? Why aren't you in bed?" She then backed away from my door, still having that terrifying grin on her face, and disappeared into the darkness. A few seconds after that, I got up to investigate what the hell that was. I came out of the room I was staying in, and I looked. Katie wasn't upstairs. I even looked out the glass sliding door in her kitchen to see if she might have let her dogs out. No. No, Katie. I crept downstairs very quietly and peeked into her room. I looked, and there was Katie and Josh, sound asleep in their bed. There was no way Katie had left my room and went all the way back downstairs that quickly, without me hearing her go downstairs. Did I just encounter my best friend's doppelganger? I couldn't just leave and drive all the way back home without telling them that I left. I've never seen my bubbly and happy Katie look so cold and evil. I swear that was not her. I don't want to tell her or Josh, fearing that I would freak them out, or think that I'm crazy. I'm still absolutely shocked over this. I know this wasn't a dream. I'm starting to wonder if some unwanted evil entity took the shape of Katie's body and tried to lure me into something insidious. I did ask Katie one thing that following morning. Does she sleepwalk? She told me, never once in her life. Story 24. To prelude, I was a 5'3", 23-year-old girl at the time attending university for an art degree. Right off the bat you can assume I was a little bit nerdy, and yes I am. This event happened October 2017, during my junior year of college. I remember it was a windy night in town, making skateboarding to my next class a hassle. I figured that walking would be my best option to get to class on time, because otherwise I would be late due to a low drag on my board. So I get off my board and start my short trip to class. It was nice fall weather outside for the time of night, and it was sort of populated, so it was safe to say that I felt at ease about walking alone. Class was about another 10-minute walk. For this reason, I decided to pop my headphones in and enjoy the next 10 minutes of my journey. All was well, and I felt unusually happy, because let's face it, late-night classes aren't always the best. They actually sucked a lot now that I think about it, though it was alright because perfect conditions called for happy times, and I wasn't going to let class ruin the vibe. Soon that would all change. I continued walking to class, turning a corner, and strolled the last 5 minutes down the pavement. At that moment is when I noticed that there was anyone walking about anymore. You know, as humans, we have a natural instinct to feel a threat, or feel if we are in danger. That indeed was what I felt walking that short distance to class. It was then that the fight or flight kicked in, like a light switch, even though I didn't know for sure if I was in any real danger. Was I in danger, or was someone else in danger? I didn't know, and because I didn't know, it made trusting my instincts a whole lot worse. The building my class resided in was in eye distance, and I knew for sure that if I was actually being pursued, I had to make it to that door. So, cautiously, I continued walking, hoping to make it to class unharmed. I eagerly wanted to know for sure if I was being followed or watched, but 3 factors urged me not to investigate. The first was my headphones. I knew taking my headphones out would open up some more human sense to attempt figuring out if my senses were true. However, taking out my headphones risked having the person know that I'm onto them, and that is the last thing that I needed. Factor number 2 was my sense of sight. I could not see anything besides what was illuminated in front of me by light posts. I know you must be thinking, why didn't you just turn around and sneak a peek? Well, you see, it's not that simple, as turning around would again reveal that I am aware of the pursuer, so that definitely was not the smartest option. Lastly, my gut told me to just get to the door, and I will be scot-free. Although trusting my gut made the situation that more of a reality, I realized my only way of survival at this point was to make it to that dumb door. Feet away from the door, I got the urge to make a dash to ensure that I would be safe. At this point it was now or never, and I chose now. I made a mad dash to the silver door to the building, grabbing the handle and ripping the door open, slamming it behind me and locking it from the inside. I felt safe and secure now that I'm inside, and I now feel safe enough to see if my suspicions were correct, only to be greeted with a pavement way full of nothingness. Full of confusion and adrenaline, I stood there defeated and a tad disappointed. I felt so sure that my senses were true, but I guess I put too much faith on a whim. Nonetheless, I ended up making it to class barely on time to catch the first lecture. It was difficult to concentrate, especially after a false alarm my body decided to hit me with. It was my last class of the day anyway, so I eventually brushed off my jitters and tried my best to pay attention for the rest of the lecture. An hour later the lecture began to die down and class was nearly over. I began packing up my belongings, excited to get home and sleep, until a guy tapped me on the shoulder, asking if I was okay. Confused, I said yes and asked why. What he explained to me next made my heart skip a beat. The guy in my class told me that he was also trying to make it to class on time, around the same 10 minutes that I had to walk to get to class. He explained that he saw me as well and ended up rounding the same corner that I did. Immediately, I knew he was possibly following behind me, which made me feel the way I did earlier, so I asked him why he followed so close. He grew a confused look on his face, which also confused me. He said he wasn't close to me at all. In fact, he made it clear to me that he was about a half a block behind me. This sent chills down my neck and propelled me to ask the number one question in my head at the time. Did he see anyone else behind me? His face turned pale when he registered what was unfolding. He said yes, and continued telling me the person following me was practically within arm's reach of me, and he assumed the person was a friend or something. Like a car crash, my mind hit me with a mix of emotions of confusion and fear. Everything made sense besides one small detail. When I looked out the door to see if anyone was there, I saw no one at all. I asked him if he saw me running, and confidently he said yes. I then asked if he saw the other person run as well, and again, with utter confidence, he said yes. Now I'm just downright scared out of my mind and don't really know what to think. Regardless, I pulled it together to ask the only question left for me to ask the guy in my class. Where in the world did the guy go when I looked and didn't see him out the door? He hesitantly told me. Before I got to the door, the person broke off and went in a completely different direction, for which I'm assuming to not get caught. More emotions and thoughts began to run through my mind. The feeling of being watched and followed were true, causing me to go into a visible panic. The guy in my class saw my distress and asked me why I didn't call the police. In my mind, I felt that to be a really dumb question. Calling the police wouldn't have done much, or possibly nothing at all, considering the person following me was within arm's reach. If anything, Any sudden movements during the time could have cost me my life. Like clockwork, the class was let out to go home for the night. I was still visibly shaking from the recent information, and by no means did I want to go back out there in the dark, waiting for my pursuer to potentially catch up to me. The guy saw that I was still shaken up, so he politely asked if I wanted to be escorted to my dorm, to which I immediately agreed. I admit, it was stupid to let some random guy escort me to my dorm, but if you were just as afraid as me that night, having an extra someone to talk to wasn't such a bad idea. The rest of the night was smooth and not stressful at all. Surprisingly, we talked the whole way, and I didn't get any suspicions of being followed. We made it to my dorm hall, and I thanked him for being so nice to show me to my dorm. From there, that was the end of it. Later on, that random guy in class became my husband of 2 years now. I'm thankful to have had him there to soothe me through that frightening experience, though to this day the experience still sends chills down my spine, just from thinking of it. Makes me wonder what would have happened if I didn't trust my instincts that night, or what would have happened if the person following me actually decided to interact with me. What were their intentions? Were they hostile intentions? I will never know or find out for the rest of my life, and frankly, I want to keep it that way. Story 25. So, this story is from a friend of mine, but I have his permission to share it. He has told it on multiple occasions, and I swear, it's one of the scariest stories I've ever heard in my life. It doesn't involve Bigfoot or ghosts or anything like that. It's a story of how reality can be way scarier than anything like that. For the longest time, he's worked as a trail ranger at a large national park. A trail ranger is basically a ranger, only with considerably less judicial power. He can't arrest you or anything, but if you're in an illegal bind or hunting stand, he had the power to call in actual cops before whipping down whatever unlicensed hide you've constructed. So this one time, he's accompanying an actual forest ranger and taking down unauthorized hunting cameras and feeders. The actual ranger was an older guy who started to feel unwell towards the early afternoon, so he headed back on his own. It was like an hour's ride on an ATV, and left my buddy to finish up. Just as he was almost done, my friend starts to hear voices coming through the trees. It's important to keep in mind that he was way off the beaten path at this point, so it's not like he expected there to be anyone around, but it occurs to him that these might be the people putting up the illegal cameras and blinds in the first place. He calls out to them, demanding to know who they are, but the voices just go quiet, and there's not a sound to be heard, other than the occasional bird song. It's also starting to get dark by the time, so he starts heading back towards the trail, where his ATV is parked. When he finds it and tries to start it up, it won't budge. That's when he noticed that the ATV battery has been torn out and taken by someone. Not some prank by the older ranger, someone has actually disabled his means of escape. This obviously made him extremely nervous, especially since he's already heard voices in the area. He radios back into the ranger station that he's based at, basically telling them that he needed someone to come pick him up. They reply, they'll have someone out there within an hour, but when he asks about the older ranger, they tell him he hasn't arrived back yet. Again, this made him really nervous, since the ranger should have easily arrived back by that point. He settled down and started a small fire as the sun went down, but before long, he heard those same voices again. They are not happy at all. He said it sounded like they were in the middle of a vicious argument, with one guy angry and yelling while the other sounded frightened and apologetic. He listens for a minute or two before calling out into the darkness, asking if anyone needed help. The way he tells it, they must have heard him. He could hear them, so they must have heard him in return. But they didn't react, like they were too absorbed with their disagreement to answer him. My friend then radios back into the ranger station for a progress report. They replied, saying that they were having a little trouble finding the trail he was on, but that they wouldn't be much longer. The older ranger, however, still hadn't arrived back at the station. About 5 or 10 more minutes go by, when my trail ranger friend begins to hear the same angry voices start up again. He decides to walk towards them, hoping maybe he can prevent a potential assault and maybe even get his hands on some food and water. He walked in their direction, but the voices seemed to be getting further away, no matter how much he tried to close in on them. Finally, after like 20 minutes of walking, he gave up and hiked back to his fire. It's about then that he got a radio call that they said the older ranger guy had been found, passed out, covered in vomit, having fallen off his ATV. He was being taken to the hospital, and that had taken priority over finding my friend. I mean, that's understandable, but my friend is getting kind of frustrated at this point. He's out in the woods, on his own, and it's getting really cold. Then the voices came back. He's pretty bored at this point, and he's convinced that these guys don't want any company, so he said he just sat there in the darkness, listening to them argue over something. He's picking up little phrases here and there, when the voices begin to shout things like, "Well, it was yours to take," or "It's mine, damn it." Stuff like that. He says he assumed it was two hunters, maybe arguing over a kill, but there was a good chance that they were blaming each other for the missing equipment that my friend and the ranger had confiscated. He heard the argument get louder, as one of the hunters shouted something unintelligible. Then, out of nowhere, bang, a single gunshot echoes through the woods. He immediately doused his fire, ran a couple 100 meters into the trees, and then hid in a thicket. He said he waited there for as long as he could stand it, hearing absolutely nothing but his own heavy breathing, until he saw the lights of an ATV. He told the guy picking him up everything that had happened, and they called it into the ranger station. They had people looking for 3 hours out there, but not a single thing was found by any of the rangers. They came back the next day with state police and tracker dogs. It only took about an hour before a shallow grave was found. In it was a long dead corpse of a man who had clearly been shot in the forehead. The thing was, it was a skeleton that had been there for years and years, so either the argument he heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home last night, or he heard the murder of someone from years ago. I don't really believe the last part, and to be honest, neither does he, but it certainly makes for a creepy ending to the story. But the really scary part for me is that there's every chance that the gunshot he heard that night was yet another murder, and that the body will be found in a similar way by someone where a ranger, like some horrible time loop that'll never end. Story 26. Just out of college, and despite having a degree, it was almost impossible for me to get a job. Day after day, week after week, I sent out my resume to every game developer and computer company in the country, and a few in Europe and Asia. 6 months into this, my money was running very low. This was when I was forced to face the facts. I needed a job immediately, and it didn't matter where and for how much. Just in time, I found a job listing for a video game store at the mall. You know the one I mean, and the terrible stories you hear about them are almost all true. Because of my background in games, I was given an interview immediately and hired soon after. My first shift was the following morning. Other than a few hiccups along the way, it kept my head above water until I got with Dell 2 years later. The meat of the facts began just before my second year was about to start. Because of the high turnover, I was made an assistant manager by month 9. Most of my shifts were evening, so I was tasked with keeping the younger employers in line, a job I never really took seriously since I was only a few years older than they were. I didn't give a crap how they acted as long as they did their job. Around this time, a girl was hired that could have been my undoing. The second I saw her, I knew she would be a problem. However, it wasn't just her that was the source of trouble. Her super jealous boyfriend became a thorn in the side of every guy that worked with her, and sometimes just spoke to her. A shift of hers didn't go by without him showing up to check on her. Some nights, he would do no more than sit on the bench outside the store and watch her work. But anytime she would get too close to a guy for his liking, he would approach them and physically intimidate the guy she was talking to. She never said a thing when this happened. I actually think she kind of liked it, but it would be what would push her away from him in the end. She had worked at the store for a couple of weeks before someone showed her the hallways that ran along the back of every place. She took advantage of the fact that he wasn't aware of them, and this turned out to be a big mistake. If any person listening to this doesn't know what I'm talking about, pay attention. You're about to learn something. I'm not sure how common this is, but some indoor malls, those built in the old way, where each store inhabited an area they leased from the mall owner. There are a network of paths, or halls, that run behind each business. They're used mainly by the employees. The system allows them to enter and leave their jobs without being seen by the customers. Although, I'm pretty sure their intended purpose was to give janitorial staff an uncluttered pathway to maintain the spaces. That being said, in all my time at that job, I only saw a member of the cleaning staff a handful of times. Most of those times, they were sneaking a cigarette rather than working. Luckily, we could still smoke inside the building back then. No one said anything to the office if they caught you. Probably because they were doing the same thing on their breaks. If we are all on the same page now, I'll get to the real story. Like I said, his jealousy, no matter how it turned her on, was at the same time pushing her away. On her breaks, she'd often sneak out the back and disappear for a while. Where she went, I had no idea, or really cared. The boyfriend took forever to catch on, but when he did, he was super pissed. She continued this routine for a few months, and just one day, she never came back to the store. I didn't attach any importance to this. It was during the holidays and work was a nightmare. It wasn't uncommon for employees to go on a break after an especially hectic rush, and not return. The turnover was simply that bad. Things got a bit more interesting about 4 or 5 days later. The police showed up and had some questions about her disappearance. I was like, disappearance? What's going on? Then, they informed me that she had been reported missing the day after she bailed on work by her parents. She had never made it home, and they thought that we might know something. The crazy thing was that when they visited her boyfriend's place to see if she was there, in addition to him not being there, after some digging, they learned that nobody had seen either of them for about a week. I was quick to make it clear that I didn't know crap. I had just assumed that she got sick of the place and bailed. I guess they were happy with that. I never heard from them again. Time passed, and the situation around her almost faded completely from my mind, until something really big in February happened, and brought it back into crystal clarity. Some workmen were renovating one of the store spaces for an incoming client, and once they had completed emptying the space of what the previous renters had left behind, they began the undertaking of finding the source of a terrible smell. Initially, it had been inferred that the smell was emitting from some old food products left behind in the space, but even after clearing, the stink remained. The next theory was that an animal like a rat had died in the wall. It had happened before. So, before they went to the extreme of busting holes in the wall to find the source of the smell, they went next door to the adjoining space that was also empty, and had been for some time. They spent close to an hour sifting through the tons of old displays and leftover building materials. It turned out that the mall had been using this space for years as storage, and the place was a mess. The two guys tasked with doing this were about to say forget it, when one of them stumbled upon the source of the stink, and it definitely was the rat. Someone had taken a large piece of plywood and put it over a tiny little closet, thus making it invisible. The guy had caught on, but the smell grew worse as he got closer to this board. So, he pushed it aside, the heavy display rack holding the board against the wall, and as soon as he pulled back the board, he found what was causing it. This semi-mummified body of what looked like a female was laying on the floor facing the wall. It appeared that the arid and dry Arizona heat had preserved the corpse and suppressed decomposition. This had to have been why it wasn't stinking up the entire mall, and managed to remain hidden for so long. Naturally, the mall was alive with talk of who the body could possibly belong to. Numbers of people had just stopped coming to work one day, or skipped out during their lunch. Hell, we had gone through at least 15 people in the last year ourselves. When the answer came, no one could have guessed who it was. Early one morning, I was awakened by my manager with the news that Becky Morrison was the person they found dead in the empty store. My only answer was, who? He reminded me that she was the girl with the crazy jealous boyfriend that had disappeared just before Christmas. I hung up and went back to sleep. When I returned from my shift that night, it was the only thing anyone could talk about. The next question asked was, who had killed her? The overall favorite was the crazy boyfriend. Everyone knew by now that he had disappeared just after her, and considering his body wasn't found alongside hers, it was a fair assumption. He was most definitely nuts. It made sense. The story took on a whole new angle just a couple of weeks after she was identified. An article was published in the paper, discussing a possible new motive behind the murder. The police had recently received information that Becky had been messing around with a fellow mall employee during her breaks. They were meeting in the unoccupied store her body had been discovered in, and having sex. After following some leads, they were able to identify the employee. He was a 22-year-old guy working in the Hallmark store, but no name was given. He told the officers that he and Becky were supposed to hook up the day she disappeared, but he got held up, and by the time he had reached the empty space, she was gone. He figured she couldn't wait and returned to work. It was only a few days later, when the cop showed up at the mall to ask questions, that he heard she was missing. His mind went straight to murder, and he was afraid he would be blamed for it, so he said nothing. Then, when the news reached him that her boyfriend was also missing, it was too late. He figured if the boyfriend was hiding out, waiting for his chance to kill the guy she had been banging, it was best for him to say nothing, just on the off chance he didn't know for sure who the guy was. It all boiled down to him being afraid, and with what I knew, I could understand. What nobody knew, and still probably doesn't, is that her and I had a thing for a short while too. It wasn't long, but once is all it takes. I was the person who told her about the back hallways after all, We slipped out there a few times to mess around. Fortunately, we never got busted. When she moved on to the next guy, I wasn't hurt. I knew she had a boyfriend anyway. Now you know why I had to act as if I didn't care about her. We figured it was the safest thing for the both of us. Turns out, we were right. I was overjoyed that no one knew about us. If dude was crazy enough to strangle her for cheating, which seemed to be the reason, he would no doubt come after the dude she was banging. I felt sorry for the Hallmark guy. It wouldn't take much mental math to figure out who he was, if he didn't already know. And since they still haven't found him, to this day, the fear of her boyfriend popping up out of nowhere and putting some holes in him must have been real strong. I know I was looking over my shoulder for several years after. The police have this theory that he had committed suicide not long after the murder. There hadn't been any activity on his bank account or cards for years, but I still wasn't taking any chances. 9 years later, a week doesn't go by that I don't think about her. An outsider may have seen her as an easy girl, but I still don't think of her that way. It struck me that she was just looking for a guy that would treat her well and commit to her for the long term, without being psychotic about it. She was a genuinely good person, and certainly didn't deserve the end that she got. But then again, I can't think of very many that do. Story 27. This all happened the night before I moved onto the campus dorms of my local university. I was living with my mom and dad at the time, and I was excited for the freedom that awaited me. So naturally, being an insomniac, I couldn't sleep, and I decided to go on one of my nightly walks. I lived about 3/4 of a mile from a gas station, so I figured I'd go get a soda. It was around 3 in the morning when I snuck out of my parents' house. Everything seemed relatively calm, and I enjoyed my walk. This all ended when I walked past a house with a running car in the driveway. This set off some red flags, because I live in a town with a lot of drug-related crimes, and the whole situation looked really seedy. One of the men looked at me, and it made me really uncomfortable. So I picked up my pace and made my way to the gas station. The gas station was closed, which made me really upset because Google said they were open 24 hours. So I posted a mini rant on Snapchat, and I made my way back home. The gas station scenario made me forget about the shady car situation, and I just walked right past it. Then a chill went down my spine as I saw the glow of headlights coming from behind me. My heart dropped, and I had a powerful sensation of dread. The car followed me very slowly for 20 seconds. Then my flight instincts kicked in, and I ran. This hasn't been the first time I've been followed by a car, and my paranoia went into overdrive. I ran so fast I'm convinced that I could have won medals for it. I ran through a church parking lot and hid behind a building. It was a large Catholic complex that doubled as an elementary school. So a large church and several mobile home buildings lined the property. I hid behind one of the mobile homes and heard a man get out of the car and call out. He eventually got in the car and rounded the street corner so he could see the other side of the complex. Since I would be visible to him, I snuck around so I was in between two mobile buildings. I was in a position where I could see the glow of his headlights on the street. For 10 minutes I waited for him to leave. He repeated the process of calling out and looking for me. I looked out again and saw that the headlights were gone, so I figured it was safe to leave and make my way back home. As I was walking down the road, the glow of the headlights came back on, and within a minute, the car was next to me. I kept thinking to myself, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. The man rolled down his window and asked if I needed a ride. I told him no, since I don't live that far away. He kept asking if I needed a ride and I kept declining. Eventually he said goodnight, but proceeded to follow me slowly. So I just walked up to a random house and pretended it was my house. Thankfully he resumed a normal driving pace and was gone fairly quickly. I left the yard and made my way home. It's been a year now since that happened, and I still get jumpy when a car passes me while I'm walking. I don't go on nightly walks as much as I used to, and when I do, I'm constantly on edge. I don't want to know what that man had in store for me if I had taken his offer for a ride home. Story 28. This is a story of something that my dad witnessed unfold when he was a kid in northern Texas. He was born and grew up on his family's farm until he was drafted to fight in Vietnam. In that neck of the woods, most of your neighbors' farms may be over 5 miles away, but the neighborly spirit of helpfulness meant all one had to do was ask, and assistance would be given without a second thought. There was an exception to that rule, however. The two landowners located to the north of his family's place had been at war since, some said, the Civil War. One farmer had been a loyal Democrat and slave owner, while the other was supposedly the head of a recently arrived Yankee family who was a supporter of Abraham Lincoln and the newly formed Republican Party. The Yankees were also wealthy and had purchased a large plot of land that the other farmer had his eyes on for some time. Like so many other families at that time and in that part of Texas, what started off as a disagreement over politics, the coming war would only serve to worsen. Upon the end of that bloody conflict, and with the return of both men from fighting in it, those in surrounding area hoped the differences between them would be squashed. But this was not to be. The bitterness that had always been there, seething just below the surface, would break free anew after a dispute over a property line sprang up. Josiah Campbell, the patriarch of the pro-Union Campbell clan, had purchased a 500-acre piece of land just before the war had broken out. This large parcel adjoined to his neighbor to the east, Samuel Johnson's property. But it wasn't until 1883 when Campbell began to put in fencing to keep his neighbor's cattle from encroaching onto his land. Did the already hostile relationship between the two landowners reach a new and dangerous boiling point. Multiple face-to-face confrontations would ultimately lead to a court battle in which Campbell would come out the victor. If Campbell believed the court's judgment would be the end of the argument between the two families, he would be proven terribly wrong. Many more disagreements, some of them over insignificant things, would arise in the following generations. One of the more notable involved Josiah, now a grandfather, in which a stray bullet would come very close to striking him. Although most in the assumed Samuel or one of his sons fired the bullet, it could never be proven. Incidents similar to this would only serve to keep the bad blood between the families just hot enough. My family's part in this drama is small. Financially and politically, our lot was similar to that of Johnson's. A native Southern family, arriving in Texas during the Republican period from Tennessee. However, that's where the similarities ended. From what has been passed down through generations, Samuel Johnson and most of his offspring were ignorant and always looking for a fight. One specific story claims that my great-great-grandfather even stopped attending church because of them. Their attempt at avoiding any involvement in the whole mess was well fought, at least until a quiet morning in 1962, when they would be pulled into it, whether they liked it or not. It was a warm June morning. My dad and his family went to church like usual. Everything was normal that day, except for the conspicuous absence of the Campbell family. The section they had been sitting in since the building of the church was glaringly empty. Because of this, mutterings quickly began to spread through the congregation. The Johnsons sat quietly in their own section, doing their best to ignore the rumblings around them. The Reverend waited, but was eventually forced to go on with the service. On the drive home, the family passed the Campbell place, expecting to see the bustle of the daily work and those involved in doing it. However, not a soul was seen, and the house sat still, showing no life within. My grandfather dropped the women off at the house, and he and my dad returned to the Campbell place to take a closer look around. As they approached the home, the uncomfortable silence was broken by the slamming of a screen door. It had been left open and free to swing in the wind. The noise brought out the livestock, and their incessant mooing showed that they had yet to be fed or milked. If this was truly the case, something had to be very wrong inside. My dad ran into the barn and fed them quickly, and rejoined his dad at the door. They were able to enter with no problems. Unlocked doors were still a common practice in those parts, but that would soon change. There were no signs of life in the back part of the house. My grandfather called out but received no answer. If anyone was still alive inside, the creaking of the stairs as they climbed them certainly would have caused them to stir. But no one appeared. The two men separated as they reached the landing, each heading for different closed doors. Just by chance, my father was the first to discover the fate of the Campbell clan. Two small bodies laid still. In their little blood-soaked beds, John Jr. and William had been shot repeatedly as they slept. Upon taking in the sight, my dad rushed from the room, battling the urge to throw up. He was still, just barely out of childhood himself, and yet to have witnessed something so horrible. His father was just about to enter the bedroom of the Campbell parents when his son came rushing from the room. Although no words were exchanged between the two, my grandfather knew what horrors the room behind him likely held. The scene in the parents' room was much like that of the children. Both elder Campbells lay motionless and bloody in their large Victorian bed. They had been shot with a shotgun to the head, but John S.R., the patriarch, had been shot several more times. So much so, it was impossible to definitively identify him. Despite this, there was no doubt the heinously slaughtered man was indeed John Campbell, and the man behind the shotgun was his lifelong adversary, Matthew Johnson. The ill-tempered Matthew's absence from the morning services was almost as noticeable as that of the Campbells. The manhunt that followed didn't last long. Matthew's body was found hanging in the loft of the barn, and the death was ruled a suicide. The motive behind the terrible act, more than likely, was the latest in their long string of court battles. This time, the Campbells found it necessary to bring Matthew into another expensive and drawn-out case over the water rights along the long-disputed property line the two families shared. After more than 3 years of fighting, the Johnsons would ultimately come up on the short end of the stick. What would have been just another link in the chain that had connected the two farm dynasties for over 100 years proved to be the end of the Johnson family's hold on their land. It was later discovered that they had been barely managing to keep their heads above water from harvest to harvest, and John Campbell's suit and their eventual loss was the final blow. Once Matthew no longer had anything left to lose, the century-old bitterness between the neighboring families broke free and gave him the justification many of those before him lacked. His wife told the sheriff all she claimed she knew. Her husband had stepped out just after sundown, only to return 2 hours later with a substantial bit of blood on his shirt. She stood by their bedroom window and watched as he burned those same clothes. After he finished this, he came to bed and went to sleep like normal. However, the next morning when she woke, Matthew was not in the bed next to her. She searched the farm, but he was nowhere to be found. The family went to church like normal because she feared their absence would cause people to talk. She swore she had no idea what her husband was going to do when he left that evening or what he had done when he returned. It was clear that he had done something dark, but his target was known. The remaining members of the Johnson family had an auction for their few valuables and vacated the property soon after. Dad said that they were rumored to be living in Wichita Falls and Matthew's wife had remarried. But once he went off to the war, he never heard anything else about them. The ownership of their former homestead and adjoining land was purchased by a big land company out of Fort Worth, who broke the land up into smaller parcels and sold it off to new buyers. As for the Campbell land, the place would sit empty for many years. The slaughter that took place inside, tainting the value of an otherwise beautiful home. That land too would invariably be broken up and become a massive housing subdivision when the area and all the remaining family farms were consumed by the nearby city. Story 29. This is a recounting of a terrifying incident that 3 of my friends experienced during the summer after our junior year in high school. I very nearly became a part of the tale myself, but a scheduled shift at the movie theater saved me. They showed up at my house earlier that day, asking if I wanted to go with them into the woods to explore an area that we had yet to search. But I had to work later that evening, so I had to decline. It's been over 25 years since this occurred, therefore not all that happened can be remembered, but I will do my best. Looking back now at the way life was then, I can positively say, things have changed greatly for kids. My neighborhood was its own self-contained city, on the edge of the city limits. At the end of the 60s, some idealistic developer got the crazy idea to buy up hundreds of rolling acres of prairie and forest land out in the middle of nowhere. He created a little suburban sprawl for the coming rise of manufacturing and the people needed to fill those jobs. The factories did come, Johnson & Johnson, Folgers Coffee, places such as that. But within 30 years, they would begin to leave just as quickly. The children of these factory workers found themselves separated from their peers in the rest of the city, and with nothing better to do, took to the woods surrounding them to explore and discover nature, much as their distant ancestors who settled this land hundreds of years before. I was one of these children, and so were my 3 friends, who would make the discovery on one of these journeys into the woods. Without me along, they took to the fields opposite the new highway. These stretched for miles back then, and during the summer, were laying fallow. Our part of Texas rides the line between prairie land and forest. You may find yourself walking for miles on open land, only to discover acres upon acres of woods between the next field. After walking for miles across nothing, they came upon a forested area most of us had yet to explore. A path led to an abandoned barn. When they turned the corner to look inside of it, they came face to face with the corpse of a hanged man. From what I was told later, not one of them believed it to be real. However, as they got closer, there was no longer any doubt. The body was that of a trucker who had parked his 18-wheeler at the nearby truck stop around Christmas. He walked the 3 or so miles into the woods and ended his life. To this day, no one knows if he knew that the barn was there, or it just happened upon it. But we do know, on that hot, humid summer day, his bloated body posed a horrific sight. Realizing someone was likely missing him, my friends returned to the very same truck stop he had walked away from the year before and called the cops. Of course, I didn't hear all about this until the next day. Even though it did sound like an amazing adventure, I'm thankful that I had to sit it out. All 3 of them went on to differing levels of legal and emotional troubles, including battles with drug addiction. The only one left living, Stephen, has spent several stints in and out of institutions, and the last time we spoke, little of my childhood friend remained. I can't claim that the discovery of the trucker's body was the only thing for their eventual decline, but it most certainly contributed to it. Story 30. We wanted to have a good time together, my girlfriend and I. You see, she's a nurse and has to work the night shift. The hospital she works at requires about 5 years of experience before you can even think of working on day shift. This wouldn't be such a problem, but I work as a marketer. I have a typical 9-5 in an office, and it's really tough finding time for each other. Our sleep schedules are chaotic, to say the least, so when Valentine's Day rolled around on a day and night that we were both working, we got really frustrated. It's really hard to explain how you feel like you're being cheated out of time, like there isn't going to be a moment you can sit down and truly enjoy your relationship for what it is. But we decided that we weren't going to let our lame schedules get the best of us. We decided that we would visit a city for a weekend away. Valentine's Day fell on a Thursday, but we figured having a little trip that weekend would be the next best thing. Maybe even better. She's been really adamant about visiting Oak Ridge in Tennessee. Her grandfather worked there back in the day, and it's always been of interest to her. She's always telling me these facts about how creepy it is and how she just has to go one day. It's roughly an 8-hour drive from where we live, so we made a deal about driving. I was going to entire way there, and she was going to drive while we were actually in the city. She totally got the good deal of the bargain, but that's just what you do when you care for your girlfriend. But something strange happened. Something that has tainted my memory ever since that time. When I think back and remember that weekend away, I'm not thinking about us cuddling up on the couch or any of the fun places we got to visit there either. We got there Friday night. She mostly slept in the car, but still felt really tired. She told me that she'd be able to sleep that night that we got there and be awake and normal for the next day. So that's just what we did, and it was a really great day. We got to visit one museum and learn about the Manhattan Project. Even got to visit the plant where her grandfather used to work. At least we were pretty sure. He's deceased now, but the tour guide said that this was where the majority of the work on the bombs was done, and well, he worked on them. Anyway, the day was great, but it didn't last very long. By the time it was dark, we were out of ideas for things to do, and quite frankly, out of energy. We decided to visit our favorite fast food joint, Wendy's. Don't judge us. She was driving as we made our way there. It was only about a 10 or 15-minute drive. She had her music on and I was just kind of looking out the window. At one point, a blue Mustang was beside our car. We were stopped at a red light, and I looked out the window and peered into theirs. I saw a very old man. He looked unhappy, miserable even. His skin looked unnaturally pale. I'm not sure when he started, but he was staring at me. It wasn't until I looked into the car that I noticed it either. Not going to lie, it kind of freaked me out. We made eye contact for about 5 seconds, and then for the briefest of moments, he smiled. But it was so fast. It must have been a split second that his mouth went into a smile and then back to a frown. It was the strangest and scariest thing I've ever seen. I looked over at my girlfriend and she hadn't noticed at all. She was jamming out to Bohemian Rhapsody. The light turned green and we were in motion again. I didn't take my eyes off that car for the rest of that ride. At least, until they turned. That's not the craziest part. You see, it gets even weirder. We were planning on leaving Monday morning, and on Sunday night we went out to meet, but this time to an actual restaurant. We weren't feeling fast food again. We looked on Google and found a local restaurant that had pretty decent reviews. It had my favorite food, deep fried chicken. So off we went. I had completely forgotten about the strange man that I saw in that car, but about halfway through my meal, I noticed him again. This time, he was in the restaurant, staring at me. I know he was. And when I noticed, he made the exact same facial movement, just the way I remembered. He went from a miserable frown, and into a split second, he was smiling, only for his face to be frowning again in just the next instant. I'm not sure my reaction was warranted. He hadn't actually done anything wrong to me, and I was enjoying a nice meal with my girlfriend. Which is why it was so strange for my fight or flight to kick in, and I went up and confronted him. He was sitting at a booth, alone. I asked him why he was looking at me. To my absolute surprise, he never said a word. He just sat there and frowned at me. I asked him what his problem was, before my girlfriend told me it was time, that we needed to leave. She knows that I can get a little worked up, and wanted to avoid a confrontation. It's not illegal to look at people, she said. Still though, there was something about that man that made me feel so strange. So threatened. So watched. Well, Monday morning came. We were about an hour into the car ride home, and she was asleep again. And you guessed it. You totally guessed it. I saw this freaky-ass old man again. But this time it was way worse. For starters, he was driving a totally different car. I don't know what this guy's life is like, but I can just imagine what you have to do to be able to afford a Mustang and still have enough money to have a second car. And to make matters even worse, he had been in the left lane as if he was going to pass me. But he didn't. He just paced me for about a mile. I noticed that there was a car next to me, and it wasn't until I looked over to flip the bird that I recognized him. It was the creepy old man, but he wasn't frowning anymore. That smile that he had only been able to muster for a split second was now permanently stained on his aged face. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. Suddenly he turns his head forward and aggressively veers his car in my direction. Reflexively, I slam the brakes and swerve off to the side of the road. My girlfriend is shaken awake, and all we can see is his vehicle speeding off in the distance through a cloud of dirt. My heart was racing like crazy, and by the time I could process my girlfriend screaming, asking what the hell was going on, I started to feel myself choke up. We discussed whether we should waste our time calling the police, but I was so scared that the best course of action seemed to be to get out of that godforsaken town as fast as possible. The rest of the ride home happened without incident, and I have never seen him again. Needless to say, that was the least romantic and most insane Valentine's Day ever. Story 31. When I was 12, I remember one Friday night, and there's no way I could ever forget it. My older brother and I were picking up snacks and drinks at a little convenience store for a party that we were holding that night. My brother had me wait in the car while he ran inside to get the chips and whatnot. This happened in the 90s, so cell phones were not really a thing yet, especially for a 12-year-old. I remember abruptly looking up and seeing a man's face peering into the window inches from mine. He had glasses on and looked intelligent, but creepy. He smiled, and it was obvious right then that there was something very off about him. I could tell instantly that his intentions were not good. He said hello, and then asked my name. I gave him a false name, and then he said that his name was John. I gave a nervous and forced smile, and it became increasingly awkward. I looked past the man, hoping to see my brother walking over to the car, but I was filled with disappointment. He was still inside the store. The man, or John as he said his name was, then asked me if I lived nearby. This was such a red flag that I was almost speechless, and just replied, "Not really." He kept a very creepy smile the entire time. I looked over his shoulder again, and thankfully, saw my brother walking towards the car. Just then, John tried opening the door. Thank the Lord it was locked. I don't remember locking it, but you can bet your ass that I was glad that it somehow was locked. I didn't have time to react, and John immediately walked away after the door didn't budge. My brother walked up seconds later and asked who the hell that was. I was shaking and told him that I had no idea. Nothing else happened that night, and the party was great, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but think that this guy was trying to kidnap me. However, about 2 years later, I saw the guy on the news. He was captured and sentenced to death for murdering 3 teenage boys. Sound unbelievable? Trust me, I have trouble believing it myself. 30 years later, I still sometimes have nightmares of that bastard. Needless to say, I remind my kids to lock the door. All the freaking time. Story 32. During the early 2000s, when I was attending law school, I worked nights delivering pizza for one of the national chains. I had done something similar when I was younger and attending my local community college. Anytime that I found myself sorely in need of quick cash, that was the avenue I would choose. Despite the many stories I have heard questioning the safety of the job, I never had a single run-in with a thief. I'm sure back in the early days, it could be a little dangerous, but by the time I joined the game, companies had learned that implementing practices such as limiting the driver to $20 lowered the chance of hold-ups drastically. Even though I was never a victim of a robbery, I did have 1 or 2 scary incidents. The worst of these happened to me back in the 2000s. I was very familiar with the city I was living in at the time. Moving there after my junior year in college and delivering for several places over the last 5 years had made me intimate with almost every nook and cranny of the place. However, one evening, I would be called to an address that I, nor any of the other drivers even knew existed. When the order came in, I went straight to the map to find the address, but it wasn't there. Not even the GPS on my phone showed it. We didn't have any no delivery areas at the time, so I had to take it despite my misgivings. Theoretically, the place would have existed if the road continued for 10 more blocks, so I turned onto said road a block before its ending and followed it south. Sure enough, a newly paved road began where the old one should have ended. For what seemed like miles, I continued on this new section of road. Nothing stood on either side of it, and I didn't pass another car the whole time. How the state managed to build it without a single report of its creation leaking to the media had me very bewildered. For 5 years, I had been driving all over this city. I had not known this part existed. In one way, I was very excited seeing all of it, like a Victorian explorer tracing the source of the Nile. But at the same time, a deserted road popping up out of nowhere gave me a chill down my spine. It must have been a good 10 minutes before the house in question appeared in the distance. I couldn't understand why someone would build a house out here in the middle of nowhere with no way to reach it. When I got closer, I could see the house had to be at least 50 years old or more, and probably hadn't been repaired since then. No cars were around, and for a moment, I thought the house was abandoned, but I could see the front door wide open beyond the rickety old screen. Everything looked to be above board, so I grabbed the pizza and headed for the door. I knocked on the screen door but got no answer. I could see what appeared to be a young female walking around the kitchen. When I knocked a second time, I heard a female voice say to come in. Despite my reservations, I stepped just inside the house and waited in the small foyer. I had learned from other drivers early on not to enter an unfamiliar house, but I had yet to see anything to concern me. I assumed the woman would appear to pay me. Instead, I overheard an unseen man whisper, "Call him into the kitchen." When I heard that, I fled from the place as fast as I could. I was so freaked out, I got back to the restaurant in half the time that it took me to get to the house. After I told my boss what had just occurred, he called the police. All the excitement had me rattled, so my boss sent me home for the day. My phone rang a few hours later. It was the police. They had called to let me know what they had found. Whoever had been there was gone now. Even though the place had more than likely been abandoned for a while, they did find evidence that people had just recently been inside. This was stuff that my boss had already told them. However, they did shed light on where the road came from and why the house was the only building on an otherwise deserted area. The state had been trying to purchase the land on which the new section of road and house were for 20 years, but the landowner wouldn't sell. They even tried to use eminent domain to get it, but a judge blocked it. Around 2 years before, the owner passed, and his children finally sold the land to the state. They were so happy to get the land after all that time, the construction on the road was started immediately. It technically had yet to be formally opened, but locals had already begun using it anyway. This was good to know, but I still wondered how the two people knew about the empty house sitting in the middle of nowhere. We could only assume that they drove past it and decided it would be as good a place as any to ambush a delivery driver. Even $20 is a score if you're desperate enough. He said from personal experience, people had killed for much less. The officer left me with one good piece of news though. The county had slated the old house to be demolished in the coming week, so no other poor delivery driver would be let out there to be robbed, or worse. 2 days later, I was driving down the brand new road, which I was now using as a shortcut across town, and witnessed the house's destruction. A load was being lifted from my shoulders right before my eyes. Never again would I enter a customer's home, or even deliver to an area in which I was not well versed. Story 33. During my time in college, I had a friend whose dad owned an 800-acre piece of land in eastern Texas. In the past, he had leased it out to hunters and paper companies, but was no longer doing it. He had built a cabin on the land a few years before, and would let us go out there from time to time and mess around. It served as a great way to relax from the pressures of school and to get closer to nature. The spring break of 1997, we loaded up our trucks and headed for the cabin. Our plans were to shoot guns, drink beer, and other things rednecks like us do in the woods. Our first morning kept us busy cleaning the cabin and moving all our stuff inside. Around dinner, we made a big fire outside and cooked a bunch of steaks and fried potatoes. We skipped dessert and broke open some beers instead. The sun went down, and not long after for the remainder of the evening, we got loaded and passed around a joint or two. At some point in the night, I heard a shuffling noise outside and went out to check on it. The fire was barely burning at that point, and just outside of its light, I swore I could see the shape of a man standing completely still. From what I could tell, he was facing me, perhaps waiting to see what I would do. I blinked my eyes really hard to get a clearer look, but my position and the lack of light made it too hard to see clearly. The shape continued to stand still, so I decided I'd walk up a little closer in hopes of getting a better picture. The thought terrified me, but I was transfixed by the being, or perhaps I was still too intoxicated to make wise decisions. I took 2 steps forward, but was distracted by a voice behind me. My friend had woken up, and noticed the door was wide open. So, he got out of bed and saw me walking around the fire. His voice caused me to jump a little, but I soon realized who it was speaking. I asked him if he saw the figure on the other side of the fire pit. He just laughed at me and said that I must be so stoned I was seeing things. We laughed it off and returned to bed. On my way, I turned back to take one more look, but the shape was no longer there. I chuckled to myself and went back to sleep. The next morning, I wrote the whole experience off as the result of too much fun, and went on with my day. We spent the first half of it fishing at the big pond. Post-lunch was shooting guns, and one guy's compound bow that he had just bought. The beers and smoke were broken out after dinner. A game of poker was attempted, but soon cancelled in favor of another evening, telling lies around the fire. On one of my many trips to relieve myself that night, I was spooked by the sound of a stick breaking close by, and returned to the fire very quickly. The look of fear on my face made the other guys laugh their butts off. I tried to explain what had happened, but was quickly reminded that we weren't the only creatures in the woods. The reasoning seemed sound, so I accepted it. Not long after, we were standing around, involved in some deep discussion, and I turned to speak to the guy on my left. What I saw caused me to clench up so tight, I could have snapped the steel rod with my sphincter. Standing within a few steps behind my friend was another man that I did not recognize. It was like he appeared out of nowhere. What made it creepier was that he was staring intently at the back of his head, almost like he was trying to bore through it with his eyes. I remained frozen stiff. The longer I looked at him, I realized he was the same being I saw lingering outside the night before. He was average height, with a long, unkempt beard. My friend continued rambling about whatever, unaware of his presence. After several long seconds, the stranger turned to me with a blank expression, and walked away. This was when my friend finally noticed my horrified look. When he spoke, the thrall of fear was released, and I began pointing and rambling about what I had just witnessed. He and my other friend laughed at me again. There was no way I was seeing things this time. I described the man, and one of them suggested that it was Bigfoot. Despite my protest, no one was buying it, and I eventually cut my losses and shut up. However, I wasn't beat. Their mockery had made me even more determined to prove the stranger's existence. The next 2 days were quiet. No stranger. But I kept my eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary. By our 5th morning, I was beginning to question my sanity. I had seen this mysterious being stalking around us twice, and now it had suddenly disappeared. I resolved to put my quest on the back burner until some new evidence arose. My friend's dad had mentioned to him an owner of one of the surrounding properties had spotted a small group of wild hogs running through his land, so we grabbed our rifles and went on the search for them. 1 mile or so down one of the property's many roads, we came across some hog wallows and knew that we were on the scent. We went up the road, now on foot tracking them. Another mile on, We stumbled upon 3 large hogs rooting up the ground and prepared to make bacon. 2 of us chambered around as quiet as possible on our rifles and took aim. I was less than a second from saying free and pulling the trigger, when the loud crack of another rifle filled the air, followed closely by a burst of wood and bark above my friend's head. It took a moment for it to register that we were being shot at. A few seconds later, another crack and strike, this time even closer to my friend. We weren't going to wait for a third. The friend who appeared to be the target led us down a side trail that led back to the cabin. No more shots followed as we fled. However, instead of finding safety at the camp, the shots began again. Seeing no other option, we hopped into my truck and hauled ass out of there. This was a time just before the commonality of cell phones, so we had to drive 20 miles to town to get help. After we explained the situation, we returned to the property a few hours later with some deputies. We approached slowly and remained in the cars when we parked. We waited to see if the shots would start again, but nothing happened. A cursory look around counted 3 holes in the cabin and another 2 in my buddy's windshield. Perhaps the worst part was that all of our camping stuff, sleeping bags and such, were spread out all over the ground. Luckily, we had smoked all the weed the night before. Nothing was missing except a box of ammo and, strangely, my sleeping bag and wool blanket. A theory began to form in the deputies' minds that we had stumbled upon a squatter or poacher, camping out on the property for whatever reason. They acted as if they were going to let it go, but once my friend's dad who owned the land heard about it, he put pressure on them to start a search. This was about the time I repeated my story of seeing someone lurking around the cabin. No one was laughing now, and my story was finally being taken seriously by someone. The search was led around the property by my friend's dad. School had already begun again by the time it took place. It continued for a full week, but nothing other than a few old camps were found. It was assumed that he knew the heat would be on him after the shooting incident, and he moved on. During the course of the investigation, several avenues were followed to ID the stranger like escaped cons, but he remains unidentified to this day. Because of the chance of another attack, our trip to the property ended. The next year we tried to camp out somewhere else, but it was the same, and our nature getaways died out. Within 5 years, my friend's dad had a heart attack and lost interest in the cabin. The paper company's lease was renewed, and the land's trees have been used to make paper and pulpwood products ever since. Each time I jot down a quick note, I'm reminded of our awesome trips, and especially the odd and terrifying week that caused them to stop. I do, once or twice a year, talk to my old college friend on the phone. As far as he has heard, that crazy stranger still has not been caught. We sometimes theorize as to his origins and where he may have ended up. I, however, often take this much farther when I'm alone. I wonder why our so-called stranger seemed to focus so much of his anger onto my friend, and perhaps, far more concerning, is he still out there waiting for his chance to finish what he began all those years ago? Story 34. Although what I'm about to tell you may sound like one of your run-of-the-mill horror stories, I swear by the validity of it and what I saw. It all started on a very hot July day this past year. My car is almost 20 years old, and sometimes overheats on hot days, just like this one. However, until I get a better paying job, it's the car that I'm stuck with. This day, I was driving through the back roads looking for a family of dog breeders a friend had told me about. I had been searching for the place for several hours and was approaching the warmest part of the day. As per usual, my car began overheating, and I was forced to pull over. I picked up my phone to call my girlfriend, only to see that my battery was dead. After I spent a couple of minutes cussing my luck, I acknowledged that I was going to have to find someone with a working phone. That wasn't going to happen unless I started walking. Soon, I spotted an old farmhouse off in the distance and started heading towards it. A trip that would have taken half an hour on a normal day took almost an hour because of the oppressive heat. I had to take several breaks during the course of the journey, but eventually made it. The area around the house looked more like a junkyard. Parts of old cars spread about, and I had to weave through a maze of them to reach the front door of the house. I knocked on the door for several minutes but got no answer. Thinking maybe that the homeowner may be hard of hearing, I walked around and looked into the windows hoping to see someone inside. At the side of the house, I spotted a telephone hanging on the wall just inside the kitchen. Now that I knew that there was a phone there, I became excited and started calling out for someone. Anyone? Even after walking all the way around, no reply came. I was about to give up, until I saw a woman laying on a bed. I very nearly banged on the window to try to get her attention, but I figured that may scare her, so I went back to the front door and let myself in. In hindsight, that was just as scary. Before I entered, however, I took a piece of paper from a notebook that I carry with me and wrote out a note explaining what I was doing there. Even then, I called out several times as I approached the bedroom. Still no answer came, and I continued toward the room. The closer I got to the woman, the more her appearance began to unnerve me. She was laying flat on her back and staring blankly at the ceiling. I had initially believed that she was watching the television that was turned on in the room with her, but her eyes sat completely still. Regardless, I got closer, and once I was within a few steps, handed her the note. When the note touched her hand, she didn't react. This caused me to get closer, and this is when I realized something was very wrong. Her face had a very dry, almost mummified look to it. Her hair was a vibrant black, a color not often seen on older females. She had to have known I was there by that point, but her eyes stayed fixed. This was what caused me to lean in even closer and look right into her eyes. Rather than being slightly bloodshot or moist looking, like most people's, they had a shiny, glassy appearance, like they were fake. In spite of this, not until I actually touched her did I know for sure that she was dead. I realized that perhaps she was a mannequin rather than a human, so I reached down to touch her bare hand. The texture of her skin was dry, but stone cold to the touch. The oddity of this was just beginning to really sink in when a loud creaking noise came from behind me. Without a second thought, I tore out of there and ran back down the road in the direction. Within half a mile, I ran into an older man in a truck, and he agreed to give me a ride back into town. I said nothing about my experience to him, and any time he attempted to make small talk, I said as little as I could. He let me borrow his phone to call my girlfriend, and she agreed to meet us at a gas station on the edge of town. When he let me out there, I thanked him, and he went on his way. Once I was safely inside my girlfriend's car, I borrowed her phone to call the police. I hadn't even told her about it yet, so the look of shock on her face as I described what I saw showed me what my expression likely was at the time I discovered it. The cops said that they would send a car out to the house to check out my claims. I called a wrecker next to pick up my car. The police never called me back, so after waiting 3 days, I called to inquire about what they found. It took a few minutes to find a person aware of my call, but once I did, The officer said that he and his partner searched the entire property and found nothing out of the ordinary, especially not a mummified woman. I thanked them and hung up. What happened after I fled? I can only guess. The noise behind me was probably the owner of the home, and he had hid the woman's body, knowing that the cops were likely to be called. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure what I saw in that house. On that bed. I am positive that I saw a human laying on that bed, but that's all. More than once, I've been tempted to grab a camera and return to that house to get proof of my claims. But fear of the unknown and what else could be waiting for me if I did, stopped me. If the nightmares of her soulless eyes continue, however, I may have no other choice. Story 35. This is actually the youngest scary encounter that I can remember. At the time, I must have been around 5 years old and at Chuck E. Cheese. For those that don't know, Chuck E. Cheese is a play area and pizzeria with games like skee-ball, small rides, ball pits, picture booths, and at the time, a large extended area of colorful tubes that you could climb up to and around. I haven't been in any years now, but the last that I saw, the tubes had gotten dramatically shorter or were gone altogether. My story is probably one of the many reasons that this change occurred. As you can imagine, the tubes are designed for kids, and a person stood at the entrance and exit of Chuck E. Cheese, so it felt safe, and most parents would sit at the tables and let their kids run around doing whatever they wanted. I was playing hide and seek with Cass when it was my turn to hide. There were plenty of places to hide, but the tubes offered a lot of cover, and I felt like I'd be able to hear her coming and could always slide down the slide and run to avoid being detected. So I climbed up the left and right mats until I got to the top. I was scurrying and ducking from the little occasional windows on the side as stealthily as I could. And to my 5-year-old self, these tubes stretched on forever, offering tons of hiding places. I had been weaving in and out of tubes for a few minutes when I suddenly smelled something very gross. Of course, the tubes are stuffy and hot and rarely smelled anywhere close to pleasant, so that wasn't surprising, but this was different. Whatever the smell was had to be close to me, and it was suffocating. I hear movement and a giggle and freeze. I know it's not Cass, so I assume it's just some stinky kid messing with me. I don't want to backtrack because I don't want to directly run into Cass if she entered the tubes. So I hold my breath and make a left when I see someone crunched up into a little nook on the side of the tube that doesn't lead anywhere. The path continues down and turns to the right, so I decide to scurry by the stranger and take that path. The smell is the worst here, so I know it's the person in the nook. The giggle comes again, so I decide to keep my head down and just hurry past. I keep my head down and am almost past when I suddenly feel a hand grip and tug on my leg. It's only then that I turn and complete confusion overcomes me. It's a very dirty-looking, skinny old man with disheveled gray curly hair. He's still holding my ankle and with his other hand brings up and covers his mouth as he giggles again, like a child. I rip my ankle away, and rather than being scared I tell the man, I thought adults weren't supposed to be up here, like the goody two-shoes that I am. He just smiles, revealing a smile with more spaces than teeth. I just like having fun too. I'm hiding from my daughter. She looks just like you. I'm not sure what to say at this point. I know adults aren't allowed up there because when Cass and I had begged my dad to go in the tubes, he had refused and told us that adults were not allowed. I repeat this to the old man, and ignoring me he asks, "Will you help me find her? She's up here too." And that truly puzzles me. I had passed a little boy when I first entered, but hadn't seen any other kids since. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm hiding from my twin, and I'm sure she's going to find me soon if I don't keep going. His eyes widen, but then he slowly nods his head like he fully understands. I see. Well, maybe I could go with you, and we'll find her that way. And to this I'm already shaking my head. I'm sorry, mister, but you smell. If you follow me, Cass will definitely find us. And he lets out a very wheezy laugh with that. I quickly say goodbye and begin crawling away when I look over my shoulder and see that he is following me. I snap another no at him, already concerned that this delay will leave Cass to find me any moment. I begin scurrying as fast as I can with him following, so I turn my body to face him and begin crab walking away, and tell him to knock it off when he reaches for me again. I kick at him with my light-up sketcher and continue away. Once I make the turn, I don't see him, but I'm rushing away now, very much creeped out. I can hear his giggle as I move as swiftly as I can in the small tubes. But the tubes were so large to my 5-year-old mind that I actually got terribly lost and end up crying for over 10 minutes trying to find a way out or slide to take me down. I finally find a slide to go down as fast as I could. I run over to my parents' table and find Cass sitting there enjoying a slice of pizza. Apparently she had given up finding me when our pizza came out. I am so angry at Cass at that moment that I just cry, telling my parents that I got lost in the tubes and I was scared. It's only when I calm down and am enjoying a slice of pizza when the man pops back into my mind and I feel the need to tell my dad that there was an old man in the tubes. An older boy? He asks, and I shake my head. No, he was an adult and he smelled really bad. To that my sister laughs and my parents exchange weird looks. After we are done eating, my dad says we are going to leave. To which Cass and I begin bawling that we don't want to leave yet, and we walk up to the counter to cash in our tickets and pick out our prizes, and though I didn't notice at the time, my dad goes and talks to the manager while Cass and I decide how to split the tickets for the little toys that we want. And we left, just like that. I have no idea if they found the man or what happened. But when I remembered this and brought this up to my dad, he seemed uncomfortable and shrugged it off, simply saying that we went to Chuck E. Cheese a lot when we lived in California and that he didn't remember what I was talking about. I have no idea how the man would have gotten in. You have a black light stamp to get in when you entered and get it checked when you were leaving. It still creeps me out when I think about it today. Story 36. Not many strange things happened to me. I am fascinated with sleep and dreams and how each affect our minds. However, what I experienced was not a dream. I don't exactly know what it was. This story isn't filled with any action or anything like that. It's just a mysterious occurrence that I don't know how to explain. I have a really bad sleep schedule. I'm usually wide awake at night and more tired during the day. It was about 1 p.m. I was in my bed getting a bit drowsy. I was trying to battle falling asleep. I don't really know how to describe what happened next, but the video I was watching suddenly stopped emitting sound. I was really confused but didn't seek to do anything about it, so I decided to get up and get some food. I was walking downstairs, got food, and ate it. I made food. You may think that this has no importance, but it will soon make sense why this is notable. I felt myself eating and swallowing food. I then went upstairs and went to the bathroom. Again, I felt myself go to the bathroom. I felt it leaving my body. Of course, In a normal story, details like this do not matter. However, in this story, it does. I finally returned to my bed to browse on my phone, still not emitting sound. I'm on Instagram looking at a few posts. This will be important later on. I finally put my phone down and just start thinking about random thoughts, nothing important. It felt like 40 or 50 minutes of just thoughts. Suddenly, like a flash, I was under my blanket. My phone continued playing where the video left off, now emitting sounds. I was almost paralyzed with fear. What the hell just happened? I was back where I was, still 1 p.m. It felt like an entire hour had passed, but my clock had not moved a minute. This is where me eating and going to the bathroom come into play. I swear I'm 8. I swear I walked downstairs. I swear I felt every step push against me. I felt the food being eaten and swallowed. I felt everything. I know I did. I remember going back up the stairs. I felt that. I felt myself going to the bathroom. It felt the same as when I normally do it. There was no difference. What the hell happened? I felt the comfort of my bed. I remember myself thinking, if it was a dream, time would have passed and I wouldn't have felt anything. It was a lucid dream because, again, time would have passed, and I don't think I would have felt anything. I also have never had a lucid dream in my life. I lived out an entire hour of my life that never existed. I went downstairs to see if the snack I had was still there. We only had one of those snacks that I had left, so if I did actually eat it in the real world, it would be gone. I opened the pantry and, believe it or not, the snack was still there. I did not eat it. I felt myself eat it. How could that be possible? I felt every bite, every time I swallowed. I felt it all. There was no way that I didn't eat that snack. Of course, I couldn't prove it. I couldn't prove if I went to the bathroom or not. In that vision, I flushed, so if I didn't actually go to the bathroom in real life, I couldn't see it. I assumed that I didn't actually go to the bathroom in the real world, and that I didn't eat in the real world. However, there was still one thing left. The posts that I had saw on Instagram. I checked Instagram, mostly to calm my nerve. However, this just made the entire situation more creepy. I was browsing Instagram and I recognized every single post that I saw. They were all in the same order and the same post as I saw in my vision. There was not a way in any hell that my brain could have made up those actual Instagram posts. There is no way at all. I don't know how that happened. I have no other choice but to believe I traveled to another dimension. I'm actually believe that. I am not a superstitious person or religious. Never in my life have I ever felt that I am cursed or that other dimensions even exist. But this is the only conclusion that I can come up with. You may think I was sleepwalking the entire time, but that just doesn't make sense. I have no history of sleepwalking and it was too real to be a figment of my imagination. All I'm saying, sleepwalking is ruled out. It was all too real. Of course it wasn't a dream or a lucid dream. I have some theories onto why I think I traveled to another dimension. The reason I felt all of those things was because I actually did them in another dimension. I guess I somehow teleported to another dimension. I guess in that dimension phones don't emit noise. I went downstairs in that dimension. I'm 8. I went to the bathroom. I browsed Instagram and laid on my bed to think. All of that actually happened in that dimension. I still remember it happening as memories, as if they were actually real. which I guess they were real in a literal sense. I don't really know what to make of it. Why would a random video teleport me to another dimension? What's the significance of me going there? What was the point? It has no effect on my life besides the constant thinking about it. The real creepy part of this entire incident was the Instagram posts. The exact order of posting. The exact same pictures and videos I saw in my vision. There is no way my brain can make something like that up so accurately. Even if I did have a dream and somehow opened Instagram in real life and saw those posts, I wouldn't have saw it when I awoke. Once you see a post on Instagram, you won't see it again if you close out the app or refresh. I saw the same posts twice, which is basically impossible. Of course, the Instagram posts are not definitive proof that I traveled to another dimension, but they are something. I don't know what else it could be. I have no health problems. I don't do drugs. Nothing was wrong with me at that moment. My mental state is fine. I'm not insane or schizophrenic. I don't know what happened. Not many strange things happen in my life, but when they do, they are bad. Some strange things do happen, but those are all stories for another time. I'm asked for answers, or maybe someone to present another theory, possibly a more believable one to tell my friends and family. I am a skeptic for all things paranormal and alien, but this, I just can't explain it. You can't know how it felt unless it was you in my shoes. No one can. Story 37. I'm from Belfast, Ireland. I have a large friend group and we would always have sleepovers at my house. This is the story of how one campout in my back garden went wrong. I live in a nice neighborhood, mostly with old people in it. It was around Easter, and in my school we get a week and a half off for Easter break. Just before school ended, we decided to have a campout in my back garden because I recently got a new tent that could fit probably my whole friend group into it. It was the Saturday after we finished, and we all met up at my house around 7 o'clock. We ordered pizza, made marshmallows around the fire, and all in all, we had fun. At around 12:30 am, we all decided to crawl into the tent and play some card games as it was getting quite cold outside. I dealt all 13 decks and we began a game of Jack Change It. After around 5 different card games, we all ordered some food and climbed into bed to wait for the food to arrive. We got a text message saying that it would be there in around 40 minutes so we all could relax for a while. The food came and we all went outside to sit around the fire and eat it. I have a large back garden and we were at the bottom of it, so we weren't afraid of waking my parents up by singing and talking loudly. After finishing our food, we got back into the tent and decided to get some rest. When everyone had drifted off to sleep, I was awoken by a strange sound. A sort of whistling sound. I brushed it off as being me dreaming, but around 2 minutes later, there it was again. Every 2 minutes, it happened. I woke up my friend and told her to listen. Right after I said that, there was a different kind of whistle and it came from the other side of the tent. This was when we decided to wake everyone else up. After around 10 minutes of listening to the whistling going back and forth, we heard footsteps coming from behind the tent. The crunching of leaves made us all fall still. We counted to 3 and broke out of the tent sprinting. All of us ran as fast as we could to the back door. Once we were all in, we locked it and looked out the window. We could just barely make out 3 people standing in the garden looking up at us. Story 38. I'm not going to lie to you. I am a pretty strange guy. I have always been a loner, and I've always hated people for as long as I can remember. Which is why it's ironic that the scariest experience of my life is associated with Valentine's Day. I was working after I graduated high school. I didn't want to go to college as I was really poor, and I didn't even know what I would want to do if I did go. My plan was to lay low for a little while and figure things out, maybe save up a little money. The gas station I worked at was the kind of place that grossed out visiting truckers. I remember this one time when a trucker stopped in. He saw me looking at my phone while I was waiting for him to get ready to pay for his jerky. He gave me a judgmental look and said that I should take some responsibility for how bad this place looked. I didn't have the energy to explain that I wasn't the owner, so I just rang him up and asked if that was all he was going to order. He paid and left without another word. So yeah, it was one of those kinds of places. Anyway, it was Valentine's Day a couple years back. I had volunteered to work the night shift because I made a few dollars more on the hour, which was always nice. Plus, it's normally pretty slow and there isn't much to do. I normally amuse myself by looking at memes on Reddit, but I remember on this particular night, the entire mood was different. I don't know what it was, but I had an ominous foreboding feeling in my heart that night, and I'm not normally the kind of person who buys into the whole paranormal thing. I must have gotten that feeling around 12 a.m. I tried brushing it off as best as I could, but I felt oddly on edge. The strange thing was that I had worked plenty of night shifts before. I never had a feeling like this. I was so busy trying to calm myself down and fighting my own fear that I didn't even notice him. A man had come into the gas station. Must have been around 1:15 a.m. I remember his face so vividly. He was so aged looking. His eyes were extremely off-putting. If you gazed into them for long enough, you would inevitably find yourself wondering about the guy's mental state. Suffice to know, he was a creepy guy. He seemed to be in a rush. I remember noticing how swiftly he moved through the aisles, and he instinctually knew exactly what he needed. Didn't have to stop and think even once. Most people do. He came up to the register looking to buy a small gardening shovel, duct tape, and a rope. I remember looking down at the items and immediately wondering if this guy was a serial killer or something. That was the exact moment that I got out of my head. I stuttered when I asked him if he wanted anything else. He didn't say a word, just pointed directly at the cigarettes behind my head. I placed a pack of Marlboro Lights on the counter and looked back at the man. He was holding up his hand with 2 fingers. It took me a second to figure out that he wanted another pack of cigarettes. I rang everything up. I could hear his breathing increasing. It was as if he was annoyed that I wasn't rushing. I tried breaking the tension by making a joke. Got a gardening date tonight, do ya? His facial expression didn't change at all. He made direct eye contact with me and simply shook his head up and down. I told him that his total was $34 even. He slapped down 2 20s on the table, grabbed his items without a bag, and darted out of the gas station. I went outside to watch him leave. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but I couldn't help myself. I was so curious by this point. What was he buying those things for? Did I just meet a serial killer? All of the wandering thoughts left my head immediately when I saw him slam on the brakes. He turned his truck around and began speeding back to the gas station. My body went into full panic mode. I ran back inside, closed the doors, and locked them. Put the closed sign up and called the police. He pulled up outside the gas station and put his truck in park. My heart was pounding in my chest. I screamed at the address and then put the phone down on the counter. I mentally made peace with the fact that I was about to die, and I hoped that at least someone could hear me being killed. I heard him start beating on the door trying to get in. The only weapon that I had available was one of those shovels from the random utility aisles. I darted across the gas station and grabbed one, bracing myself. I screamed at him that the police were coming and that he had no chance. I didn't believe the words as they left my mouth. The doors were made of some kind of fiber or plastic material. I think they were even bulletproof, so I knew I was safe for at least a little bit. That was when he stopped pounding on the door. I thought he was going to drive his truck into the gas station to get inside, but thankfully, the thought never struck his mind. He did, however, break one of the windows and throw a lit match inside. After that, he drove off into the night. I put the small fire out and the police got there about 20 minutes after everything happened. One of the cops tried making a joke about this guy's attempts to burn the place down. I was too dazed to hear it. I just remember the guy pity laughing at his own joke before walking back to his police cruiser. I explained to them the entire situation from beginning to end. I still have no clue why he suddenly decided that he wanted to kill me. Perhaps he wanted one less potential witness. Maybe he was just a random psychopath. And as dramatic as that experience may have been, I still get really anxious thinking about the items that he had purchased. I still wonder sometimes if he had purchased those things to torture someone that he had kidnapped. He was definitely capable. Even if I ever get a girlfriend at some point in the future, Valentine's Day will never be the same. Story 39. A close friend of my mother's used to live in a fairly large, split-level home with an odd layout. After opening the front door to this abode, one would be confronted with a long set of steps that led to the second floor. The most essential parts of the house were on the second floor, but there were a couple of bedrooms on the ground floor. I had always found this place to be subtly off-putting and quite uncanny. Every time I visited, I found its residual energy hard to shake off, so to speak. The feeling that it left me with would often bleed into the next couple of days. No matter where I was, my surroundings still felt like the house for a little while before the effect wore off. I experienced this sort of thing with most places that I visit, but the aura of this house was particularly strong. When I was about 5, my mother and I visited the home. After we were all settled in, and my mom was having an involved and lively conversation with her friend in the kitchen, I had a sudden urge to explore every inch of this strangely configured house. The kitchen and living room were at the top of the initial set of stairs, and everything else was to my right. I followed a long corridor with several dens and bedrooms on either side of it. There was also a large bathroom and a narrow set of stairs that led to the ground level. On the first level, there was a lot of cheap faux wood paneling, 2 small rooms and another smaller bathroom. I remained in and around the corridor on the second floor for a while, and found seemingly endless things to explore. The house didn't even look that big from the outside, and I was baffled at the discrepancy between its interior and exterior. I wandered into one of the dens, which was the last room on my left. It had a lot of beautiful natural light, and a fully mirrored wall, which might have been a closet with sliding mirrored doors. Next to the mirror there was something hanging on the narrow wall that caught my attention. It was a stark white mask. It could have been painted wood, but it also might have been ceramic. Its face was round and had very chubby cheeks. Its tiny mouth was closed, and had cherry red lips that smiled slightly. Its eyes were also very tiny and almost shaped. I interpreted the features to be male. The mask seemed notably out of place. The house was unusual, but its decor was typical of suburbia in the mid-1980s. It also had a nautical vibe, because the husband of Mom's friend was a sailor. The mask looked like it was teleported straight out of the 15th century China. A more appropriate setting for this artifact would have been a museum, or at least a fancier house. I stood there and stared at it for a long while, and gradually became a little lightheaded. I felt inexplicably drawn to its smooth, plump, white face, and Mona Lisa smile. At some point, Mom and her friend found me in the mirrored room. One of them asked me what I was doing in there all by myself, took my hand, and led me to the kitchen for a late lunch. In the following years throughout my childhood, I would sometimes think of the mask and fall into a brief trance-like state whenever it entered my mind. Sometimes I would dream of it. Nothing would really happen in these dreams. I would just be standing there, and my surroundings would change. Often I would find myself in my bedroom, or wandering the split-level house. The aura of the mask would be present, and I would feel slightly lightheaded as before. Whenever I dreamed of the mask, the feeling of the house and of the mask would be impossible to get rid of the following day or two. Sometimes I found it unsettling as well as mesmerizing, but never figured out why. I can't remember how old I was, but between the ages of 7 and 10 approximately, I would ask my mom if she remembered seeing the mask at the split-level home. I would describe it in detail, and my mom would always look puzzled, suggest that I may have seen it at someone else's house, and assume that my memory was faulty. I asked her about it several times periodically throughout my preteen years, and each time, she would have no recollection of me asking about it previously. Without fail, she would suggest that I saw it somewhere else, and that my little 5-year-old memory was unreliable. One day I was frustrated, and asked my mom to ask her friend if she ever had a white Asian mask with a chubby face and small red lips in her suburban home in the 80s. The answer was no. No one remembered this mask. Story 40. When I was younger, about 10 or 11, my best friend, we'll call him Jay, and I both loved making forts outside during our recess time at school. Both of us wanted to spend more time making forts and actually try making them livable, so I invited him to come over because there was a huge forest area about a 10-minute walk from my house. My parents wouldn't be home, but we weren't left totally unsupervised. My brother, who was 16 at the time, was having a bunch of friends over to spend the night, so my parents said that I could have Jay over also to spend the night. It was around 5 o'clock p.m. The sun was still out when I told my brother that Jay and I were going outside to play. He wasn't really listening to me and just said, "That's fine, do whatever you want. I don't care." We went out the back door and made our way to the woods. It was a fenced-off area, but there were a couple holes in the fence that we could sneak through. We started walking through the woods trying to find a nice spot to set up our fort. We brought a backpack with us filled with some food, water, duct tape, and brought our pocket knives. When we finally found a good spot, we started collecting wood and built a nice fort that took a while. The sun was slowly fading away, and we then started working on the interior of the fort. It was a fun time, until I walked out and realized that it was very late. The moon was out, and that's all the light that we had. I told Jay, "It's probably best that we leave now." But he said, "It's probably only like 8 o'clock. and my brother wouldn't care. Keep in mind, we were both only 10 or 11 at the time, and neither of us had a cell phone. I said okay, and we continued to build our fort, and then took a break and started eating, until I heard voices and twigs breaking around us outside. I told him to be quiet. I heard more footsteps and got worried. I was about to run like hell, till I heard leaves crunch right next to our fort. I covered my mouth to hide my breathing, and Jay did the same. There was no easy entrance into our wooden fort. It was very small, and it was sealed together with duct tape, so no one could get in, unless they were very small like us. We heard some chattering, and then we heard somebody say, seconds felt like hours until I looked at Jay, and as I did, his eyes were fixed above us, and he pointed up to the top of the tent. I looked up, and saw two faces looking down through the cracks of the wood, and I screamed. We broke through the fort, and we both sprinted away in random directions. We both say now that it sounded like they were right behind us as we ran. We kept running for what felt like hours, but was only about 5 minutes, until Jay called out. I had no idea where he was, but I followed his voice and eventually caught up with him. Jay pointed in a random direction and said, "Let's go." I didn't have any better ideas, so we walked in that random direction. He claimed that he knew where we were going. We started walking that way, until we saw a light coming from the left of us. It was moving up and down, and I realized that it was a flashlight. Jay and I both ducked behind a large tree and waited. There was a group of people walking around looking for us. After waiting several minutes, the lights disappeared, and we didn't hear or see anything. We kept walking, and eventually found the fence that we had snuck through earlier. We made it back to my house safely, and my brother and his friends didn't even know we were gone. It was around 1030 when we made it home. I haven't told anybody about this story, and as far as I know, Jay hasn't either. I have no idea who those people in the woods were that night, but I will never forget those two faces, peering down, looking at us. What would they have done if they had caught us? I have no clue, but I can't imagine that it was anything good. Story 41. This took place when I was 14 years old, camping in a little area of land in western Maryland, where lots of my mom's family had little cabins. This was in the middle of nowhere, on private property, and everyone on the mountain was related to us one way or another. We grew up spending the summers around the campfire, telling scary stories, and running around with all of my cousins. Quick explanation of the layout. Imagine a large capital T for a road. Above the T, by 150 feet, ran Savage River. If you went left on the T, it would take you past multiple family houses, but also dense forests that cut off the road. If you went all the way to the right of the T, was my mom's tiny little cabin, where we lived. I often went off on my own, preferring it that way. I was about to do just that when my aunt had asked to tag along. She was 14 years older than I am. She had pink hair at the time, was covered in tattoos, and was almost 6 feet tall, so not an easily intimidated woman. So I had decided that we would go all the way to the left of the dense forest, and she was cool with that, admitting that she would come with me so she could smoke a joint and keep out of eyesight of my disapproving grandmother. Now, I was a good kid, and even though she offered me a hit off the joint, drugs scared the hell out of me, so I declined. From the end of the road was a super rough dirt path into the woods, with the river still running 150 feet above the path. If you were to walk towards the river, it goes on a downward slope. A few miles in, you would actually come across one of those legendary, random staircases that lead to nowhere. On this particular day, I had taken the dirt path and had walked down the 150 feet along the river, watching the fish and crawdads scurry by as my aunt got high as a kite a little bit behind me. I was in my own little world when I suddenly heard a click noise that brought me back to reality. I looked up and around, confused. Then my eyes landed on some man that I had never seen before, standing across the river, no more than 15 feet away. He must have just walked out of the woods on the other side of the river. It's summer, but he was wearing a black jacket and raggedy old jeans, and was holding one of those old cheap non-digital yellow cameras that you would roll the top and it would click to be able to take another picture. I was stunned because I had never seen anyone other than my family anywhere around the area in all the years that I had been going up there. The man smiled at me, and then slightly lowered his camera. He was older, probably 40s, and very scruffy, tall and thin. He took a step forward, and I in turn took a step back. He scrolled the top of the camera and points it directly at me. I am literally at a loss of words and can only manage to take another step back, almost slipping on a rock as I do. That's my aunt stumbles through the trees and is in mid-sentence about how she missed being high when she stopped and saw the man, frozen like a deer in headlights. I slowly turn, and he's not looking at my aunt. He's staring at me. He clicks the camera again, and then he does something that makes my blood run cold and turns the situation from weird to terrifying. He brings his finger up to his throat and does that slicing motion. That's the moment that I went into autopilot. I spun around and began barreling through the trees, grabbing onto my aunt. My heart pounded as I ran, though I could have sworn I heard one more click before I could hear the splashing from behind me. I almost collapsed because my legs felt like jelly. The river is really deep in parts, but where I had been, we were at a point where the water would have been only thigh deep to a grown man. I tore upwards and ran blindly, like a rabbit from a fox. We saw the stairs, and my aunt quickly yanked me to the other side and slid down beside me as we caught our breath. I was wheezing so loud that I had to cover my mouth to muffle the sound. I peered around, but the trees are so dense that I can't see the river from the stairs. But even with my hammering heartbeat, I hear the snapping of branches, like someone barreling through the forest. Now, I am very scared. It's not an easy straight trail back into my family property. You have to weave around, and in spots. It dips and gets rocky, so you have to do like an S shape to get through. There's random rocks everywhere, and it would have been so easy to twist an ankle in my panic. Not to mention that we always treaded carefully and looked where we were going, because there's so many snakes in that area. I'm sobbing and wheezing badly, and we had another few miles until we would even hit the first part of my family property. My mind is racing, but I know that we can't stay. Neither of us had any type of weapon, and staying here was making it harder for me to convince myself to run as paralyzing terror crept in. My legs and arms are already cut up, and before I can decide what to do, my aunt pulls me towards the T road, desperately, just stumbling and running. I don't make it more than another mile until I misstep and trip over a branch, tripping and smacking headfirst into a tree. I crumple over and taste blood. During the fall, I had bit my lip. I'm dazed, but my adrenaline is still pumping, so I scramble to a tree as my aunt turns and notices that I'm not right behind her. She scrambles back and drops to her knees in front of me, whispering. I'm dazed, but she keeps repeating that we need to keep moving. I'm shaking so bad that I don't think I can walk, much less run. I have probably another 1.5 miles until I'm on my family's property, but another 2 until we're at an occupied cabin. My grandmother's. My ears are ringing, and I'm hardly paying attention to my aunt's frantic pleas. I completely psych myself out again and keep looking behind me, but I don't see anything. She decides that she's not going to waste any more time because of stupid me and half drags me up and forward. I hobble forward as quick as I can as she continues to pull me. The rest is a blur until we break through the woods. Most of my family wasn't there at the time, so we only stop when we make it to my grandmother's, and I just run inside, sobbing. No one locks their doors around there, and my grandmother takes one horrified look at me and my aunt, who is equally cut up and scared looking, and yells for my grandfather, who promptly takes over and grabs his rifle. I can't put into sentences what just happened to my aunt. My grandfather and grandmother go cabin to cabin gathering the men and their guns, as well as warning the women and children about what just occurred. There's no signal up there, so calling the sheriff wasn't an option, and to get up to the mountain if they left immediately would take over an hour. It's getting dark, and the roads leading up to the property are so windy and steep that you would have to be out of your mind to try drive up them in the dark. My mother eventually got word and came over. She took one look at my aunt and said that I probably just got high with her, which in turn made us overly paranoid, and we saw the random fisherman who was trespassing. We jumped to conclusions and had probably startled him as much as he had startled us. She continued by saying I probably just imagined he was taking my picture, or that he had begun chasing us. My aunt stood up and yelled at my mother, saying that I was a good kid and didn't do anything, and that we were telling the truth. They began screaming at each other, and my grandmother made them both stop, telling them to grow up. Even with the men of my family scouring the woods, they never saw any sign of the man that we encountered. Everyone on the mountain locked their doors that night, for the first time in a long time, and to this day all I can wonder is if I'm a part of some weird creepy picture collection, but considering what could have happened if I had been alone like normal, I can live with that. Story 42. This story happened to me December of 2018. I am a recent Navy veteran, and I've seen and dealt with a lot of situations which made it where I don't scare easily. Just some insight on me. I'm now a 28-year-old male, athletic build, ready to take on the world since leaving the military. For this story we'll say my name is Ron. I started working as a security guard in a Michigan mall, and I was loving my job and the people that I worked with. The night of the 23 RD, I was scheduled to work my first overnight shift, which only consisted of one officer for 8 or 9 hours. I didn't think much of it, so I clock in for my shift at 10 p.m. and get everything ready for the night. My first walk around through the mall, I verify that all the doors are locked, make sure no one is in the mall, and I hit all my checkpoints. The night is running smooth. Around 2 a.m., I start making my way around the mall again to do another check. I'm making my way to Center Court, where we have our Santa set up, and as I round the corner I froze, to what I can only describe as pure terror. About 30 feet from me, I can see a man wearing a Santa hat, holding a machete. He had this evil look on his face like he was there to do one thing, to kill me. I froze, sitting there, thinking about what I should do next. All I had was a radio and handcuffs. This man had a machete. I did not want to come into contact with him, but I knew there was a good chance that I could outrun him to the safety of my locked office. I knew all the shortcuts and back holes like the back of my hand. Then, an arcade game started playing music, which I guess caught the guy off guard, as he took his eyes off me for a second, and once he did, I made a run for it. As I'm running, I can hear him right behind me. "Get back here." Not once did I stop. I ran and dodged around the corners and bounded through the halls as fast as I could. I make the final turn to the hallway that my office was in. I had one chance to type my lock code in the door, get in, and shut the door before he got to me. I finally made it to the door, and can still hear him as he's now laughing hysterically. I quickly and flawlessly punch my code in, jump into the office, and slam the door shut behind me. 2 seconds pass, and the guy slams into the door. I am so glad that that door was reinforced. Suddenly, the banging stops. I look to the monitor, and he is standing right in front of the door. "Mr. Security Guard, let's make this fast. It will only hurt for a second." I'm freaked out because his intentions are clear. It didn't occur to me right then to call the police. I don't know why. I decided to wait him out. An hour goes by, and he still hasn't moved. I feel safe in the office, but eventually, people are going to start showing up to open shops. I have to do something. I finally called the police. They said that they had an officer right down the street. I was so thankful when I heard the siren and watched the man run outside. I watched him on the cameras as he ended up running right into 2 huge linebacker officers. He never stood a chance. After that night, I refused to work night shift and actually left that job 2 months later. But I will never forget that night or that voice. Mr. Security Guard. Story 43. I was 17 years old working at a Best Buy near the mall. I had started at Sears and later transferred to Best Buy. I was still in high school at the time, so I would typically work from 4:30 to 9 or 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. We closed at 9 o'clock, so I took whatever I could get. I worked in the appliance section, so my main job was working with customers to choose the correct appliance for them. One Wednesday, a normal shift began just like any other day during the week. It was dead. I hadn't sold a single thing all night. I planned on a nice, easy last 2 hours. I'm just biding my time, watching the minutes tick by, when the bell on our door jingles. A man comes through, wearing a red hoodie and khaki pants. He started heading directly towards the appliances with his head down, but walking with determination. "Oh, a customer," I thought to myself. He walked into the department right past me, with not the slightest bit of interest in his surroundings. I watched him as he walked past some stoves, and then moved over to the refrigerators. He was just strolling along, stopping every now and then to open a door, or rub his hand along something. He started making his way into the area where I was keeping busy, when he crossed into my 5-foot radius. 5 feet and greet. 5 tile and smile. Basically meaning that if someone is 5 feet away, you smile at them and say hello. "Welcome to Best Buy. How can I help you? Is there something I can do for you?" So that is what I did. I greeted him like I was supposed to, just like I was taught to do. He looked in my direction and he smiled slightly and said that he was just browsing. So I continued with the project I was working on, waiting him out. I would occasionally glance in his direction to keep tabs on him, but my main focus was the clock and getting home. Suddenly I realized an hour had passed since the man entered my department. This brought it to almost 8 o'clock, only 1 hour before closing, and time to finally go home. So I approached the man one more time, irritated, and slightly concerned now by his lingering. Again, there were no other customers in the store, and there were only a handful of employees left as well. He was still in the same area that he had been an hour prior. As I walked up to him, I once again asked, "Are you sure there is nothing I can help you with? Are you looking for something specific?" He looked up at me for the first time, and I met the eyes coming out front beneath the hood. The next words out of his mouth made my blood run cold. He casually said, "I am in here for you." This guy just told me that he was in here, in the store, for me. What the hell? This freaked me out. I had no idea who this man was. I had never seen him before. What was he doing here? What did he want me for? There is no logical explanation that I could think of. I am a 17-year-old girl. This is a grown man. So I obviously start backing away, and decide to contact my manager immediately. So I put my hand over my earpiece, and as calmly as I can, I manage to say, "Hey Brian, where are you?" "Scratch that. Can you come over here by me?" "Never mind. Scratch that too. I am coming to you." So I turn around without saying another word, moving as quickly as I can without actually running to go find Brian. I am eager to explain what the hell just happened to me. I located him fairly quickly and told him what occurred between the strange man that I had never seen before and myself. This definitely freaked him out too. He confessed that he had never had to deal with something like this before. He felt that the safest thing was for me to just go home. He didn't want to have to deal with an even worse situation by keeping me here. I didn't have a problem with this, of course, since I had a 30-minute drive ahead of me back home anyway. I started walking towards the back to gather my things and head out. I started feeling slightly better, as I saw no sign of the man anywhere. So I headed toward the front of the store as I normally did, ready to get the hell out of there. As I headed to the door, and I very distinctly remember this final moment of peace, as I turned around one last time, and saw Brian's neck erect scanning the store. We made eye contact, and he nodded gently in my direction. I nodded back in agreement that the coast was clear and turned back around, heading out the door towards the parking lot. I was about halfway to my car when my blood ran cold for the second time that night. Brian's voice came booming across the parking lot. "Casey, run." I turn around to see what the hell was happening, and I shit you not, this man was coming for me. The loss prevention guy was standing in front of the store trying to prevent this guy from getting out. The creeper shoves the loss prevention guy out of the way like it's nothing, smashing his head. This man is now hauling ass out the door, arms pumping. There was nothing anyone could do to help at this point. I turned around and started hauling ass to get as much distance between this psycho and myself. Thankfully, he is parked on the other side of the parking lot, so there is no way he could know what my car looks like. I mean, he could. I don't know what this crazy man knows or is thinking, but if he did, why didn't he park right next to me to begin with? I finally get back to my car and rip the door open. I shove the key in and burn rubber out of my spot like my life depended on it. At this point, I'm pretty sure it did. I tore through the parking lot. This asshole is right behind me in a big black truck. I pulled into the loop that circles the mall, trying to be as careful as possible to not make things worse. I keep up with the curves, taking them with ease, showing my familiarity, and I think that was the thing that saved me that night. I watched as the truck struggled to keep up with the curves, and the distance between us grew. I was finally getting away from this lunatic. I felt my heartbeat starting to slow as I hit green lights. I took a deep breath as I cruised onto the highway, peering back into my rearview mirror. I sighed the biggest breath of relief as I realized I had finally lost him. I returned my eyes back to the road in front of me, trying to wrap my brain around what the hell just happened. I don't know that I will ever look at a big black truck the same ever again. You never know who is walking past you, or what their intentions are. What if I hadn't lost him when I did? What if he was parked right next to me? What if? Story 44. Back in 2013, when my ex and myself first met, we would grab snacks, blankets, and pillows, load them into the bed of his white Chevy pickup truck, and drive until daylight. We lived in a very rural small town in Alberta. We lived roughly 45 minutes to an hour from the city. Being small town, bored, young adults, we had nothing better to do than drive late at night. We made it a game to find this movie television set that was near our small town. We would get lost on gravel roads, on our quest to hopefully stumble upon this set. Of course, being young and dumb, thought that it would be better to locate this set late at night, in hopes of not getting caught trespassing. We probably drove every back road searching and searching. One night, on our hunt, we drove through this gully, and it became dark. Like dark to the point that it was completely black. Our headlights flooded into nothingness. We always had the radio blasting off of our iPod. Suddenly, it was as if we picked up some kind of radio station that was just blaring gibberish. I go to reach the volume button to turn it down. It shocked me, as if I was touching pure electricity. Then, one voice came through. Hell. It echoed through the speakers. A few seconds passed and it went back to the song that we were listening to. To this day, we have no idea what our radio picked up. What's scary is this back road was very close to an astrophysical observatory. Was it something trying to communicate? Or just radio static? I found it kind of coincidental that the only word that came through was hell. I don't think I'll ever know, nor will I drive down that particular road ever again. Story 45. This story happened around 2001 or 2002, an incident that had been long forgotten. At the time, I lived in southern Ohio in a small town. We lived about 45 minutes outside of town, in the middle of nowhere, where seeing people on the roads or in the area was extremely rare. We had one neighbor about a quarter mile down the road to the right, and then a large Amish family who lived a few miles in the opposite direction. At the time, I was around 12 years old. I was outside in my football gear, taking the dog out to the bathroom and messing around in the yard, practicing for my game later that morning. Now, to describe the area more to help understand things better, we lived on a large farmland that we rented that sat on about 150 acres. On the road, the direction that would eventually lead you to the Amish family home was going up a small hill, and about 100 yards that direction, the road made a sharp right turn into a heavily wooded area where you could not see the road or anything other than trees. With being such an empty area, you couldn't see much, but was so quiet that you could hear cars coming well before you actually saw them. This is a short story. The details I'm giving are to help explain why the situation bothers me so much now, so please bear with me. As I'm outside, I look up the road to see a man hobbling down the road in our direction. He sees me and waves. I yell for my mom, as it's just me and her home at the time, and it was rare to see someone walking so far out in the middle of the road. As he gets closer, I can see that he seems to be in pain, and his clothes are rather worn and ripped up. My mom comes outside just about the time he gets to the house. He begins to tell her that he was just in an accident around the turn and needed help. My mom says that she will grab the phone and he can sit on the chair on the porch and rest. He asks to come in the house and tries to reassure her that there will be no problem. He's just in a lot of pain and wants to rest. My mom gets a look on her face and says that he cannot come in the house. She is not comfortable with that, and that he can stay on the porch while she fetches the phone. He reluctantly does, and my mom shoots me a glance that I took as keep an eye on him. At this time I was pretty young, but I had a bit of a growth spur early in life, and with being only 12, I was roughly 6 foot, pushing 300 pounds, and this man was about 5'10" and he was rather skinny. As she went inside, I'm looking at him. Though his clothes are torn and raggedy, it does not look that he was in an accident. There was also no blood, no cuts, not a single mark anywhere that I could see. He starts to ask if anyone was home as he starts looking through the door inside, kind of peeking around, and I say no, but that my dad would be home soon. My mom comes back out and tells him the cordless phone is dead and she will use the old rotary phone that my dad refused to get rid of, and asks if he would like her to call 911 or any of his family. The man stands up and again asks to come inside. He starts walking to the door and my mom tells him no, that he is not welcome to come in. He then asks if he can come in and use the bathroom because he really needs to pee. Again my mom says no, and he's welcome to go across the street to pee in the bushes. He then asks if he can come in to have some water. My mom says no again and tells him that she will get him a glass of water. With a huff of frustration, my mom turns around to go get him the water. She returns with a glass of water and Dad's shotgun and places it by the door on the inside of the house, not trying to hide it at all. And the man sees this and I watch as his eyes become wide and he starts to become fidgety. She comes out to hand him the glass and asks who she can call for him. The man stands up and says that he will be fine and not to worry. He'll figure it out and walks away in the direction that he had come from. My mom watches him leave. I didn't really understand what was going on and was actually worried that the man was not going to be okay. He said that he had flipped his car and it eventually came to a stop against the trees. My mom said something was off and asked if I had heard anything before he showed up. I said no, that things were silent as they always were, never even hearing a car coming. She stares for a few seconds, telling me to stay outside for a little longer and to keep an eye out until Dad gets home, which should be any minute, and if man comes back then she left the shotgun by the door and if I see him to grab it and yell for her. I am confused at this point, but I tell her that I will as she goes inside. I watch as the man goes around the turn and disappears. About a minute later, my dad comes around that same turn and finally gets home. I go to him and tell him what just happened, and I only got a couple words in when my mom comes out and starts explaining it. After she was done, he asks what direction the guy came. She tells him which way, and he gets a confused look on his face. My mom asks, "What is it?" And my dad begins to say that he had just came from that area and there was no man on the road and no vehicle anywhere. Nothing about this at all was normal. My mom got a worried look on her face and they go inside, and that was the end of the situation for me. I have no idea what they talked about, if they called anyone or anything. I almost immediately forgot about it all and I was excited for my football and was ready to get going. I'm almost 30 years old now and never thought of this until a couple weeks ago when hearing a story which triggered my memory. I asked my dad if he remembered, but of course he didn't. He has a terrible memory and it wasn't a situation that he was really a part of. My mom passed away a few years ago, so I don't have the chance to ask her about it. But thinking about it now, I can't help but wonder what was really going on. Why was he trying to get inside the house? Was he trying to rob us? Was he trying to hurt us? Or was the man telling the truth and became scared at the sight of the shotgun? And if he was being honest, where the hell did he go, and why did my dad not see him? Where was the accident? It doesn't make sense to me, and it has me thinking and trying to figure it out. Were we in danger, or did we just scare the man who had just had a possibly deadly accident? I have always been a fan of horror stories and true crime, which is why it was so strange to have my own experience. So, a little background on me. I am a 20-year-old male college student. I attend a local community college and live at home. My local area includes garbage pickup, but here's the problem. We have a really big piece of property. Our driveway is a good long walk from the house itself. We normally throw garbage into the garbage cans that are just outside of our house, and then on garbage days, I have to take the garbage cans all the way down near the road so the garbage man gets them. It's a little bit of an inconvenience, but it's not the end of the world. Some of my friends have to bring their own garbage to the local garbage dump, and I'm just happy that I don't have to put any of this trash in my car. If you're a college student, you probably understand the struggle of maintaining a healthy sleep schedule. If I'm going to be honest with you, I really don't have one. I kind of sleep when I'm tired, and I'm awake when I'm not. Sometimes I get my schoolwork done early in the morning, like 3 a.m., and sometimes it's in the afternoon after class. It really just depends. My horror story begins with me bringing down the garbage cans late one night. What almost always happens is that I don't remember to bring down the cans until the night before at like 11 p.m., or sometimes even later. This means that I'm making multiple trips back and forth carrying heavy garbage cans in the pitch black night. I mentioned that I like horror earlier, but I don't consider myself to be someone that's scared easily. The night or the darkness does not scare me very much. I've had a few experiences that we'll all hear a noise or imagine that I see something out of the corner of my eye, but it's never been anything horrible. I never imagined that I would have a bad experience carrying the garbage cans until this night. It was around 2 a.m., and I was moving a really heavy can of trash. It felt like it was at least 70 pounds full of cat litter. Why, you might ask? My family has 5 cats. Don't ask. That wouldn't have been an issue, but all of this cat litter was in the worst trash can that we had. The wheels both fell off, and the handlebar rips off sometimes if you pull it too hard. So I was pulling this ridiculously heavy garbage can full of cat litter that stinks to the high heavens. I get about halfway down my driveway, and the handlebar rips off. The entire can fell over, and at least 1/3 of everything came out into the driveway. I cursed under my breath and just stood there for a moment, wondering what I was going to do now. My best idea was to sweep it back into the trash can, so I started making my way back up the driveway. I didn't walk very far before something possessed me to stop and turn around. I had this strange feeling that I was being watched. I turned my head and saw a light coming from my neighbor's house, and all the time that I have been doing the garbage at night, I have never seen this neighbor up that late before. I was pretty sure it was an older man. He had to have been at least 60 years old, so it was kind of a surprise to see a light on in his house. It was on the 2nd floor, maybe in his bedroom window. His house was on the other side of the road, and it was about 10 feet away from the road, so it was a good distance between me and him. I just remember feeling really freaked out that there was someone else awake and watching me. What possible reason could he have had for being awake at 2 in the morning? I stood there for a moment wondering to myself. I was just staring at the window. Again, there was a good bit of distance, and I couldn't see all too clearly, but I felt my heart drop when I saw him walk away from the window. I wasn't exactly sure, but the way he moved made me think that he was standing at his window watching me. I tried telling myself that he was just an old man and that I must have woken him up or something, dropping this garbage can. I got the broom, started sweeping the cat litter back into the can, and then brought it next to the road. I felt his eyes on me the rest of the night, even after he turned off his light. And that was the night everything changed. Every time I took the garbage can down after this point, I noticed him watching me. I even started mixing up the times when I would bring the garbage down, and it didn't matter if it was 2 p.m. or 2 a.m., he would always be there watching. It was around this time that I also noticed that there must have been a different garbage man. The old guy used to get the garbage out of the can and throw the garbage can itself and the lid on the ground in a really sloppy way. I didn't really blame him. It must suck to be a garbage man. But I did appreciate that this new guy was making the effort to put the lid back on the garbage can neatly. It makes my life easier to just grab them and bring them back up to the house. This was a pleasant change, but it didn't calm my nerves one bit from being watched. I started getting really freaked out. I asked my parents about what I should do, and they told me that I probably doesn't have anything better to do. If I'm going to be honest with you, I don't care how bored or unoccupied someone's time is. I don't think there's a person on earth that would go out of their way to watch their neighbor take out the garbage if there wasn't some kind of reason for it. This went on for the rest of the summer and into the next semester. I started getting frustrated with the whole situation. It still made me feel really uneasy. I read about stalking laws to see if I could report him for something. I really couldn't do anything because he never actually left his own property. He just always happened to be around when I started moving the garbage. Fall break came around, and I decided that I was going to make a change. I was going to watch him instead. My bedroom just happened to be on the side of house that I could see his house from my bedroom window. I found a pair of binoculars in the basement, and after bringing the garbage can down at 4 a.m. one night, I got situated next to the window and began watching this old man. He didn't turn out his bedroom light like usual, and it seemed like he was just sitting there. A half hour must have gone by before I started getting really sleepy. This guy was just sitting there doing nothing, watching the garbage. I was just about to go to bed when I noticed that he left his bedroom. I tried paying attention to any of the other lights turning on in his house, but he didn't seem to turn any of them on. I looked closely to notice any kind of changes. About 40 seconds went by, and I thought I had completely lost him. I didn't see him anywhere. I just concluded that he was some kind of schizophrenic freak, and that this was just a waste of my time. Before putting the binoculars down, I looked down at the garbage pail and noticed that they were gone. I got really confused for a minute and had no idea what was going on. I waited a few more minutes to see that the old was carrying what looked like my garbage cans out in front of his own house. He placed them exactly where they had been before. I waited about 40 minutes for him to go to bed. I was only sure that he was asleep after the light in his bedroom went out. I rushed down to the garbage cans and was shocked when I noticed that they were completely empty. That was when it hit me. We never got a garbage man. This guy started stealing our trash. He must be emptying out in his own house for whatever reason. This honestly really freaked me out. I had no idea what to do about it. I started driving the trash to the dump just to avoid having to bring those garbage cans down. A couple weeks of doing that and I noticed that the old man seems to be less active around his house. I don't know what he was trying to do, but it still freaks me out thinking about it to this day. As of late, I've seen a fair amount of posts from the perspective of criminals. These posts have inspired me to share a story about a scary incident I had as a kid and how I became a better man because of it. Between 10 and 16, I spent more time inside of juvenile than I did in school. I had been born into a world of petty crime. All of those around me, including my own folks, had been in the penitentiary at least once, and I never really had known any other life. My friends and I had a little gang that we called the Breakers. As you can probably tell from the name, we specialized in burglary, and we thought that we were the princes of crime. Stupid and cringeworthy when you look back on it, but no one dared challenge the idea. Depending on the location and the size of the job, we often worked in 2 or 3 man teams. On one break-in in particular, we had received information from a girl that we knew very well that a family was going to be out of town for the weekend. From what the couple had told her, the husband was, and had been for a long time, an avid gun collector. Now, any crook you talk to can tell you guns are a good source of quick cash. So we did a short casing of the place and chose that weekend for the robbery. Unfortunately, the other 2 guys I was planning to work with got really sick, and I was left alone to get as much as I could in the amount of time that we had allotted for the job. I had even considered going for a second night in a row, but circumstances you will soon see put that idea to rest. 2 nights later, the moment had arrived to go in. I slipped in through the back sliding door, and the steady rainstorm that evening kept any nosy neighbors inside. The only thing I didn't know was the location of the guns. I figured a guy that's serious about firearms would have at least one safe, so I kept my eyes open for one. One by one, I rummaged through each room I came to. No doors were closed, making it all the easier. Frankly, I was surprised at the lack of any real valuables and focused on the search for guns. Finally, I discovered an upright safe and to my great joy, found that it was unlocked. I was counting the money in my head, but that was as far as I would ever get. To my right, in the hallway, I heard a sound no burglar hopes to ever hear. The racking of a shotgun. I froze the second I realized what it was. Now, I was counting my last few seconds alive rather than the money. The racking was quickly followed by an older gentleman's voice saying, "Stop right there, kid. If you move, I will kill you." I have no doubt that he would have, too. "Look at me, son. I'm going to give you one chance. Someone did the same for me once, and I'm going to do the same for you. However, if I see you again in this house, uninvited, you will not leave alive." I wasn't sure whether I was more terrified or shocked by what he said. As I stared into his weathered eyes, I got the feeling that he himself had seen his share of hard times as a kid and may have been in the exact same position I was now in at one point. "Do you understand me?" His words were crystal clear. The overwhelming feeling. I was being given an opportunity many in my trade were not given. It poured over me. I simply nodded at him, but was still too terrified to move. And he had to urge me to leave. Well, get the hell out of here. That was all I needed. I ran as fast as possible out of the house into my car down the block. The fear that he was about to shoot me in the back was there the entire time, but I had to take the chance. While I sat there in my car, I juggled the importance of the scene around in my head. I had just been handed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I feared that if I had squandered it, my punishment for doing so might be terrible. Although I had never been a religious kid, and still ain't for that matter, I knew that some higher power had to have just stepped in and handed me my life. I've never questioned who he was or what he was doing there. From that night forward, I resolved to change my life for the better. To be honest with you, it was a damn hard path to follow. When you know nothing other than doing bad, doing good is twice as hard. Those around me were in no way happy to hear my epiphany, and I got a lot of grief for it. I eventually realized that I was never going to achieve what I wanted if I stayed where I was. So I took the little bit of cash that I had saved and moved on. I drove halfway across the country looking for a place that I liked, and finally landed in Colorado. The utter beauty of the place was unlike anywhere I had ever seen, and I've been here ever since. While I never became a wealthy man, I did find a legit way to make money and hope to retire in the next 10 years. If anyone is wondering why I'm sharing this, it's not because I want people to think that I'm a great guy for turning my back on crime. Actually, a lot of great fellows I knew were crooks, but most were lowlifes that wasted their lives in jail. My real purpose is to impress upon the younger members of the life that you can change your life for the better. Your past and upbringing don't dictate your future, and not every square citizen has written you off. If you want to turn your life around, do it. And if someone offers you a lifeline, take it. You will not regret it. Good luck to you all. And don't be afraid to believe in yourself. Thank you for listening, and I wish you good health. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. Thank you very much.